All right. So what's up? As always, get a warning before we get started. Does anyone want to get out? With that being said, probably won't get too many people tonight because it's just impromptu. The big head messages are getting louder. Yeah. Well, Dave. Um, yeah, I'm up late. Well, it's not that late on the West Coast, but yeah, I'm up late. Um, hey, Dave. When they knock on your door, that's when you start to worry because they're getting ready to start knocking on doors or writing letters. I got a couple letters. Travis, what's going on, man? Anacetus, what's up? Lewis, what's going on, man? Prince Johnny, what's up? Jay Cleveland, what's up? Yeah, yeah, they're gonna show up, man. You know, they're too predictable. That's the problem. What's up, TD? Dave, what's up, man? Peace. Yeah, yeah, it is scary. You got to be careful of predatory women at this point, man. So, but that's what you guys wanted. You guys wanted them to come back to the table, and here they are. Trey, what's up? Joe Black, what's up? Waffle Weave, what's up? Do I have a book list? I have a book list. I got a big book list. It just depends on what particular vein you want the book list in. Because I'm not gonna go out and list like 100 books. So you gotta tell me what the book list is in. What vein. Oh, okay. Back testing your trading algos. Okay, man. I ain't back tested things in God. It's got to be at least 20 years. But more than that, man. I think 2001 I really stopped trading because I know the market was going to shit. Yeah, well until the every money all the money went into the housing, but that's when I really stopped trading. I try to make it simple, but you must day trade though, Marquise. Yeah, the music's slowing, so they're trying to find a chair. Barely any freight, not really. Oh, you know what? Everybody's scared to ship. That's probably what's happening because of what's going on. They don't know who's supposed to ship what to where and whether you're going to get your money. So that's probably part of the problem. Well, Diesel, what's up? Smitty, what's up? Yeah, that's the thing. Things are so weird right now because what's going on with Ukraine and China and Russia and all that kind of stuff, and the blocks are starting to split. Janet Yellen is talking about breaking up the connections with China, and China is the biggest manufacturing country on the planet. So you break that up, all the little pieces that go into products that nobody thinks about has to get. All of a sudden, you got to localize all that kind of stuff. Where you can get your supplies from. Who trades with whom, what kind of money you're going to use. So yeah, I'm sure it's probably slow. No, no. Just got finished with a family function, so I haven't peeked my head in a while. So I decided to peek my head in. Nothing serious. What's up, B. Alexander? Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button on your way in. I got 100 people watching. I'm surprised. Roastmaster, what's up? Wake up and go to sleep. Wake up. You're up late. Ado Art, what's going on? Donovan, what's up? Oh yeah, everything's fine. Yeah, they're making content, and because there's a market for it, because now all these women need to understand men, and they need a translator. So that's where the money's coming from. Entry level stuff. Yeah, it is what it is. Library secrets. Oh, Compton in the house. All right. G Rock, Compton in the house. Man, when was the last time I was in Compton? I passed by Compton because I had to go to the Hall of Records. I had to go to Norwalk, so I passed by it. But I haven't been in Compton proper in like 5 or 6 years. Dar, what's up? HLM, what's up? Magazines. The magazines I do read, they're still published. I read The Economist sometimes. Foreign Affairs, I still have a subscription to. Um, most of the magazines have gone online. Okay, the Wall Street Journal, I still have a subscription to. New York Times, Washington Post, LA Times. Most of the stuff I read now is online. Asia Times, Economist, Fortune. Um, then I got Press TV, RT, China Daily. Got a bunch of different stuff that Zero Hedge I follow. It just depends. It just depends. And plus, we have news aggregators, so news comes from everywhere. Blueprint for Black Power is a good one. The Naked Economist is cool. But if you really want to understand the system, you got to go Quickly's book. Um, what is it? Tragedy and Hope. Okay, that's the blueprint. That's the blueprint for this system. Okay, that is the blueprint for this system. If you want the financial blueprint for this system, then you got to go Gold, Dollars, and Power. Okay, there are none better. I've read Blueprint for Black Power. That's fine. The thing is, if you want to understand this system, okay, as it is, because Blueprint for Black Power talks about Black people, but if you understand this system, there are no better books. Okay, and I would, if there were, I would tell you. No, I didn't turn off. I didn't turn off the comments because it had a picture of kids in it. YouTube turned the comments off. I didn't turn them off. Google turned the comments off. Anytime you have children in it, it's dicey. So either they put an age restriction on it, or they turn off the comments. The little stuff right there. There was nothing in there where they could actually take the video down, so they just turned off the comments. Do I read God versus Stephen Hawking? No, I never read that one. I don't know. It never interested me. Now, Stephen Hawking is fine as far as a speaker, as far as books. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, 72 beats per minute. That's true. Wait till they get to 100. Yeah, your day trader. Yeah, if you're doing if you're doing algorithms and you're back testing, normally those are day traders. That when you're back testing systems, because you're looking for alerts and indicators. Oh, everything's cool. Oh, you just about to go to sleep? Well, go to sleep, Ed. Go to sleep, young nigga. If you got to go to sleep, I'll drop the link in a minute. I'm just in here for a little bit. I'm not gonna be here all night. If Yeah, basically, okay. There's two things going on about inflation, right? There are the Fed and the United States have two reasons for for raising interest rates, right? One is to slow down, take money out of the system because they're awash with money. Take money out of the system and slow down inflation that way because people have too much buying power and you're pushing up prices artificially. Okay. The second is, which is the most scary, is to defend your currency. And right now, the United States is raising interest rates to defend the currency. Okay. That's what they're doing right now because you got this this currency war, this economic war going on right now. So they probably knew they were going to enter into it. So they're defending their currency right now, which is scary. They did the same thing back in 1970s. It wasn't there was too much money in the system. Um, they had to defend the currency because they went off the gold standard. So third world countries do that all the time, right? You need a foreign currency in, or you need some kind of um, trade balance. So to attract foreign dollars into your system, you basically you raise the interest rates. It's always a bad sign because Europe hasn't done it yet. Europe needs to do it more than we do. What's up? It can, but at what price? Any country can become self-contained. At what price? North Korea is self-contained, but at what price are you willing to living standard you willing to accept for being self-contained? Order 66. I only seen a little bit of it. You can't rehabilitate. Basically, the environment has to work on women, especially at this level. Okay, the nothing you can say or do can actually convince women to do otherwise. Women always react to the environment. They always do. Um, how do I feel about it? He's never left. He's never left the news about disease. So um, I haven't seen what he said lately. Because for the most part, Bill Gates really doesn't matter because he's not in control of anything. Oh, are you? Yeah, I recommend Alchemy of Love and Lust to Alchemy of Love and Lust and the what's the other one? The Multi-Orgasmic Man. Okay, those two books together, you'll understand female sexuality, male and female sexuality, and how the two come together. Right? If you understand her sexuality, Alchemy of Love and Lust, you understand your sexuality, the Multi-Orgasmic Man. I think it's male or man, written I think almost in the same year. Those two are actually bookends. So any teenager that I run across that needs to understand sexuality, I always recommend those two books. I actually did the Alchemy of Love and Lust, some of it on my women's channel. You'd be surprised how many chicks don't know their own bodies. Do I think a father should feel guilty if he decides to disown his daughter for becoming a prostitute? uh that's a personal decision. Like becoming a prostitute, yeah, okay, because that's a bad look. Yeah, if my daughter becomes a prostitute, I will disown her. Homosexuality, that depends on what you believe in and the son's lifestyle. If 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 uh if your son is not bringing his lifestyle to your door and your creed or your code is okay with it, I wouldn't disown them. Just keep your shit private. Don't bring your shit over here. Asia Times, Forbes, Washington Post. Oh boy, I'd have to make a list, man. It's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter feed. It's a lot of stuff I read. Some of the stuff I read occasionally. Some stuff you got to pay for. That's private. What's up, DF? Tragedy and Hope. If you read Tragedy and Hope, you get a really, really good sense of how the Western world is built. Hey, CG3, what up? If I could go anywhere in the world for free, where would I go? It's a damn good question. Probably Rio, Brazil, for free. Yeah, that's probably where I would go. Everybody hit the like button. Why would the divestors come at me? The investors don't want to come at me, man. They really don't. Because the investors try to come at me, and at point blank told them, y'all don't matter. That's why they don't come at me. Well, y'all ain't shit. We don't, we leave in the black community. I said the black community is defined by women and children. So y'all, if you guys want to, all you doing is carrying it with you. But the investors don't matter because men have a choice. And Boyce Watkins said what I said about the West or California what years ago. He said black men don't even date black women in California anymore. So they don't, and this is going to spread. I have been looking. That is because they're not all in one place. It'd be difficult to. Shahrazad Ali is probably the best as far as black people and black relationships, and the rest is just a mixed bag. You have to kind of sift through it. The gynocracy, you're not gonna. It's very difficult to find the gynocracy. Okay, there are no the best book. The best book on the gynocracy or the matriarchy is probably Fraser's book, The Negro Family in the United States. There's about 6 or 7 chapters in that. That's probably about the best you're gonna get that I've read. There's other books, but they're spotty. Ray Gunn, what's up? Aria, what up? Aria needs to start a wife school. I never left. I'm just peeking my head in. Well, that you to really understand China, the best book for understanding China is actually written by um it's on China. What was it? What's his name? Kissinger, Henry Kissinger on China. 500 pages. If you want to understand China, because he understands China as a diplomat probably better than any of the white men that I've seen. If you read his book, you'll understand China. He goes all the way back in history. Even all his stuff that he said about China and what they were pushing for is accurate. So if you read On China by Henry Kissinger, you'll understand China. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That is you can see it coming, man. This stuff has been coming for a while. And the basically the chairs are starting to shift, on from one side to the next. But this stuff has been in the works for God. When did I start following? 2003. So since almost 20 years, stuff has been coming. What do you think about the gun laws and Supreme Court decisions? Uh American and its guns, man. I think it should be uniform, man. I really do. I think it should be uniform. If you're gonna allow guns or people to carry guns or whatever it is, should be uniform, like it used to be. Okay. The only time they stop people from carrying guns is when Negroes started to get more power. But it should, if you're gonna allow guns in, allow it across the board. That's what you should do. Yep. Yep. Oh, you're back, crew. Okay. You're back from the other side. Okay. Women only react to their environment. We have to push to want more. You can do, women can do whatever the fuck they want to do, right? Because at this point, nobody cares. Okay. If you want to do whatever you want to do, that's fine. The thing is that with black women, especially that I cater to, okay, it's called competition, and a lot of women are going to have to accept the environment that they're in and act accordingly. Okay, there's a lot of rules that women want that they have to. I got the JSTOR article. Okay, I got the JSTOR article. Okay, if you wanted me, if you drop something about a link, you should have sent me the goddamn PDF you can't just go through JSTOR. Okay, so I read the thing, and what you're talking about is not. I don't know what you're reading, man. I don't know what you read. Okay, I mean, we can, I have it marked up. We could go through it link by link, and she said the exact same thing that I was saying. She didn't say anything different. She didn't say anything different. Now she might have gone down to a finer detail about how you identify what for what. Okay, what for what. There's an in between state that nobody that down to the finer detail when one crosses over to the other, or is there another region in between? That's what she was saying. Okay, she never said there wasn't a matriarchy or a matriarchy as it's defined. First thing with a word, you got to define the motherfucking word. Okay, got to define the word. When you use it, you got to define it. It doesn't matter what you think the word should be defined as. When you have something, you have a phenomenon, and you have to define it. You give it a name. You have to define it, no matter what name you give it. I don't care if you call it matrilinear, matriarchy, mother right, whatever it is. Got to define it. It's been defined. Now you might not accept the definition, and that's the problem that people are having. But I'll drop the link in a minute. If Joe were to pass from C19, the trajectory of the nation might change for the better. Where's the state of course? It's probably, as far as this course, it's probably too late. Him trying to, you can't reverse it now. It's too late because the thing is, there's certain things in place economically, right? That have been in place for like the last, I would say, 10 years. Okay. And the thing is, do you hit the switch? Do you hit the switch and allow it to flow and allow it to open up, or you keep it closed because you want to keep the system going as it is, right? But once you turn it on, you can't turn it off. Now, the United States decided to force Russia and China to flip that switch. Once the switch goes on and the system goes live, you can't turn it off, and that's the problem we're going to have. So I don't care who you put in now. Basically, the fate is sealed. So we're on this path no matter what. Yeah, yeah. The thing is that you should have known something was going on when Britain actually left the EU. There's a lot of reasons for that. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing because this is not, I'm not going to be here all night. So let me see, find some interesting ones. Yeah, well, yeah, people say that all the time. Y'all hit the like button. Otherwise, I can go to sleep. Can a gynocracy? No, it can't. It can't. Well, not the gynocratic enclave that they want to set up. It can't because number one, the thing about Ghana, if anybody's ever been there, right? Okay, they're sensitive to outsiders changing their cultural heritage, right? They're really sensitive to you coming and interfering with the way they do business and especially the way they do business culturally, right? They're really sensitive to that. And if you come in, and they've been watching the West because they have people that been here and come back, right? And there's some things they like from the West, but there's other shit they don't like. They don't like we fuck up our own families. Why are they gonna allow them to come in and fuck up their families and their family life? Our family life and the way we do business amongst each other is fucked up. Why would they allow that in? They don't want that, especially from women. You can't come over there corrupting the women like that. They're not gonna allow it. So I know that's how come they can't handle it over there. Black Wolf, I'm on it because I don't have to. Number one, you don't even know enough about this shit to even tell me to give it up. That's number one. If you knew enough, we'd be talking. You don't know anything about this, okay? Because if you did, you'd be responding to me in kind and we could learn from each other. So you telling me to give it up? I'm on it because people keep bugging me about it. But the thing is, for somebody that's lesser to tell me to give it up, and I'm going to say that because you're bringing out the snob in me. You're lesser than me. So telling me to give it up, what I should do with my time, it's not going to happen. So I laugh at you. If you don't like it, man, the door is that way. Putin is extremely smart. You sent me something when, as far as what? Because I'm not looking at my email right now. Oh, okay. Appreciate you, Roastmaster. Ray, I don't know. What did you send me? Or where did you send it? Tali, what's up? Endeavor, what's up? TD, what's up, man? Ain't seen you in a minute. Greg, what's up? It's not. Basically, he just restarted something that had been going on before. Um, him and Trump have two different visions about how they want the United States positioned in the world, and he just restarted something that had stopped after Obama left. Yeah, see anything else that's interesting before I drop the link? They could. The thing is, van life is not that easy. You have to have a particular personality to actually do that kind of stuff. Going off the grid and van life is not for everybody. Okay, that's like so few people do it. So you have to be a really rugged individual to actually go to van life and go off the grid. That's not an easy thing, and you can't do it all at once. America. Well, depends. It depends. If he can avoid all the snares that's in his way, and he actually can get on the ballot and run, I think he probably will win again. Unless the Republicans really trip over their feet when they get back in power in November. If the Republicans kind of just do the bare minimum, yeah, he probably will win because um, the Democrats have handled this so badly. So, I mean, it's not even close. It depends on where you are. What's up, Black Lion? What's up, Doc? Anyway, I'm gonna drop the link. Uh you can, but if you can do that, if you can make it like that, if you can do business with a phone and a laptop, and you get some kind of income, you can move out of the country. You don't have to live in a van. Because what it said, if you can work remotely and get your funds coming in without punching the clock, then you can move to another country. Elon Musk is not going to become president, not even close. And you probably don't want him as president. Let's see. All right, let me go ahead and drop this link. And you got 30 minutes in. We're not going to be here all night. Greg, appreciate you, sir, for the Cash App. Yeah, I haven't been on live in a while, so I said, let me see if I can get one in. Because I've done a lot of pre-recorded lately, so I got more to do. But there is the link, and I'll keep reading. Amalgamated One, what's up?
How's it going, BGS? I've actually been in your comment section for years now. You probably know me as Juice IV
Oh,
Stat.
okay. Oh, you juice, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I know you as.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's an honor to be on this panel.
you got feedback, oh man.
Uh, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Is that better? I turned the volume down on my microphone.
Okay, okay. We'll see.
How
What's
you
going
doing?
on?
How you doing, OG? You doing all right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I haven't done one in a while, and since I'm
Yeah.
up, so I said let me just pop in my head in and see what's going on. 'Cause, I
Oh,
said I didn't think I would attract this many people, but
Oh, I
we're
know
here.
why I had feedback. I had another StreamYard window open as I was getting all my layouts ready for tomorrow.
Okay,
That's probably what happened.
okay.
How we doing? How we doing on the panel, guys? We doing all right?
Doing all
Yeah,
right, man.
I'm
Doing
doing
all
good.
right.
Same here. Same here.
Still
Just
kicking,
had
man. Still kicking.
just had fun over the weekend celebrating my 50th birthday with my family. Had a
Okay,
ball.
cool. All right, cool.
Had a ball. I won't be here too much longer because I do have to get up in a few hours and help the wife get ready for work, help my daughter get ready for work, and then I got to turn on this microphone myself and do what I do best, and that's kick ass talking sports.
That's what's up.
Oh, and BGS,
Yes, sir.
remembering a comment you said, I think one of the things I'm going to hit this week is a reminder to Jeannie Buss, the cupboard's a bear. The cupboard's bare.
Yeah, they haven't. Yeah, this. Gosh, I mean, I need to listen to the podcast, the dedicated Laker podcast, to see what's going on. But
Well,
you
they're
know,
all excited for nothing.
well, the thing is, the thing is, there's two things, right? That Jeannie Buss wanted to, what she needs to do. She needed to, one is bring in a headliner, right? Because
Yeah.
they need to sell tickets, and
Yep.
two, she wanted to win a championship. So
Mhm.
she stripped the whole team and sold out all the all her seed corn, all
Yep.
her seeds to win a championship. One for LeBron and the second one for Anthony Davis. Right? They literally gave up for
They,
for the,
they
the
gave up
for the young
about
players
five years.
and
They gave up
yeah,
about 5 years worth of productivity,
yes,
at
yeah.
least five.
Yeah, well, yeah. Plus, develop players that they already had developed, right? So they
Mhm.
stripped everything, right, and got Anthony Davis. But I got to give her credit; she won a championship. Okay, the
Right.
thing is that why I think she made a mistake, and this is probably a rookie mistake, because you have a rookie general manager and a rookie owner, right?
Mhm.
Is normally the what is it? The thing to do is if you win a championship, you try to go back with that same team. If you got a winning
Yeah.
formula, you
You
try
got to
to
run it back.
you got to run it back and see if it's good, right? They
Mhm.
stripped the team again, right? I said, okay, all right, we'll see how this works. Because she wouldn't, because their things, they want to get as many headliners in, because it's not about basketball, right?
No,
That's the whole
it's a,
thing.
it's
Jenny,
about
J-
it's
Jen,
about
this,
selling the PSLs at the Staples
yes,
Center.
yes,
It's
yes,
about selling the primetime seats, which we know
yes,
are courtside, and
yep,
the courtside seat
and
made it was
and
made
sell it
popular by the Lakers
and
when
selling
they were at the
and,
Forum,
and selling the commercials and selling
selling
the
the
people.
commercials.
So you get all you get all the clout,
Remember when the
people that bring
cable
clout.
deals? Remember when the cable deals weren't worth that much
Hmm.
because for years the Lakers played on USA Network. That was like the primetime cable network
Hmm.
before ESPN took it over. And even when ESPN had it, they were independent.
Yeah.
Where were they at the rest of the time? They were on CBS.
Hmm.
They were featured on CBS. But now, with what you hit me to, even recently, I've been in this game 25 years. With what you hit me to is
Hmm.
what I'm going to concentrate on doing with UNCG. I'm letting them get the sponsors. I'm
Hmm.
letting them getting all the underwriters, and I'm stacking that money away. While I seek my own
Yeah.
with the high school I'm targeting
Yeah.
in North Carolina.
Yeah. Well, see, Jerry Buss did something back in the late '90s, early 2000s, right? Um,
Hmm.
they wanted to rebuild downtown Los Angeles, okay,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
needed an anchor, right?
Hmm.
And the Dodgers weren't moving, right?
Right.
USC's down the street, but the Coliseum's like not well, maybe 2-3 miles away from downtown, but they needed
Yep.
an anchor, right? And so So they started building the Staples Centers, but they needed a team to fill the seats in the
Right.
Staples Centers, and the Lakers were that team, right? So they gave Jerry Buss a shitload of money, and
Yes.
then the cable company gave Jerry Buss a shitload of money, but it did what it's supposed to do. Basically, they really rebuilt all of downtown and all
Mm-hmm.
of downtown's uh, 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 dollar downtown swag and real estate centered around the Lakers and the Staples Center. They brought all that in, right? They gave Jerry
Well,
Buss a
everyone was
shit ton of
so
money.
tired of going out to. Everyone had gotten so tired of going out to Inglewood.
Not well. Inglewood's right by the airport, so Inglewood.
Yeah.
You got to
Yeah.
remember,
Point.
LA is a driver's town, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Inglewood is right by the airport, so that
Yeah.
that wasn't that big of a deal. But the thing is that they needed to rebuild. If you have to come to LA, see what I mean, right? LA is so big; it's got
It's
areas.
spread out.
It's spread out. And it's
It's
got
very
areas,
spread out.
and downtown had gone down, was dilapidated, and
Mhm.
they wanted to rebuild Los Angeles back to where downtown to where it was, right, with
Right.
high rises and fancy condos and stuff like that. But they needed an anchor, so
Mhm.
they gave Jerry Buss like almost $4 billion in AGS and Time Warner, which turned into Spectrum, right? They gave Jerry
Yeah.
Buss like
It
four
turned into
billion dollars and said, "Hey, man, sell your shit in Inglewood. I know you own the building. Sell your shit in Inglewood. Move over here. We're gonna give you this $4 billion."
Mhm.
So Jerry Buss said, I'm not gonna live that much longer. So I'm gonna take this $4 billion. I'm gonna move the team, and then once the team is moved, if they if they don't want to run the team, guess what I'm gonna do? Okay,
Yeah.
take this $4 billion, and then walk away, split it amongst yourselves, and go live a nice life. Okay,
Mhm.
but they wanted the Genie Bus. They really wanted the swag of running the team, so they kept it.
Yep.
So, but the thing
Yep.
is, this is what they have to do. Okay, so that's what happens. So that's how come sometimes because I traded and I do all this other crap, man. So I look at the games, but I also listen to what's going on behind the scenes and
Mhm.
why certain people would make certain moves, right? So
Mhm.
I look at I enjoy sports, but I look at it as a business. Okay, the Rams did the same
That's
thing with their stadium, right?
yeah. That's
Yeah,
that's how I'm looking at everything now.
yeah.
Getting all my trademarks done. I should have those
Mm,
done by late. I should have everything done by Labor Day. Um, looking at it as a business, and
hmm
I already got my logo, got the website up, trademarks
yeah.
are in progress, like I said, and everything should be established, by Labor Day.
hmm
Looking at the Lakers over the air, they were on KTLA for years, or KCAL.
Yeah. Good guy.
Did the road games,
Well, I still
and
do.
they still do the road games.
Yeah, locally, yeah.
Okay, okay, KCAL. Okay, I miss Chick Hearn though as a
Everybody
voice of
does.
the
Yeah,
Lakers.
but he couldn't live forever. He was 86
No,
when he died.
yeah, and it was right after their third title in 2002 when he passed.
Wait, Chick Hernandez passed away?
No,
Chick
no,
Hearn.
Chick Hearn. Chick
Chick
Hearn.
Hearn.
You were too young, man.
Oh, Chick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Because when you said Chick, I thought it meant Chick Hernandez. I keep getting them
No,
mixed up. My mistake.
no, Chick.
long
Yeah.
time Laker voice.
Started in Minnesota in the 50s.
Yep, first name was
Ah,
Francis Chick Hearn was a long time voice of the Los Angeles Lakers.
all right.
But
My fault. Hey,
I just
Snowman, by the way,
hey,
I just wanted to ask you a question.
yeah.
Shouldn't you be doing the walk of life? You shouldn't be in dire straits, especially considering what you got in the morning. A
Oh
great
hell no, I'm
debate.
not in dire straits. I'm feeling great.
Shit, you be doing the walk of life like that link I sent you earlier.
Yeah, and I've been playing it all day to the point where my wife was singing it with me.
Yeah.
So
We were doing a lot of dancing and singing today, just being silly. Me and my
that's
wife,
great.
me and my wife, the
But
kids.
anybody else, if y'all want to jump in, y'all can jump in.
Well, I've just been waiting
Please.
for him to get it off.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah. Well, the thing is, if I'm gonna tell you, Snowman, if you want to get paid, if you really want to get paid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Peek behind the curtain, pull somebody's whole card, right?
Yeah.
They will pay you to shut the fuck up. I've had
Mhm.
4 broadcasters. They started online, right?
It's truth. It's the truth.
I peeked Jeannie Buss's whole card about what she's trying to do. 4 guys got jobs, man, in regular broadcasting, right? Through the Lakers, just to shut the fuck up.
I believe it.
I learned that from Walter Mosley, right? In Easy Rollins, right?
Yeah.
He said, easy how you make your money. He said if you snoop around and you open the wrong doors, that somebody will pay you to close that door.
And lock it.
And lock it. Yeah. So I know
we're hitting Jeannie Buss and her shenanigans this week.
Okay.
Skeletons in the closets.
I am saying this out loud. All the skeletons in the closet that we know about Jeannie Buss are coming out on my show this week.
Oh, okay.
Because what they're doing, because if you think about it structurally, what they're doing is they're chasing the Golden State Warriors.
You're not gonna catch them. Okay.
No,
I mean,
hell no.
Her brother basically got a whole, got a shit ton of draft picks, man, and they were trying to rebuild the team slowly through the draft, through the scouts, right? And there's about 6 or 7. In fact, there's one they're trying to get back, which is Julius Randle, which they let him go for nothing because
they let him go for a song.
They let him go for nothing because his contract was up. He was a free agent. They could have had him for cheap, right? But they're bringing LeBron in, so they figure we can give LeBron this money instead of giving it to Julius, right? They let Julius go for nothing. Okay. For zero. Now they're trying to get him back. We'll see if he comes back. But he had a bad taste in his mouth. So we'll see if he comes back because the way they treated him.
We will see.
Yeah.
All right. I know I'm going to do at least 2 fundraisers this week. BGS, okay. I'll be sure to send you a message, and I'll drop my drop my channel in the chat.
Just send me if you can't get me through email, send it through Twitter, and we can get together and we can just do a sports night and chop it up.
You got it.
And I'll announce that we can get these 200, 300, 400 people in watching, something like that.
Sweet.
So,
very sweet.
So if you want to do it, we can even do it weekly if you want. Just let me know.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Seriously.
So we get your name out there. Okay.
Okay. Sweet.
All right.
Sweet. I will definitely get the information to you.
I did, since COVID, I haven't really kept up with sports as much as I probably should because I kind of lost interest in it because of COVID.
Hey,
but I just have to get my chops.
Never fear, Snowman's here.
Yeah. I was just watching who my favorite player was of all time, Barry Sanders. Okay.
Barry Sanders. Can't mess with that.
Can't mess with that.
Man,
I was watching the Barry Sanders mini movie.
I'll leave you with this. Someone asked me my 3 favorite running backs of all time. I mentioned Walter, I mentioned Barry Sanders, and then I put a 3rd name in there. And Sick, you know who that 3rd name is? Roger Craig.
I like Roger Craig because he was a good serviceable back, but I would not put him in the top 3.
A lot of people wouldn't put him in the top 3.
I wouldn't put him. I wouldn't put him in the top 10 either. So
I just watched this whole career, and plus he played with the 49ers for many years. So I was just so enamored with his style, just like I was so enamored with Barry Sanders' style. But Barry Sanders will break every bone in your body before he made his first move.
Barry Sanders. I mean, Barry Sanders put the whole team on his back as a running back.
He did,
and he's the guy. That was funny, man, because they went to Dallas, right? And Emmitt Smith was talking all this shit. Barry Sanders embarrassed Emmitt Smith in Dallas.
1994, Monday Night Football.
Embarrassed the whole team. Because Emmitt was talking shit. I'm the best running back, blah, blah, blah.
It took Troy Aikman and his receivers, Alvin Harper and Michael Irvin, to keep up with them.
Yeah.
On that Monday night game. But Barry Sanders broke them in half.
He got 200 yards. It was just funny.
He got 200 yards on Monday Night Football.
On my football in Dallas.
In Dallas with the Dallas defense that was talking a whole bunch of shit.
Yep.
3 weeks later, they only scored 14 points at San Francisco and lost that game.
Yeah. He kind of broke them.
Dallas is they're the most cockiest fan base to be getting their ass.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, because I have a whole family full of Dallas. I was born in Dallas, and I have a whole family full of Dallas Cowboy fans.
See, BGS.
Brian.
BGS tuned into one of my Friday shows briefly. I think our football Friday shows, when we were talking all sorts of junk about Cowboys and their fans, and we got some new clips on there now that we're going to premiere this week.
Yeah,
Y'all gonna love.
I think a lot of people, especially in this space, right, that do YouTube can learn a lot by watching how you guys produce your shows, and that's a hidden secret because you
Yeah.
guys have come from radio, and you guys have a lot of tips and secrets just by
Mhm.
watching you guys how you guys put a show together that a lot of people can actually learn. I think
Hey,
that's
when I-
probably one of the hidden secrets of
Yeah.
doing things. In fact, you and your producers probably should start doing they're kind of doing seminars and classes and training like YouTubers and other people like that how to produce and how to do shows like
Yeah.
that, put this stuff together.
When
That's
I
probably another. That's probably
when I asked Cole to be my EP to
Mhm.
take that load off my shoulders, I knew I made the right call.
You did. But the thing is, there's so many people that YouTube is a different medium, right?
It is.
And sometimes you got to translate the old media
Mhm.
type media to YouTube, right? Which
Yes.
is engagement with your audience, right? The
Mhm.
thing is there's a lot of production stuff that a lot of people on this side are missing. And I think it'd be well if you guys eventually, when you get yourself established, is to take that to Patreon and start doing classes on how to produce stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably another income source that you can probably tap.
Well, one of the fellows I learned from, a guy up in Canada, Rod Peterson, one of my good friends.
Mhm.
I found his show purely by accident 2 years ago,
Mhm.
and I was on a break when I
Mhm.
was on a break at work, and I watched his show for a
Mhm.
few minutes. And I had to go back, and I reached out to Rod and I said, "You want to hop on my show this week?" And he's like, "Yeah, we've been buddies since then." So I learned a lot from his crew. I learned a lot from Cole, and yeah, we're definitely gonna
Yeah,
put a seminar to put people behind the
yeah,
scenes.
and don't and tease it out, but make these Negroes pay for it. Okay, put it on Patreon and make them pay for it because you guys there's a lot of stuff just by you guys doing it for so many years and
Yeah.
doing it traditionally that can be translated to YouTube. So
I need to give you my Patreon address. I'll do that tomorrow. So you and the rest of you crew can spread it out. All right.
Okay.
Let me get off.
All right.
Here.
Excuse me, Brian, before you leave.
Yes.
Brian, before you leave. I think there's a clip that you and Cole need to use, especially since we brought up Barry Sanders and Emmett Smith talking shit.
Mhm.
It's that classic Ahmad Rashad clip where he always asks the question regarding Jordan. Why'd you have to piss him off?
Oh, yeah. What they call it? Pull him on Superman's tape.
I say that verbally every time we talk about Jordan, and I got an argument to have tomorrow with a friend of mine. It's gonna be real. It's gonna be real fun. My friend and I are gonna have a real good time. We're all gonna have a good time.
There's certain players you don't piss off. Right? LeBron used to be one of those players. You keep him humble. Wilt was one of those players, right?
Wilt was one of those players. Absolutely.
In other words, he's a nice guy. He's
till you piss him off.
Kind of motivated, but you piss him off, then he gets mad. Then he's going to destroy you single-handedly. That's what Golden State Warriors found that out the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
They talking shit about his wife. They start disrespecting him. You try to kick him in the nuts. They said, "You know what? Guess what?"
And all hell broke loose.
Guess what? I'm gonna show y'all. I got time today.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where everybody said, "You come at the king, you best not miss."
That's Craig Elo. That's Craig Elo to Michael Jordan all day long.
Yep.
That's Craig Elo to Michael Jordan all day long.
Who else was like that?
Huh?
Who else was like that? You piss him off. Kareem, okay.
Jabbar could be. Well, Jabbar was gonna, he's even temperate, but there's certain people you couldn't piss off. Yeah, certain people you couldn't piss off.
But when it came,
what about Bill Russell?
Bill
Russell he went
up a level.
Yeah.
And CBS was saying 85. CBS was saying all kind of stuff about his battle with migraines, and then Game 5 he dropped 36 on him.
Ooh.
But there's certain players that it's not good to piss off because
they're
nice guys. They're nice guys, and they could explode on you. And LeBron had the same kind of tenacity that Jordan or because he's got otherworldly talent. He's just physically otherworldly, right? But the thing is his stuff is upstairs. His temperament. Shaq is another guy that with that kind of temperament. If you don't want to get him mad because he'll destroy your whole team.
Just ask
Yeah,
the Clippers
that's when
on
he
one of
gets
his birthdays when he dropped
Yeah.
61 on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, give a fuck till you start talking
Portland
shit.
found that out in that last game, right? Because they were floating along and they did something, and then Kobe and Shaq just went off and destroyed them in the fourth quarter.
So did this,
And they were never the same team. They just destroyed
the Sacramento Kings found that out the hard way in Game 7 in 2002 on the road in Sacramento.
Yeah. Philadelphia found that out in Game 1.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
He just destroyed them. Yeah.
Nigga, the Kings are trash, man. Please don't talk about this weak ass team. I fired this team.
The Kings had a hell of a team,
Back
man.
in 02, the Kings were the most fun team to
win.
watch.
But they didn't get a oh shit. They didn't get a damn trophy.
They were right there. So the thing is the Lakers are better. That's all.
Game 4. Game 4 set the rest of that series. In 02, I was working at Cedar Point, Ohio at the time, and a bunch of my friends and I watched every single game in that series. And when the Lakers won the first one in Sacktown, I looked at my buddies. I said, "This is going the distance." Nah, Kings are going to close them out. No, this is going the distance. I made sure that I took an early shift at Cedar Point.
Mm-hmm.
And my supervisor came around and said, "I have a present for you. Okay, lay it on me. I'm gonna let you off a couple hours early because I know you want to see that Lakers Kings Game 7."
Mm-hmm.
And the fucked up part of that night, I wound up in the hospital.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What happened?
2 injuries happened at the same time. One to my neck and one to my foot, and I didn't realize it until I got off.
Oh, was it that serious?
Yeah, it was. It cost me the second half in overtime. But then I waited on a friend, and they got me situated. As it turns out, not only was it my right foot and my neck, turns out I battled a migraine and I didn't know it. Yeah, it was 90 degrees that day. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten. Oh, two of my links, 3 now, because I'm gonna put my PayPal link are now in the back chat.
Let me just type in the chat so I can give you a wrench. I think you have a wrench already, don't you?
I believe I
think
do.
he does. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't need, just put it in the regular chat.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
And I will say good night. I will say thank you guys so much.
Yeah. Drop me an email, and we'll chop it up. How we can help you get,
All
I
right.
mean, I ain't got no money, but I can't help you. I got eyeball.
Why you lying? You know BGS balling, man.
Hey,
He be pulling out the fat sacks, man.
Whatever help, I appreciate it. I'll drop my email here.
Okay. I think I have your email.
Hey BGS, check this video. I found this funny video about the 19th century. I mean, the 20th century and stuff like that before the war.
All right.
Talk about the war. Talking about
Australia. Let me say good night.
Actually, is a good piggyback to go into
All right, good night, Brian.
Have a good night, Snowman.
All right.
Good
night,
all right,
Snowman.
I appreciate
get some sleep, man.
I will. Thank you.
It's World War One.
World War One. What about it?
It's different countries and perspectives, and I thought it was funny. The United States one. Trust me, when we get there, you're gonna think it's funny too.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you.
All right. I'll check it out.
Oh, by the way, BGS.
What is it? There's a decent book called Europe's Last Summer. World War One was really an interesting
thing.
It was interesting happening because it's them fighting over colonial power over territory in Africa. That's what it really started up. And France wanted, now it's actually sub-Saharan Africa. The French had a lot of colonies, and Germany wanted a piece of it. And so what the French did was what they always do. They actually help force Germany off the gold standard and collapse some of their finances, right? And so Germany got pissed off and said, "Okay, guess what? It's on." They didn't like it. We don't like you no way.
Payback for the Franco-Prussian War as well, correct?
No. The Germany kicked France's ass. Germany kicked Germany and kicked France's ass like twice, right before World War One. They chased Napoleon back to France,
Hey,
okay,
that's what I'm saying.
along with the help of the Russians. And then in World War One, the Franco-Prussian War, basically they kicked France's ass, and
Thoroughly.
that
A lot of it had to do with Napoleon, Joseph Bonaparte's incompetence as much as Bismarck's generals being so effective.
No, Bismarck was dead by
BGS.
Bismarck wasn't in power then. Hold on, Pookie.
Oh, my mistake.
BGS.
Oh, my mistake.
Go at what, man? What?
Did you just see that?
Did I see what?
Look, this part right here.
Uh-huh. What about it?
What? Look, who's that? Who's that?
I don't know.
Who's that?
I can't see that. I don't know. Who is it?
That's you don't see him?
It's dark, man.
You don't know
who is that?
Is? That's the homie. That's the Negro male. That's
okay.
trying to get some more pay. That's the homie. Look at his face.
All right, Pookie. Okay. Okay, Pookie.
So let me go ahead and let me go ahead and claim right now, right off the bat. I'm not gonna come at you with any bad intentions. It ain't about that. I appreciate the video.
I read the paper.
I appreciate that.
I had Dr. T download give me download the paper for me. I read the paper. She says the exact same thing I've been saying. What she's saying, and she's saying she actually came up with two more categories actually that identify matriarchy versus the patriarchy. Okay, she never said there wasn't one. And the feminist and what she said was the feminists tried to find it in anthropology, and then basically they came up with nothing. But the standard anthropology, as far as matriarchy patriarchy, still stands. They're still using the same thing.
I know that. What I'm trying to, and this is something that I did my best to explain it to you the other day, and you were not hearing me. For whatever reasons, you weren't hearing me.
Stop for a second. What's your point? What's your point? Give me 2 minutes on your point. What's your point? And make it clear.
No, I'm not doing that. So it is what it is. I think at this point it would probably be best to talk to Gigi about it. If I can't explain it to you, then someone else that has a higher degree level needs to explain it to you.
Then why are you bringing it up? Okay, what's your point? Because what I'm saying to you is the point that you're trying to make. You're trying to blame it on feminists is not what.
Well, she's one of the people who actually pointed it out for you. The thing is that the entire doctrine and the philosophical thought behind it actually was born out of the Enlightenment period. Okay, then not only that, they pilfered concepts and made up their own concepts to prove their points. And they went in and tried.
Who is they?
Balkofin and Engels. He pulls from his thought, and he is the primary source behind a lot of the rhetoric and a lot of the inferences that are made therein with those sorts of arguments. And these are what you would consider to be, like you mentioned earlier, proto-feminists. That's what they were. And so what I was trying to do is explain this to you. I don't know if you're willingly or aware of the fact that you're pulling from feminist rhetoric. That's what you're doing.
It's not feminist rhetoric.
I mean, that's the ideology. You don't even realize it. That's why I said you need to talk to Gigi about it. At this point, I can't explain it any better.
I've talked to Gigi. Okay, I've talked to Gigi.
Talk to him again about this part in particular.
Negro. Let me explain it to you. I've talked to him already. All right. Okay, they're not proto-feminists. Okay, they're liberals, but they're not proto-feminists. Proto-feminists would be Carol Carol Norton. Okay, she's a proto-feminist, right? Even she didn't believe in feminism. Okay, what they're trying to do is make a claim for patriarchy further back than what they've said, right? So they take a pattern. And there's patterns. You can put a name on any kind of pattern that you want, right? Any kind of pattern that you want. They put a name to it, but the pattern still exists. So it's not
Okay.
about the name, it's about the pattern and the way you organize people.
Okay, but the thing is that even when you go throughout and the historical records show, right? At least the opposite end, because this isn't something that is agreed upon in the science itself. It's actually hotly debated and has been for a while. And you're putting the claim out there that it's not, and it is. And I was going
Uh,
to link you more
oh,
information to prove to you
okay.
that it is, and it's
Where?
not agreed upon.
No, where did I say that it was agreed upon? Basically, there is a consensus that's been around for the last 150 years. In fact, she said the same thing, right? The tenets that she gave to actually, if you're going to give certain cultural patterns a name, right? Such culture patterns a name, and you can do that compared according to what you believe, what you believe in the names that you give it, right? Because even even the Enlightenment period's culture pattern have been around since the what you call it, since the Greeks. Well, before the Greeks, the Etruscans, the exact same pattern that was in the Etruscans, in the Greeks, is in was it 2,000 years later in England. The same pattern, okay? No matter what name you give it, the pattern is the same. The pattern is the same. And you trace it back, okay? When did this pattern start? That's why you go through the archaeological digs and anthropology and find out, okay, this is when the pattern started.
Well,
No matter
the
what
thing
name you
is,
give it.
well, the thing is, I would agree with you if you were actually tracing that, like I said, through the archaeological evidence. But the issue
That's what
is
they
that
did.
no, it's not. Your social
Yes, they
anthropologists,
did.
no, they didn't. What I'm
Yes, they
telling you,
did.
no, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
All right,
How do
prove
you
it.
think they knew?
Prove it.
Uh, go back. A very good book. Go back and read Churchward's book. Okay, Churchward's book, The Evolution of Religion, Origin and Evolution of Religion. Right? They go back to the archaeology, right? The writing, archaeology, the symbols, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's what they go back through. And some of these people that where the symbols are still around. The pattern is still there.
Okay, but for whatever reasons, when they go back and they do these quote unquote archaeological digs, and they find that they actually have different sets of evidence that they didn't actually find themselves. For instance, they do have what we call DNA evidence now, right? Where they actually trace the bones back instead of just doing the carbon dating that they were doing prior. Because a lot of this information came out in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, right? And they actually have been arguing about this since the late 1800s. Okay, so
Like
when they
what were they? Okay, what are they arguing? You can't say they're arguing this. What are they
they're
arguing?
they're arguing essentially about the historical accuracy of the information that was presented
Like,
in and of
give me
itself,
what is the
insofar as matriarchy and patriarchy is concerned.
what information? Give me details.
For instance, if a lot of the records that you mentioned Balcofin, not Balcofin, what's the guy, Briffault, that he even presented in his evidence, in his claims. You know what I'm saying? So these things aren't agreed upon, and they haven't been at any point. There's evidence abound at this point, now that we live in the 2000s, and
What
even in the late 90s, when they were researching this, that
sh-
the opposite is true.
she agreed in that paper that you sent me.
It
She
was it
agreed.
was to
No,
it was to
no, 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 no,
it
no,
was
no,
to a
no, no,
different.
no, no, no,
hmm
no, no, no. She agreed it. She agreed that it was there.
okay.
She agreed
Do
that
you,
it was there.
okay. So here's the thing. Would you like to hear me explain this part?
Okay, go
When
ahead.
we were discussing whether or not there is a difference in between matriarchy, patriarchy, and egalitarianism, I was using her as the linchpin to that particular argument. Okay. I wasn't using her for anything more, nothing less. I did not
What
care too much whether or not
is
she agreed with whether or
the
not it was a matriarchy, because
argument? What
most of these
is
feminist people
the
agree with that.
argument? What is the argument?
That
Where are
it
they
what
wrong?
it they're wrong insofar as the way that it is described, at least in
What,
your reading. It was
give
never a matriarchy.
give me details of what they were wrong about.
So based on the definition that is given, that they agree upon
What's the
and they
definition?
debate,
What's the definition? 'What's the definition? What's 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 the definition?
mother right, mother rule. If you want to,
Mother right, mother rule. Yeah.
if you want to twist it, you can You can add additional context and say that the
What is the
matrilineal
definition?
families. Go
What
ahead.
is the definition that you're fucking talking about? Give me the definition
I just
that
did.
you're talking about. No, you didn't.
I just gave you 3
No, you
instances of
didn't.
where the
No, you
definition
didn't.
applies.
Give me the definition of what you're talking about. Is it matriarchy? What's your definition of matriarchy? What is it?
I think we're done. This isn't an argument. I
No,
think we're done.
PK. I'm trying to. In other words, what I don't like is when I ask you when you're going to make an argument, it's got to be detailed, right? What is it? What did they get wrong? Not just everything. What did they get wrong? Give me one detail that they got wrong.
I appreciate it.
One detail that they got wrong. Don't do that.
BGS,
One detail.
I love you, bro.
No,
I'm
no,
good.
no.
You got it.
No. You know what, man? You know what? The argument was not with you. Okay, number one. Okay, number two. I wanted people to actually do their own research and actually identify. Because basically, you know what? I got the paper. Let's pull this motherfucker up. Okay, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Let's pull the bastard up because I got it. Because that's why I had him send it to you because I knew you're gonna do this. I said, let me read the paper.
Mm-hmm.
And he even said, even Doc says, why is he pulling this up? Because it doesn't make sense.
Well, I just explained to you the reason I pulled it
up. What I'm saying is, I'm saying what he said. Because the reason you pull this up, as far as the sociologist, doesn't make sense. It's about anthropology. Okay.
Well, no, you don't understand these two things were linked. Okay. You're trying to make a distinction where these two particular sciences are working hand in hand with one another. Okay, that's where you get social anthropology and cultural anthropology. These are used together, but are not always 100% in agreement with one another. Okay? So that's where the disagreements generally come from in the first place.
How do you get historical evidence for an argument?
I'm trying to think about the relevancy of the question. I don't know.
Where do you get? In other words, it has got to be based on something, right? So basically what they did, they went back in time. This basically Briefalt. If you go back and read Briefalt, because I didn't go through all of his details, right? What you do, and it's a very simple thing, right? What you do is you go back in time, you look at the symbols, you look at the artwork, because people carry their culture with them, right? They don't all of a sudden change lands and forget all the stuff that they learned. Okay, this is actually built into them. They pass the knowledge on, right? So you look at their artwork, you look at their details, you look at their family structures according to what you can actually rebuild from your digs and stuff like that. And go when you talk to people, how far does your family go back? Where did you come from? Blah blah blah. They start talking to people, right? Okay, and they also pick islands which are isolated, right, where they're not connected to a continent, right? And start comparing all these notes. And this is where they get these ideas from. Okay, what's the family structure? How do they govern themselves? Okay, who do they talk to? Who do they put in charge? How do they pass down wealth? How do they pass down lineage, right? And if you get enough people all over the world, you can put together a map. Okay, and this is where they get it from. The ancient culture is, as you compare their symbols, their religion, their beliefs, and all that kind of stuff, compared to what you've learned when you dug it out of the continent or Asia, wherever it is, and you compare it to people that still carry that tradition. There's people that still carry the tradition going back 60,000 years. Go to Australia, right? They've been isolated. They still carry that tradition. They're not influenced by Europe or by the continent or by feminism. They still carry the tradition and the patterns, and that's what they compare. So when you actually go back and read the details about who they talk to and how they determine whatever pattern that they're trying to forge. In fact, if you read Briefalt, the people that actually collecting all this stuff, they were shocked.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that these people in particular were not influenced by the philosophy of the day? That they were not impacted by any of the happenings around them in their environment to make these inferences in the first place about these other societies? I'm done. Go ahead.
When you say these people, who are you talking about?
You mentioned brief thought as a good reference. So let's use
Briefall,
them.
Briefall spent 35 years collecting. Okay, because he was good friends with the British Museum, right? And they would these kind of people would sit there, they would chat, they would have meetings once a week, they go give lectures, and they would collect all this stuff. That's how come Church Ward and all these other people in Briefall are actually considered the Bible, because they spent years collecting the stuff and comparing notes, okay, to see what was true. They're not trying to place their own ideas on it. What they're trying to do is find out by preponderance of evidence, by collecting the stuff all over the world, what are these patterns, okay? And these patterns go back uh, generations, because you still have writings from Mesopotamia. You got writings from the Greeks. You got writings from the Egyptians.
So
Okay,
why? This is a problem. Sorry to cut you off, but this is a problem because when we go back and we dig into those writings, which are actually publicly available today, you can go online and look them up yourself. We find that there are contradictions even in between some of the things that Briefalt mentioned and in the writings that they used.
What are the contradictions?
For instance, in their laws about the passing down in the way that they dealt with their lineage.
What are
When
the
it comes to the passing down of property, how that was
What
handled.
are the contradictions? Not about. What are they? Give me
Well, and so
give me two examples.
insofar as the matrilineality, that
Mhm.
never happened. That's a fabrication.
It does. It
In many cases, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because it does in some of
in
these cases, but not in all of them. And
in
so
in,
and so
in fact,
it's spotty at best, and it
in
allows
fact,
a lot of induction.
in fact, the pharaohs for 20,000 years, how they determine what line did the pharaohs come out of, male or female?
The female.
Female.
So I mean, like that's a different that doesn't necessarily make it. I mean, I get it. I get where you're coming from. I get what you're saying.
So what just like any other human endeavor, there's always what? It's never black or white. It's what?
It's gray.
It's gray. It's always gonna be gray.
That's all I was getting at when we were originally
No,
talking.
that's not what you're getting at. Then they've been saying that. It's
Well, no,
always
you
gray.
were saying it was matriarchal. I'm like, bruh, no. No.
Okay, if you before, okay, if they've gone back and tried to find a patriarchy before a certain time, right? And patriarchy is a hardcore patriarchy is described as a certain thing, right? Which is what I've been saying. If you're gonna call it a patriarchy, right, which is its own thing, which is what Briefall said. Even her in her paper, she said the exact same thing. Patriarchy in of itself is a particular type of system, right? Okay,
Okay.
and people try to, feminists and everybody else try to expand upon it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, patriarchy itself is a very peculiar, particular kind of system. It actually grew out of the Etruscans, right? That's where the name comes from. And if you look at Rome, if you look at the Greeks, look at Rome, and look at the Etruscans, right? It's the same kind of fucking system set up in Europe and England 2,000 years later. The exact same thing, almost to the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Almost to the letter. If you look at Rome, the Etruscans in 1000 BC or 1300 BC, whatever it is, right? Like 3,300 years ago, right? Or 2,000 years before even Victorian England, right? If you look at it, right? If you look at it and you look at the laws, because they wrote this shit down. If you look at the laws and how they did their system, how wealth and power is actually passed down, it's the exact same thing that's in France and England and Germany and all those other in Western Europe. The exact same thing. How do you explain that?
Not by calling it a matriarchy. I don't think that's how you do it.
It's not a matriarchy, it's a patriarchy. That's a patriarchy, okay?
Well, I mean, like, so I mean, I don't know where you want to go with this. So I don't know.
Before that, there was no such thing as a patriarchy.
I don't know about that.
Prove me wrong.
All right, so let's start here. I mean, I linked it in the comment section, and I figured it, since you wanted to have something to read, It's going to be a bit lengthy.
No, explain it to me. Prove
Okay,
me wrong.
in short,
Okay.
the common idea that we have in between men and women and the ideas behind marriage predate the actual term itself. We actually have proof, at least insofar as the reading is concerned, that marriage as a concept has existed for as long as human history has existed. Okay, so in many different earlier societies,
How far back? How far back?
dating on as early as what is it, 4 BC?
That's how long have human beings been around?
Forever? I don't fucking
No,
know.
not
Long
forever.
time. I
But
don't fucking know.
between about right around 2 million years, right?
Okay, let's go with that.
When did marriage pop up?
As a concept that we defined,
When
or
whatever,
period,
however you want to actually describe it. When did it pop up?
for as long forever.
Was forever? Prove it.
I mean, I was going to link you the books. Do you want the books?
Now describe it. What year did it start? Around what eon did it start?
I mean, I just told you the earliest definition of it, insofar as we can trace back, is around 4 BC.
4 BC. Okay, you say
Correct.
4 BC, right?
Yeah.
It's 4 BC forever. 4 BC is they were basically you can trace that back further than that because they're getting married in Egypt. So what? Okay, that's even before 4 BC is recent compared to human history.
All right.
For you,
So,
basically you had ages, right? The Jewish marriage goes back further than that.
oh, okay. I mean, what are you looking for? You looking for the argument?
No, what I'm saying is when you say forever, what does that mean? What
It
time
means
period?
it means. I mean, like, what are you looking for here? Like, I don't
No,
know.
Basically, okay, you're telling me forever. That means when we walked out of Savannah, we're getting married.
Pretty much.
Get
Pretty
the fuck out
much.
of here. Get the fuck out of here, PK. I say
You don't
prove it.
okay, so hold on a minute. You
No,
mean to say you don't think that? Really?
no,
Huh. Okay. Well,
no.
we fundamentally disagree.
The thing is, you fundamentally can't prove it either. But go
I
ahead.
mean, neither of us can.
Yeah, we can.
Go ahead, prove it.
We can.
Go ahead,
like
you prove it.
Basically,
if you can, go for it.
Go back to basically the what you see with the Mosu, which is the that's the earliest type of marriage, which is a walking marriage, where once they knew that the father actually seeded the woman, which is extremely late, right? Once you started raising animals, that's when they figured that shit out, right? Then they started then they knew that if you didn't want birth defects, okay, you wanted a stronger seed, you had to get a man from a man or a mate from another clan, right? That's where the totems came in, right? That's why church word book is so good, right? Once you knew that you can't interbreed anymore because there's defects, because now you know that the man has an effect on seeding the woman, and that's where the child comes from. Then you have to say we can't crossbreed anymore. That's where the totems come in. The Native Americans still carry totems. Okay, they still carry totems.
Okay, so you're not wrong about that. However,
okay,
that
go
doesn't
ahead,
mean that the people that quote unquote were committing the what was it? There's a specific word to describe that the intermarriage, because that was a thing and people didn't know, right? But yeah,
They talk about
they were
inbreeding.
still that's what it was, a taboo. I can't remember the word for
When
it.
did
There's a
when did it
specific word
become a
for it.
taboo? I just described when it became a taboo. Okay, how do you know about inbreeding if the man's role of seeding the child is not known?
I mean, because you just said it, they were having birth defects, correct?
How would you know how the birth defects came about?
Because you were looking and you were seeing your unga bunga wife over there with the birth defects,
How do you
the
know?
baby coming out with one leg. I mean, like,
How,
it'd be like that sometimes.
they could believe it's from the gods. Unlucky.
I mean, if it happens like 10 times, like, I mean, at a
Is
certain
they
point,
Pete.
you would die out, you know?
okay, PK.
Humans didn't die out.
PK, go PK. I just explained it to you, okay? Just explain it to you.
Look,
That's what
listen.
okay, man.
There's
All
a
right, all
series.
right,
There's
all
a
right.
series of 3 books you need to go. 4 books actually. You need to go look. Okay. I've already done this. You could do it now. I quit. I quit. No, I quit.
No,
I quit.
PK,
No, have
PK,
no. I can't do
PK,
it. I can't do
PK.
it. I love you. I can't do it.
You're fucking lazy, PK.
I am.
You lazy.
I
Okay,
already did it once. I ain't doing it twice. You got
you're
it.
lazy. You're
I
lazy.
am.
I read your paper. I read your paper.
That was only 1 paper. I got 3 more. How many would you like? I got 3. I got 4 books. How many would you like?
You got 4 books. What's the name
4
of the
of
books,
them.
PK? What's the
The
name of the
history.
books?
Go ahead and do the history of human marriage. Okay, start there.
Okay.
The next one you want to look up. It's a 3-part. It's a 3-part series. It's gonna be like about. I think it was almost 2,000 fucking pages. The book I just told you about is 3 parts.
Okay. History of human marriage. Let's start there, right?
Yep.
What's the earliest inference of marriage that she quotes, that she states?
I fucking remember, dude. Just fucking
bullshit.
You do it.
No, you do it.
You do it.
No, you.
That's
do
why
it.
I gave it to you.
No, you don't. I'm not doing your fucking homework for you. You do it.
It's not my homework.
It is your homework.
I already did it once.
No, you're arguing. Okay, you know what, PK?
I quit.
You please.
My job is done.
No, your job is not done. I don't give a shit.
I'm
right?
taking off the cape.
No, PK. I didn't bring this shit up. You did.
Hey man, I was just pointing out the fact that you're wrong. I love you, but you're wrong here.
No. Basically,
this nigga high.
But basically, I'm asking you a direct question about marriage, right? I gave you the book. I gave you the example. I told you what it was. You say I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. Where am I wrong?
You're not. I just pointed to.
Where am I wrong?
To the resources. I'm done.
Where am I wrong?
I quit. I already
No, bullshit. Where am I wrong?
I quit.
No, where am I wrong? No, I love you too. Where am I wrong?
No, you right. You right. You win. You right. You right. I know how I go. You right.
I love you too.
I learned this 30 years ago. The reason you have fucking totems is to actually tell what people you are from, so they don't crossbreed. How would they know that if they haven't determined the role of the father yet? How would they know that?
Oh man.
You haven't said. How would they know that? How did they discover it? All of a sudden they call it animal husbandry. Oh, you put a chicken, or with a rooster with a chicken, we get eggs. Okay. Oh,
wrong. You just proved yourself wrong. Stop it.
How did I prove myself wrong?
Because you said earlier, just a moment ago, the reason for the totems in the first place was because of what?
PK.
Look, come on. Look, you just did it.
No, PK, listen to me. Get off, put down the weed.
It's down. Okay. Come on.
Listen to me, right?
I'm listening.
What comes first? The realization that that male and females having sex produces offspring, right? That has to come first, right? 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 Does it or does it not?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because you told me about the totems a second ago, and apparently you're right. So I gotta agree with you.
The totems are after that, sir.
Okay.
It's called a linear line, a timeline. What comes first?
Nah, we ain't doing timelines. I tried to give you one a second ago. You didn't accept it.
You didn't give me a timeline.
I just did. I told you specifically. I told you specifically where this shit comes from.
You said 4 BC.
No, not about that. If we want to go back and talk about timelines,
no,
the
PK,
last timeline that I mentioned was about Engels and the Enlightenment.
PK,
and I said that this is the origin of this.
PK, go to your book. Mm-hmm. Okay, if I happen to buy it, because I'm gonna get pissed. In fact, scan the book, send it to me. Right? Go to the book, give me the page. Okay. Go flip through the book, give me the page. Okay. Give me the page.
All right. The page. What specific information do you want?
Whatever argument you have. In fact, you got a phone, right?
I do.
Go to your book, take a picture of the page that you want me to look at. Okay.
But why don't you? Okay, I got you. You know what? I got you. You want me to read?
You know, the last guy that actually told me to read a whole fucking book. because he wanted to prove me wrong. Actually, didn't come back, right? Because guess what? He was fucking wrong. I read a 700-page book. He was wrong. I don't want to do that. If you got an argument, show me where the argument is. If you can't tell me, show it to me. Okay,
So I
show me
already
your
told
proof.
you where the argument
I don't.
derives.
You gave me a 1,000-page book.
No, it's over 1,000, but nah, it's over
I'm not
1,000.
gonna read all that.
Do you
Post
have the
that,
book?
Yeah.
Go to the fucking book, find the page, take a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
I got too much shit to do. Okay, if you say I'm wrong, you say you got proof, show me.
I got a week off. I'll do it. I got you.
If you've read the goddamn book, all it takes is about 10 minutes.
I know.
I spent an hour reading your motherfucking paper.
Why? That ain't that long.
I had to mark the shit up. Okay.
I got you.
I spent an hour, and basically she said the same shit I said.
I didn't. That's the. Why did you go through the whole? I told you what the argument was. Why you do this? That's your fault.
No, I don't. Basically,
it would have never. You know why? You know why this happened, right?
Bullshit.
You know why this happened, right?
Bullshit, PK. Bullshit.
You know why this happened? It's
bullshit,
because
bullshit,
you
PK.
hit me with the I don't read, and then Art hit me with the you don't read. I don't listen to this shit. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna head out, man.
Did
Fuck
you
that
read the
shit.
paper? Did you read the goddamn paper?
Yeah.
What is the 5 things she said that marks the patriarchy versus the matriarchy? What's 5 things she said?
Man, fuck, man. Come on, man.
Get the fuck out of here, PK. Get the fuck out of here, PK. Get the fuck out of here.
Read the shit.
Get the fuck out of here, PK. Hold on. I wish I had the one I marked up because I got the paper in front of me.
I do too.
Oh, Lord.
No, you don't. Well, read the motherfucker.
I don't
read
want
it,
man. It's right here, dude. Like, stop
it. Bullshit.
All
PK.
right. It's only 35 pages, man. Like, how you do this?
Find the 5 things that she talked about that identifies where they actually compare a matriarchy versus a patriarchy. There's 5 major things. What are they? And the guy wrote the book back in what, 1956?
19
Come on, man.
I think it's 67.
No. There's a guy there's a guy that wrote that actually wrote the book where she's referencing from. Radcliffe, was it Radcliffe Brown?
Mm-hmm.
He wrote it back in 1956. In fact, I'm looking at it. Okay. I
gotta fucking open another tab.
Well, they open the motherfucking tab. You hear bargaining with my ass.
I'm doing it. We're doing it. I got it on Word.
He's talking about 1952. Okay.
All right.
Is it first? What is it? Was it the first place? Radcliffe Brown seemed. Let me go ahead and share it.
This is actually a book, by the way, but
you gotta have your citations in them.
Man, dude, listen, I don't come with ammo. Like, come on, man, stop it. I'm not looking to argue. I'm just pointing it out, motherfucker. Like, why I gotta come with ammo? I'm just being like, listen, I'm like, look at this, motherfucker. Like, listen, there it is. There's the answer.
He said first, right? What's the first place, right? The first thing is what they call it descent, right? Lineage, right? Descent. Okay.
Yeah.
The second is what is it? That taxonomy. Well, that's polar opposite. But the thing is, there was 5 things that she said that the 5 markers. In fact, I named 3. She names 5. Okay, and basically she said the exact same thing that I said. Right. That identifies a matriarchy as they describe it versus patriarchy, and basically, and one argument that she actually did have, right, is that who sits on the throne, on the crown, is I think she did. Was that her? Was that because I'm getting them mixed up. It might have been it might have been what's his name? Briefald that said that. In other words, the Victorian England, right? Was Victorian England with a queen, was that a patriarchy or matriarchy?
It was a patriarchy in a lot of ways.
So in other words, who's in charge, who sits on the throne has no impact on how the system was actually run. because it's a social system. It's not just a household; it's a social system. Now, can it go down to the household level? Sure. But the thing is, there was 5 things, which is lineage. Okay, how you track your line. Okay, who the wealth goes through, who determines how the wealth is passed down through, right? What was the other one? Who has control of the children, which is the main part, right? Who gets the kids? Who has ownership of the kids? Is it the mother's family or is the father's family? Okay, and there was one more. But the thing is that those are the things that she named. Those things, the exact same things that I named. Exact same things that I named. So basically, what I was saying is she was saying in her paper, and same thing that Briefall said.
I didn't dispute what those two were in alignment.
So what am I wrong about?
I tried to. How do I explain it now? I did my best to explain it to you.
Well, basically, you go talk to Gigi, man, because I'm not bringing this up to Gigi. If you want to talk to him, go ahead. I'm not.
What's his email, man? What's his email? I don't actually have it. Could you put it in the back chat?
Because his email is his real name.
Is it like, are there any capitals or? Because I already.
His email is his real name. That's like I don't share his.
I got you. Okay. All right.
And he's got issues. He's got legal issues. I don't share that with everybody.
For sure.
Unless you're a PhD or you know him, I don't share his email.
For sure.
That's why I don't.
All right. Well then I'll just try and get at him when I can.
And get in when he can. If he wants to share his email, that's fine. Okay. But I can't do it because he's got his real name in his email.
Man, you came up here with no damn ammo, PK. Come on now.
Well, no, I actually tried to lay out the case, and unfortunately, we just have a difference.
You
didn't lay out the case.
I mean, I really did, but I mean, you just didn't understand it.
Bro, no.
I mean,
I don't know how else to frame it.
I did understand your case, right? And I asked you, you said marriage goes back as far as blah, 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 blah. I said, okay, how far back does it go? You said the fourth century BC, which goes back much further than that. Okay. And basically that's why this is too much work. It's too much work. So I actually show you this shit, right? Mm-hmm. Well, before I'll actually go through this motherfucking paper in video and point it out, right? Because I highlighted all the stuff on my tablet, okay? And I actually highlighted what she was saying. She actually agreed. Okay, how they're trying to determine at what she was trying to do is that what there's gray areas between polar opposites, right? Mm-hmm. The polar opposite of how women rule and how men rule are different. Okay, women don't rule the same way as men. So father rule and mother rule are different. They're different. How they rule is different. Even though they rule differently. They don't necessarily have to women don't have to put a woman on the throne or woman on the crown or whatever it is. Basically, she said the exact same thing that Briefall was saying. Okay, most of these people are like representatives. Even in Crete, Crete was a matriarchy, right, through and through, but they had a king, a Minoan king on the Isle of Crete.
How that works? None.
Same way.
I'm leaving it alone. You're right.
The same way that you have Queen Victoria in a patriarchy.
How that work?
It's
none.
How does it work?
It
works the same way as if there was a king. Mary, Queen of Scots, Queen Mary, right? Okay, how that worked? It's still a matriarchy.
Queen of the Czar.
Still a patriarchy. Women didn't all of a sudden start ruling over the men in the families in business and all that kind of stuff just because they had the queen on the throne. No, still a patriarchy.
Seems pretty weird to me, bud.
Just the top.
Huh? Seems pretty weird to me.
Oh, Look, hold on. Explain to me how it's weird if her husband dies, if the king dies on a voyage like that, or
Well, that's the
handling
only
business, and there's no
cases, and
hold,
that's the only cases wherein a patriarchy can actually elect a female
well, how
to
is
the
that
throne.
weird? Because that's usually the case. That happened in Russia. That's why the female queen, I forget her name. Was it
Yeah,
like Victoria?
yeah, yeah,
She had like a
yeah.
60-year illustrious reign, bro.
Yeah,
She brought Russia back
and Russia was a
from
hardcore patriarchy.
right. But they couldn't find a suitor BGS. They couldn't find a suitable king from any of
Yeah,
the neighboring
and
provinces, right? To get her.
you had Queen T that was pharaoh for a while. You had a whole bunch of instances where this was actually happened. Okay, there's times that this stuff happens, but the thing is, the system that's in place, the system that's in place, and who rules, who actually wields power, is different, right? Between the matriarchy and the patriarchy. Well, what she was actually saying is that she wanted to, because she's in India, she's not from the West, she's in India, okay? And what she's saying is the same patterns exist where she is, but the thing is, there's gray areas. How do you kind of reduce those gray areas? At what point does it cross over from one to the other?
I
That's
don't
what
know.
she's trying to determine. That's
Yeah,
what
I mean,
she.
like that. Yeah, she's trying to figure it out.
That's
Yeah.
what the whole paper was about. Not that there's not one or the other. Is that how do you actually reconcile the gray areas in between?
And the queen,
That's
you
what
think the queen runs Great Britain, or when she had the power,
she.
ran Great Britain like a matriarchy? Come on, man.
No, the queen can only run the system that she's put in. Same thing with a king. You can only run the system that you put in. Otherwise, you won't be king or queen for very long.
He had to run it
Same
with a dick. Come on, bro.
same thing with the Roman emperor, right? If you didn't run it the way the system was put in, guess what will happen? They call it tyrannicide. They chase you down and kill you. Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing if you're president, right? They didn't want to do the tyrannicide. We had to kill the king. So what did they put in place of tyrannicide? Impeachment. Okay.
Mhm.
These systems have been around for a very long time, right? So that's how come I took the patriarchy of the 18th and 19th century England and compared it to, you know, 1000 BC Etruscan or 5th century BC Greece or 3rd century BC um, Rome, right? It's not. It's the system that is in place and how it's run. Is it the same? Is it different? Is it the majority the same? And basically, if you read the papers I just put out about patriarchy, especially the legal document for the custody of infants, right?
Mhm.
It's the exact same system, almost to a T. Almost to a
Right.
T.
I don't think we disagree there. That's
So
not the point of disagreement.
So
If it's
so
the
so
same,
when they
if
so when
it's the
so when
same
they just
system,
so what they were the disagreement was is the patriarchs were trying to find out how far back does patriarchy go as far as they can determine, right? They
I
look for it.
don't know about that one. That's yeah, I don't know
what do
about
you
that
mean? What do you mean?
because
There's deep
I tried to lay
communal,
this out earlier, man. I really did. I did my best to explain it. I
but you
don't know
can't
how
lay
else to
it out
explain it.
because there's deep communal ties of
You try
patriarchy that go all the way
you
I don't.
back to
I
Adam.
guess you just like I said. If you don't, you tried to like you mentioned later on about the timeline situation. If you don't look at the timelines and actually think that these people uh were laying something out without any sort of motive and without any sort of biases or any sort of intention behind why they were doing what they were doing, you're just wrong. You are.
But even in the case that someone were to do that, I think them observing what's going on and recording that data, the data would still be the data,
and that it would
regardless
be
of
the data.
whatever tried, like however they tried to spin it. I think that's more so what BGS is trying to say. Like the data is still the data. They collected it, they
Yeah,
observed it, and then
But
and
see,
compared
how
it and
how
compared it.
they observed
somebody
it,
else's,
yes, that's
yeah,
going to be different based off of how they, are brought up or whatever philosophies they believe in. But the data that they collected
Right.
is still going to be the data that they
Yeah.
collected.
Yeah.
right.
But
And
You can backtrack.
is the data good data if you're not
Yes,
using if Pookie stop, you're not no. Stop it.
How does
Is
it
the data still good data if
how
if you're pulling from people who aren't necessarily
how
good representatives
how
of
does
it?
the step pyramid wind up in South America laid out the exact same way that it is in Egypt?
Because, like you
So
mentioned earlier, because people take their culture and their histories with them.
Yes, and
That isn't
guess
that
what?
isn't
Guess what?
exactly, they
that isn't
moved it
unique.
Guess,
from Africa.
guess what else they take with them?
Go ahead.
Fucking systems and
They
structures,
take away the way they organize themselves, right?
To what extent?
societal completely.
To
Not
what extent?
necessarily.
We mean
That
not
isn't true.
necessarily. They have
They
pyramids.
don't
They have
transfer.
pyramids.
They don't ever
Yes, they do
transfer.
transfer. They have.
Hold on.
Shut
They
up,
have.
Pookie.
That pull you down or what?
So
Listen, I can't do that.
it matters to what extent, right? Because when people move from one location to another, it doesn't mean that their culture and the systems that they had prior are one to one. For instance, when a tribe dies off, or when a tribe, a nomadic tribe, for instance, pieces of their culture may be lost to history, and so they may have to go to those areas where they once roamed to dig up that history. And so that's what they do in some of these cases to try to make these claims in the first place, and they do a lot of inductive reasoning.
What do you mean
And so
inductive reasoning?
Why would
Okay,
they
what I
wait,
have
mean
wait,
to
whoa,
by
whoa,
do
what
whoa,
I
that?
whoa,
mean
whoa, whoa,
by
whoa,
what
whoa,
I
whoa,
mean
whoa,
by
whoa, whoa,
inductive
whoa.
reasoning is
Whoa, whoa,
that
whoa, whoa.
mhm,
If you take a totem from the pygmy tribe in southern in eastern Africa, right, and the same kind of symbols show up in America, okay,
okay,
how so? In other words, did aliens actually carry it to the other side of the world, or what?
of
How did they
course
get
not,
the information? They
of
carried it
course
with
not.
them, right? So basically, it's almost one to one.
Right. Because
So no,
there's multiple factors that contribute to people remembering how to organize their societies. You have the socialization, you have muscle memory, and then you have stuff that's built into their tradition and culture, stuff that they have habits. You have patterns, stuff like that. And then you just have just general organization that wouldn't change, PK. They would still have to organize themselves during the Great Migration. So why would their societal structure actually change if they're going to a similar environment
If,
from
if,
Africa
if,
to
if,
South America?
why basically why would their culture change?
Right.
because their environment changed.
It would be
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
would it change that radically?
No, not completely, but no, they did. But that's why I said I made this supposition earlier. I said that they didn't completely change, but they did change parts of their culture generally when they moved from place to place. So it isn't necessary to say that, for instance, the pygmy tribe that you mentioned earlier was always quote unquote a matriarchy throughout their entire existence, or a patriarchy for that matter either. That's not how things generally played out. Almost in any of these systems,
And you gotta
Yeah, yeah,
in any of these histories.
thing is that okay, if basically if you travel all over the world and you see this stuff play out over and over and over and over and over
right.
again, right? Would there not be great similarities?
There would be, yes.
So wouldn't you start
Because the whole
classifying? Hold on a second, Pookie. Can you please stop for a second?
okay.
Would you not start classifying these similarities?
I mean, it depends. Depends on how you. The reason I say it depends is because a lot of this is overlaid with, like I said, the classifications that we're using to describe them. Like, if we're going to try to essentially try to fit these things into boxes, then we'll name them, in accordance
Hmm.
with what our ideological framework is, what our philosophies are, and that's what we're doing. And so that's a big issue. That's a part of the problem,
Why is it a big issue?
because you're attempting to explain something that isn't necessarily fitting into those categories and trying to force a narrative, and it isn't necessarily true. Go ahead.
The thing is, that's why you argue over it, right? But the thing is, if you keep how
Well,
many
how long are
examples,
we going to argue over it?
how many examples do you need before you say, okay, this is a pattern?
I- it's
It's a
not enough.
classification.
Three,
Why?
three at
What do you mean it's
least.
not enough? Okay, we do it with science all the time. What do you mean it's not enough?
In terms of, I'm sorry. Mhm.
Every atom is not the same. Okay, it's like a snowflake. Okay, you start grouping these things. Okay, How electricity
Maybe-
doesn't respond under every circumstance the exact same way, but if it does it within a certain percentile, start grouping these things. There's no such thing as black or white in the universe. Okay, nothing.
True.
But
I
how do you
think
Because
how do you how Pookie? What do you want to say, Pookie? Go ahead, man.
I was just, if you go down to a molecular structure, like you were saying, if you go down to the actual I forget what it's called, but quantum physics or quantum thinking is there's always a percentage for things to go the other way. Just because on a relativity level, on a big structure level, everything seems solid. That's not really reality, PK. Things are just these big structures are just tiny little structures with randomized percentages. So every action on this planet, every biome is going to be influenced by that. Nobody factors that in when they're thinking about this stuff. That's all I
I,
wanted to add.
I think the biggest thing here is that BGS is basically taking it from the frame of the arguments that have been lauded in society, like
Mhm.
patriarchy has always existed, patriarchy has always been here.
And
We're trying to fight the
it
suppression,
yeah.
and he's taking those definitions. These are not definitions like PK. You are right that these people have a certain agenda, but if you're going to fight their arguments, you have to go by their definitions.
Man, fuck
You
that. Get that
you
bullshit out
can't
of here. If it's all based on some bullshit to begin with, why are we accepting the
It, bec-
definitions
be,
that they lay out?
Go ahead.
because the people at the top are taking this seriously. They currently right now they are the heads of institutions. They are
Mm-hmm.
lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
They're in every facet that constitutes control. So you have to be able to speak their language to
Mm-hmm.
let them know that they're doing something that does not make sense.
Right.
I understand where you're coming from, PK. I've been sitting here and I was just thinking about it. I was like, wait, and I 100% understand. But where BGS is coming from is he's trying to explain in their own language why they're dumb. Not
Right.
necessarily, oh, you're dumb, therefore I just do not believe you.
Instead of just saying that they're dumb, instead of never explain. It's the same thing the racists do. Oh, you're black. Fuck you, and then just never explain it. Just walk the fuck off because it's just to elicit emotional response at the end of the day. And PK, I mean, I know that I've been noticing you for a while, and you're always the guy that's always hating to having to re-explain something to somebody else in another dialect. So I would think you'd be more empathetic to what BGS is talking about. Because me personally, I would hate to have to be. Imagine if you're in that position at the top with in the thralls of control, and you have somebody that can't even interpret the lay of the land, the language of the land, trying to explain to you in layman's terms what's actually going on. That's difficult. That's a
Yeah.
difficult, strenuous situation. There needs to be some cohesion on how people communicate, bro.
Yeah.
To just
Yeah.
for like
That's
easy.
what.
Well, I
That's
mean, I'm
Just,
breaking down. I'm trying
no,
my
no.
best to
We-
break. This is
he-
for both of us actually, because I mean, BGS is doing it. He's doing a good job of it. But the thing is like if if I go back and I've said this in the comment section, if I read something and I go back and I try to coalesce or put all this information together and try to basically spit it out to you, I'm basically doing a fucking spark notes. That's what I'm doing.
that's what,
And so in
it-
a
but
lot of
it's not even spark notes.
yeah,
Okay.
But
it's
see,
broken shit at this point.
that's an
And so
argument.
I have
but
to
It's an
go
see,
argument.
back
I
and
mean,
redo
let
shit
me
that I may have
amalgamate it
done
one.
before.
Do you understand his argument? Because I'm trying to understand his argument.
I understand his argument, but I think right now it's unfounded only in the sense that what BGS is trying to do is completely different than what I don't know why PK is doing the argument, but I understand his argument.
Explain his argument to me because I don't understand.
From for how I understand it,
Mm-hmm.
he just doesn't want this to be in the mindset of how basically people who don't even have our best interests at heart. He just doesn't want the discussion to be in their philosophical frames.
It's in their court.
Bro, this is come
You
on,
don't
man.
understand. That's why I tried to tell you earlier. This entire discussion in
Mm-hmm.
terms of what we're talking about right now was born
Uh-huh.
out of the Enlightenment. You can go back and pull from histories of what was the guy's name? Roman historian. I can't remember his name right now. You can go back to him, for instance, and pull from him, but they use that and they mix it with philosophy, with Engels
Confucius.
and
What are you talking
and
about?
philosophy and feminist arguments to make what we're
Okay,
discussing a thing.
okay.
That's what they're doing.
Feminism as a concept, right? Feminism as a concept really didn't start to the 20th century as a concept.
When did your boy write his book?
Huh?
When did your boy write his book?
You talking about Briefalt?
Yeah.
In 20th century, but feminism had nothing to do with anthropology back then.
No,
None.
it did.
Where?
All over. You resoundingly admitted it just
No, I
earlier. You
didn't.
don't remember?
Okay, what
You
did I
said
admit?
you said that insofar as feminism is concerned, even the woman that I linked to you, which was actually, I did it for that very reason, so that you would hopefully see the link.
She's in
And that was a part of
1995.
it. But that was a part of the point, was to prove to you that yes, this is
And she
this is a
and
part of
she
the philosophy and why they did what they did.
and she's not a Westerner.
It
She's from India. She was trying to make sense of it. Okay,
India.
because she sees the pattern, right? She sees the pattern. She agrees with the pattern, okay? Because she's seen them, okay? What she's saying is that the way they're trying to expand the definition of matriarchy versus patriarchy, right? Okay. The way they're trying to expand it, is there a crossover? And what markers can you use to actually identify one versus the other? Because she said there's a gray area in the middle that doesn't have either. Okay, or what we call egalitarian, as she puts it. There's still feminist language, right? So she has uh, matriarchy, matrilineal, whatever you want to call it, versus patriarchy, right? Patrilineal, whatever you want, father right, whatever you want to call it, right?
Mm.
And those are the two ends of the scale, right? Even though the way they manage each other is different, but there's a middle where those five markers could go either way. And that's what she was saying. Even Briefart was saying that children can inherit both. The thing is, which one dominates in a social system? And if you go to India, India is a solid patriarchy. Okay. You go to China, which is a solid patriarchy. So Japan has been there for a long time without Western influence. Okay. The stuff goes back centuries, eons, right?
They're conservative.
Okay.
So
You
how
can actually
you
trace Chinese have writings going back 5,000 years. You can trace the writings back 5,000 years and see the same patterns. So the thing is that it's there. Okay. It's actually there. You can actually trace it back. You actually read the writings, look at the materials, all that kind of stuff, and actually compare. Well, what her argument is that she's trying to rectify at what point do you cross over from being a matriarchy versus a patriarchy. That was her argument. It was a whole argument. What markers can you use to identify one versus the other, and at what point can you say this is one versus the other? That was her whole argument. She didn't actually argue whether the existence of one versus the other. She never did.
I say, and I think a fair estimation would be you are over 50%.
And what she was saying about, if you read the paper, I mean, really read the paper, what she was saying is that anthropology, standard anthropology, and standard archaeology are actually rejecting the feminist argument. That's what she was actually saying.
Yeah, I said that because
she said that what we see here as far as patriarchy versus matriarchy, right? As it's been described for the past couple hundred years or 300 years, as they have done it, because it actually started way before that in the Catholic Church when they invaded Egypt. Okay, it started way before that. You go back and read Manetho, where the Greeks actually captured him, right? He actually explained a lot of this shit, which is where what's his name? Churchward depends on Manetho quite a bit. The Greeks, Rome's, and all that kind of stuff. They're all the writings that are actually been collected, right? But the thing is that what she was saying is that the standard archaeology, the same standard way that they describe matriarchy versus patriarchy, right? The feminists want to change it, but it's been resisted. Okay, it's thrown out because there's no basis for it. They're trying to expand the definition of what a patriarchy is versus a matriarchy. Because and me and Gigi actually went back and did this because we don't actually want to show, because in feminist language and even sometimes in language in the United States, they want to say that this is still a patriarchy, right? And what me and Gigi are saying, that it's probably leaning toward a matriarchy, or at the very best egalitarian society. Because if you go back to the old standard rules of what a patriarchy actually is, okay, that standard outline of what a patriarchy was, from Etruscans all the way up to 19th century England, doesn't exist anymore. And you actually go back and see when that actually changed. And the biggest factor of identifying where it changed was the custody of infants, Carol Norton. Okay, that was the biggest change, because before that, women did not have rights. They didn't. In a patriarchal Western setting, they did not have rights. That's what they were fighting for. That's what Carol Norton was fighting for. Who does the child belong to? That's the first thing. That's the first marker. Is she said it? Is Briefall said it? Is Radcliffe Brown said it in 1950? And she was arguing the same thing. The first marker of patriarchy, matriarchy, whose descent, whose line is the who did the kids belong to first? Descent is second. Okay.
I think you're. I don't. Okay, so let me start here. To co-sign with most 99% of what you said, I agree. Okay, let's start there. The second thing I want to say is one of the biggest issues though that I see is that you play right into their hands when you essentially supply them with ammo. And
What
one
do
of
you
the
mean?
ways that you supply them with ammo is by acknowledging the argument, by saying that this ever was a meaningful thing, right?
I think so right there, I think the reason
I'm just
why
saying, you really
How
play into
how do
their
you
hands.
how do you overturn the goddamn system, PK?
you have to do it from within the system.
Yes. How did she do
So
it? How did
the
she?
problem,
How did Carol Norton get the custody of the infants through?
Okay,
How
I'm
did
gonna
she
say
get it
this. Hold
through?
on. Let me say this to the chat. If you don't understand what I'm saying, don't even say anything. These guys understand. Go ahead. You got it, BGS. Go ahead.
In other words, how did she change? How did she change the got women's rights into a patriarchy? How did she do it? She used their arguments.
and that's why I think that distinction is extremely important, because at first people came together. It was those that were largely agricultural versus those who had the power, knights, clergymen, kings, rulership, and stuff like that. So at first it was people versus rulers.
Mhm.
Then as everything evolved, it women started splitting off and collecting data for their own narratives. And because men didn't do that, because men did not have a need for that until now, we have to use the data that they collected because they already started collecting that data. And I think where PK is coming from is he's coming more from the aspect that we need to do our own work, but I think it's misguided towards BGS in so much as BGS is doing a completely different job. What BGS is doing is he's trying to actively change the system from within. I think those are the two biggest differences
Okay.
in this conversation.
Yeah. So basically, it's the
you can
Joker versus Batman thing all
no,
over again.
you can only change it from within unless you can radically change the environment. Can you do that?
Fucking yeah, burn it down. Easy clap.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
Well,
point.
the
Well,
system will let you, man.
then you're gonna doom humanity to like 10,000 years of what, barbarism?
Yeah,
We
fuck it.
build it back.
Suffering is just
Easy
Well,
clap.
it's easy for you to say.
It's a joke.
And in other words, like even Gigi agrees with me, okay, about where this stuff came from, where feminism as an ideology, as a thought pattern, really didn't start until the 20th century, right? And basically, what Briefall didn't put feminism in any of his writing. It didn't matter to him. He goes back to the old school. Goes back to the old school.
I don't know. I don't know whether to co-sign it or not. I read a bit about his wives, and that's questionable. That's questionable.
But the thing is, does the pattern that he describes, is it accurate?
Unfortunately, we just don't have any scholars who would see it from a purely masculine point of view. So
Let's put it this way, right? If we're just talking about a just did a video on this chick that that married a Ghanaian kid, got taken to Ghana, and basically she had to move because she tried to go to the FBI and get him back, but guess what? They don't have an agreement to actually send the kid back, and basically in Ghana, the father's family has control of the children. It's been that way for thousands of years. Okay, it's been the exact same way. You ask them, it's always been that way for thousands of years. They have the exact same pattern that they've had for thousands of years. The father has control of the children. Okay, they have a hardcore patriarchy, and that's what so the women, black women, actually going over there are actually facing a hardcore patriarchy. No, bitch, don't work that way.
and I think what's
and they have a matriarchy right next to it to compare to that works differently, where the wealth, the money, and all that kind of stuff, the children actually pass through the female line. They're right next to each other. That one tribe does one thing, the other tribe does another, right next to each other.
Well, that's the gray area we were talking about earlier.
No, nothing. But the thing is, you can actually see how a matriarchy actually operates, okay, versus a patriarchy, and the differences in how they actually basically not only monitor but actually function as far as the home life, the money, who gets to represent people on the outside, as far as making laws and all that kind of stuff. Basically, and you can go any place in the world, whether it's Asia, whether it's South America, whether it's the natives before they actually came in and destroyed most of the natives. Okay, the patterns are the same. I'm a hardcore scientist. I'm a realist. I'm a hardcore scientist, right? I look for patterns. Either the pattern fits or it doesn't.
Right, and I think that's where PK, you just need to trust BGS on that, because I don't think BGS would just be, I guess.
Well, number one, I'm not a. Well, I said this in the comment section. Number one, I'm not a PhD, and number two,
Neither
I'm
am
not
I.
a scientist.
I'm a scientist.
So this is something that I do in terms of looking up information and reading through scholarly articles. That's something I do on my fucking free time if it's something I'm interested in or want to know about. So for me, I don't do this in any seriousness. I do it because I'm interested in it.
You think I get paid for this? This is something was told to me about back 30 years ago. Okay, how things work.
I know you old. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
I am old.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
So
I was trying to make a joke. It was a bad taste.
So basically, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because Negroes in the black sector refuse to actually talk about how our society, black society, actually functions as a matriarchy, as a gynocracy. They refuse to believe it. So that's to show them the pattern.
I think for us that's 100% accurate, and you can discuss that. But when we start to, this is the biggest issue that I have, I would say, at this point, right, is the issue that this is something that is permeating all of our sciences. And so when you dig into different things, you find the ideology in there at almost all levels at this point.
What's permeating our sciences? Feminism?
Well, not just feminism, that certain line, that certain school of thought that has people using agendas essentially to base it, biases to paint data and certain things in a certain light. You're never going to get that out of there, right? To a certain extent, but to another extent, though, when it comes to this one in particular, it's so damaging that I would say it's destroying. It's destroying the fabric of everything.
So why do the Chinese look at it differently?
What do you mean?
They don't go by our definition, but the thing is, the pattern is still the pattern,
Right. I just don't think the data would affect BGS one way or another. BGS just looks at it
Well,
through a certain
I would
lens.
agree with
So
him if the data was the data was the data. I would, but that isn't the case.
I what thing is your argument with you have an argument with me? Go talk to them. Because
right,
what I'm saying, I'm backing up. I'm talking about the pattern is a pattern. Go to China, right? A woman cannot get an abortion without her husband's or a man's um, consent. Okay, for and if you don't want the kid, she had to go get an abortion. She can't have the kid without his permission. Okay, that's patriarchy, Chinese style. That's the pattern. They don't do it the way we do it. We're far more liberal. But thing is, the Japanese until recently, okay, farther right. That bitch better shut the fuck up and cook my dinner. Okay, it's farther right. Still today, the strong men still rule it. They're actually fascist. They're not liberal. They don't operate the same way we do. So
and on,
so Western feminism is not infecting their thought.
and honestly, PK, I think the only way this will stop being a problem is if we just go out and I guess collect our own data. But I don't know a lot of people that will sign up for that, especially if they're going to do it for free.
But the thing is that they
They
do
don't. They
collect the
don't.
data.
Yeah,
They
they
do
don't do.
they
No, go
do
ahead.
collect the data. Okay, that's what we're trying to show, right? Me and Gigi are trying to show they collect the data. They know what the truth is. They're lying. Okay, the data is there, but they're
Okay, so
lying.
we agree. Yeah, we agree
Okay,
then.
okay.
Yeah,
They're
I was
lying.
gonna say that. I
They're
was gonna say
lying.
that.
Okay, but the thing is, in little scholarly articles like this one that nobody actually looks at, she's agreeing with what she's actually agreeing with all the men. She's disagreeing with the feminists. So you just can't make shit up. Okay, what they're trying to do is say that what they're trying to say is that the patriarchy in the United States and Western Europe still exists. That's what they're trying to say because you had all the
Yep.
Can I finish my thought?
Sorry about my bad.
In other words, they're saying because you have men in office and we don't have like 51% or majority of the people in office, this is actually a patriarchy, right? Which is, if you go back to the original pattern of patriarchy, what they're saying is not true. And what she's saying is she's actually looking at markers because where she lives there is a patriarchy, and how what their patriarchy doesn't operate like ours, supposedly ours. She's saying, at what point can you say that there's one versus the other? That's what she's trying to say. Because what feminists actually trying to present as a patriarchy or the limits of a patriarchy isn't one. Okay, according to the historical data, according to the anthropologists and archaeologists, what you're presenting as a patriarchy isn't one. It's something else. Okay, you can't call it a patriarchy. Okay, it's more like a matriarchy, and that's where the disagreement comes in. Where is the line? That's what she was trying to say. That's why I read the argument. I knew we were going to do this. That's why I read the whole argument. She's trying to figure out where's the line.
Nah,
There's
fuck
got to
all
be a
that. No
line.
lies. No lies anymore. Fuck it. Just
No,
mask off. Fuck it.
what she was trying to argue in her paper that you presented, where's the line?
Nah, fuck it,
Now,
man. We don't need
now,
lines
now,
apparently.
now, if you photograph, you go to your book, photograph the page, I will actually buy the book and read it. Okay,
Man,
I'll
there
do
are
that
three.
for you.
It's not one book. It's three. You
Give
don't
me
have to buy it. By the way, it's not. It's free. You don't have to buy it
if I'll read
if
it
you want to read it online.
if you show me the page number where you're trying to or page numbers where you put in arguments from, I will actually take time and actually read it because I got about 8 books piled up that I need to read.
All right,
Okay,
I'll probably get to around like page 300 because I got a week off, so I'll look through it again. I'll skim through it and see if I can find something that maybe interests you or may not. And
what I want to know
send it
is
your way.
the argument that you're making.
We're done arguing.
No. Can you shut up for a minute, PK?
I'm quiet.
The argument that you're making needs evidence. I've been asking you for it, right? Now, you said it's in a book. Okay. If you don't want to do a video, take your phone, skim through it, find the page, photograph it, send it to me. If you do that, then I should take time to actually read the goddamn book or books, whatever it is, right? Okay. because I took, like the Briefald's book, right? I skimmed through it, right? Just that part, that portion of the book alone, right? It's 300 pages. His whole work is like 1,200 pages. Okay, his whole work, the mothers, 1,200 pages. Okay, so I compare what Briefald says to what she says, and the guy that she references says. If they say the same thing, guess what? Hundreds of years apart. Guess what? They're consistent. That's what I look for. When I actually compared Monahan report, right, and I compared Will and Julius Wilson and the others, I compared them to Fraser and Du Bois, right? If they all say the same thing, guess what? They're consistent. That's what I look for.
For sure.
It's called science. Okay, it's not rested upon one instance. Like when I read Churchward's book, right? I actually went to the computer and started comparing and making sure that the shit that he was saying was actually accurate. Guess what? It was. What he said about the tonals, I was in Central America, right? Looking at what he was actually describing. Okay. And we're actually talking about the layout of the pyramids and the Queen's Pyramid, the King's Pyramid, and the supporting buildings, how it was laid out, exactly as he said it was. The symbols are almost the same thing. That's what Churchward actually did. He actually compared symbols from all over the world and compared them to the ancient mythology of where they came from.
Mhm.
That's why I can tell you about the totems. Why did he create the totems, right?
Mhm.
So you don't have crossbreeding, but you have to know what breeding is in the first place. You have to learn what breed. You can't learn it internally. You have to learn it externally. Okay. In fact, he said it, and then there's other people from Africa and from the islands that said the same thing. Okay. You don't know what breeding is until you actually marry a rooster. Actually, they actually say a rooster with the hen. And you get an egg, or you bring two goats together, or two cows together. Start herding animals. You actually learn this is the way procreation actually works. Oh, if theirs works that way, guess what? Maybe ours does too. And then you have to start making symbols to actually identify who could actually breed with who. So you will bring, just like the Musu, they actually bring in people from other villages, guys from other villages, to actually mate with their women, and vice versa. It will send men to other villages. But the thing was, uh, uh, they actually brought men into the village to actually sire the children, and then the clan will actually raise the kids, and vice versa. So what the Musu in China actually do, that goes back hundreds of thousands of years about how things work, how you actually sire children and actually operate in a clan. Okay, that pattern goes back hundreds of thousands of years. They still use it. In fact, black people still use it. Right? Black women actually. Why do black women always give uh, the last name of the child to the father? Not because they want to carry lineages. They want to make sure that last name, if they actually meet a stranger, if you have the same last name, they don't want to crossbreed. So she can have uh, uh, 10 kids by 5 guys, right? Or 10 kids by 10 guys, right? She's going to give them each the last name of the father to identify the breeding pattern. So this stuff carries over for the same reason, sometimes in different ways, but the same pattern exists. That's a matriarchal, gynocentric pattern that goes way back to the totems. So the totems. In fact, I had they brought in an animist from Africa, right? And he was explaining the totems the same way. Yeah, that's what it's there for. So animism, totemism animism was actually first, and then totemism, where they actually had an animal or symbols that actually identify this tribe versus another tribe. How did it wind up in Native America?
Hey man, you told me aliens, bro. I'm fucking with you. Uh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Churchward is a very, very, very underrated book. That's when I say you want to actually learn Gnosticism, start with that one. The it actually explains the astrological ages and the symbols that come out of that. If you understand the astrological ages, understand the moon. The moon is always a symbol of Hathor and Taurus, right? And Hathor and Taurus is a symbol of what? Matriarchy, because Hathor is the god, is the god of the moon, right? God of the moon, and the bull is her symbol. Crete, guess what Crete had? Guess what symbol of the Minoans or the Cretians were it was the bull. In fact, I downloaded an audio book talking about matriarchy and the bull. Feminist oriented, but thing is, it's how far back this stuff goes. And this was way before feminism was even an idea. Feminism actually comes out as a social contract. Okay, so feminism, all feminism is that the men, the common man, got rights that he didn't have, right? And women wanted part of it. And basically, it was actually spurred on by what? The Industrial Revolution, because women could actually separate themselves from the patriarchy, from the paternal order, because they didn't have jobs, they didn't need the men to survive. And then, and since the state wanted the control of the children and the women, they went along with it. That's how all this stuff got rolling. Because you had a 3,000 year old patriarchy in Europe, in Western Europe, that had been around forever. And it took less than a century to actually overturn that order. That's where we actually trace it back. Well, feminists do not want that to come out. That's why they started in 1856 instead of Carol Norton. You get to Carol Norton, you follow her chain of logic, she'll actually lead you to how feminism actually started and what it's about. They don't want you to see that. That's like when they refer to each other.
Reshaping the reality of the patriarchy.
We're shifting the reality of the patriarchy, actually digging out the truth. All right, bitch, what about this? Oh, well, where'd you get that? Go back and read it. Carol Norton. In fact, the rights of women. In fact, you can actually go pull up the paper, the rights of women. And she actually, guess what she references to actually get the rights of women?
Rights of man.
No, basically, parents patriarchy, right? Which is where the court can actually take away paternal custody, paternal rights from the man, paternal ownership of the children, property, and whatever from the man, and give it to the woman, according to the courts, which was overturned everything. She actually used that in an argument.
BGS, what was the name of that feminist woman, or not feminist, but
Carol Norton.
Carol Norton. All right.
Yeah, Carolyn Norton. The custody of infants. And then she they letter to the Queen, and then the rights of women in England, and they use that as a template for what we call modern day feminism, right? Property, custody of children. What's the other thing? She did about 10 things. I gotta go back and read it again. Did 10 things. Yes, sir.
The idea is that best lasted 70 years. The suffrage movement materialized within 50 years of that 70-year time frame, and the feminist movement fully blossomed just recently over the last, what would you say, 30 to 40 years?
I would say it started kind of in the 20s, but as feminist thought, as we think of it, didn't start till after World War II. Yeah. Then that's when it really kind of blossomed.
50 years, roughly from 2050, 60 years. Because I frame it off 2000.
Yeah, but the thing is the thing they read each other. What I'm trying to get is a hardcore definition of patriarchy. Okay, what is it? What as a system instead of this mush?
You'll be sniffing forever.
No, it's really simple.
It is, but though you'll be sniffing forever.
No. If you bring it out, they have guys emailing about those papers every day. People don't know about them. Once people know about them and start using them, it changes things.
Go from
because the stuff is there. The scholars only let so much of this kind of stuff out because they don't want things to change. But once it's out, guess what? You can't unsee it. So I bring it out.
because public is one thing, right? BGS, but out and exposed is a
Yeah.
whole nother thing. There's a whole bunch of shit that's on the public web that I know about that 90% of people don't know about. They probably call you crazy, but as soon as it ends up in some kind of commercial or it's referenced somehow, just like the red pill, like
I mean,
7
I
a.m.
mean, no, I mean, nobody talks about this shit until I mean, even Gigi didn't talk about this shit till I brought it up. He agrees with it.
And speaking of which, BGS, really quick, do you think that the reason why they're passing these harsher laws is so that they can get some of the men that had these children out of wedlock to kind of support the women and the families instead of just leaving them high and dry?
You've seen harsher laws. What do you mean?
So, for instance, instead of just I would say, since because what I'm specifically talking about is the fact that there's a bunch of children born in the black community, but they can't pin it on black men per se.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to, like, how would they go about correcting that situation? Like, is them pushing more so for the elimination of abortion as well as the
No,
heart.
it has. Okay, why are they overturning Roe v. Wade?
Right, they're overturning Roe v. Wade because they're trying to get the white population numbers up.
Yeah, easy way to do that is actually stop them from killing babies, right?
Right.
Once
So
once you do that, how do you pay for them?
Yeah, that's the second question.
you get the men who sire
Yes,
those children to pay for it.
yes, okay, but you give them, but now you have to prove it, right? For DNA
Right,
test.
with paternity testing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but the issue I see
Mhm.
is in the black community. There's already an
They
enclave of
they
women.
don't care about the black community. It's not about them.
Okay, so then my question would then turn into would there be a clean way of getting rid of the black community, or is
Yeah,
that just
no, there's no clean way. There's only 3 ways to get rid of a population like this, right? What are
Explain
3?
clean. What do you mean by clean?
Oh, there's the
okay?
cleanest way.
So
The cleanest way is what the Germans did. That's the cleanest way.
no, by clean, what I mean is you have. So me personally, I do not
Mhm.
see a way out for a lot of the single mothers in the black community, especially the ones that had children by other groups of men, and those men don't want to take care of those children. So
They have the same rights as in laws that everybody else does.
and
A white man cannot escape his responsibility for a child no more than a black man can.
Nope.
now, so you know about that stat that says white. So the demographic with the least divorce is among the coupling of a white man and a black woman.
We found a study. It was one Pew study in 2004. It was limited, right? It was a Pew study. It wasn't a government study.
Nope.
Okay.
And they've been using that ever since in 2004.
Okay. All right.
Because I myself was surprised about the study because I thought to myself, wouldn't not the first immigrants from third world country be the highest demographic the less divorce?
Say that again, man.
Would not logically be immigrants from third world countries be the demographic with the less divorce because of culture?
It would be.
Yeah,
culture.
Yeah.
They're proving that. In fact, the foreign divorce, a foreign divorce is, I think, like 12% versus 50 versus 70 in the black community.
Mm-hmm. And very shortly, PK, I warned you that BGS we fold you like cards. We house of cards. I warned you. You with your stupid arguments. We had the same argument.
Snake man, stop. You're 20. Stop it. You know what I'm talking about.
We had to. But the funny thing, BGS came to the same conclusion.
You don't
know how to argue.
You don't know.
You know what he did?
All right.
When I asked him about this 19.
One at a time. Yeah, one at a time.
So is it better if I do it at 40?
So what?
Is it better that I make the same?
I mean, I'm just like.
Go
Yeah.
I'm just listening to the whole thing, and it's like some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. And it's like there's certain arguments when the proof comes out, when the evidence is folded, you can't argue it anymore. You cannot argue it anymore. And the thing about it is, when people say, well, you're giving them too much ammo, you have to, even in a court of law, there's something called discovery. You have to give information that you're holding, just like they have to give theirs. See, you got to think about it. When it comes to the feminism argument and how to defeat it, it's already defeating itself. To the point where, like, what did I say yesterday when they talked about the heartbeat bill or the Unborn Child Act? I said, y'all really trying to get men just to say, fuck y'all, just move away. Like, men are just going to mess with prostitutes. Like, it's women really think they got the golden goose when it's on pussy. And a lot of dudes, unfortunately, half of the males in all of recorded history ever really reproduce, or a little bit less. So what is it to a guy who's hard on his luck with chicks and he's into fucking dolls and sex toys anyway? You pretty much guaranteed, a downgrade in the human race. Not eliminate, but definitely downgrade. And it goes back to like what we talked about on arts as well. Women gotta do something much better than this, because you never hear a guy that says, "Man, I enjoy talking to that girl." No, most women are boring. You got to come back with a lot of shit to correct for men to even be halfway interested. And you can't, and this is the first time in history you can't even use pussy anymore. Now, that says something. So, but yeah, you gotta pick better. You gotta pick a better argument.
Yeah, no, because IMBK had the same argument, because I didn't understand what actually is matriarchy and patriarchy, because when I hear the argument in the West, it's not consistent. It's not consistent. You actually explained it very well, BGS, and it makes actually much sense. But the problem was we had a heated argument, and at some point he answered my question like, which societies do you mean? And then he answered with continents. And I thought to myself, huh? You cannot say Africa when I say societies. You cannot say Asia when I say societies.
Right.
And then he did his second argument, oh, you are 21 years old. You do not know what I know. I wrote the books.
That's not what I said, but all right.
He comes from those societies.
No, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. After his books, what I told him is wrong.
Well, I mean, you come from you said Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, like, that's your history, right? So if you claim that you're a matriarchal society, which is true, that's on you. I don't have shit to do with what the fuck I need.
Hold on. And that's what I told you. Nigeria is something Western cultures. In Africa, there is no such thing as Nigeria. There is tribes. On BG, as I explained to you, there can be two tribes with different style of societies next to each other.
Because, wait, hold on a minute.
Let him finish.
Well, I mean, did you just complain about me naming countries instead, or continents? I named a country just now, right? So you talking about you come from Nigeria? There you go.
Even a country has.
So what do we? So Snake Man, what's your?
Hold on.
My argument. We're doing this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. It's very easy, PK. The dominant society who controls the other societies in Nigeria are the northern tribes, the Hausas, who are Muslim. They are patriarchy. So your entire argument saying, oh, Nigeria is a matriarchy is like, nigga, you actually know what's going on? Or do you read it one of your old books from the 1900s? How are the Hausas, who are basically Afro-Asiatic group, from the Afro-Asiatic language family, basically Semitic. How are they follow Islam? How is Nigeria patriarchy when they are in control? How is Nigeria matriarchy when they are in control?
So I would address your argument if you're being consistent with the prior argument that you made. That wasn't what you said prior. Now was it?
What?
And here we go again with the bullshit.
The issue is that he's not following up with what he said. You
What
weren't there,
what did he say prior?
Well, you said prior that that's not true. Historically, Nigeria was a matriarchy and is a matriarchy. So
no, I never said that. I never said that. That was your ideology.
No, that's what you said verbatim.
Hold on. Guys.
You weren't here, DGS. That's
guys. When I talk,
that's what you said.
Hold on.
We weren't on stream. This was off stream, number one. So you're trying to make up a new argument to basically hammer me with it because you want to be
No,
right
I didn't.
Now. Don't do that.
Guys. When I talk about Nigeria, did I ever say it's a matriarchy?
Don't do that, bro.
I don't know. We don't know.
You don't know. I never said that. Because that argument we had is you got butthurt because I told you if you get married in my society, now we talk about the Igbo tribe, and you have a wife and you fucking whores on the side, you get punished. You got mad about that.
Okay, what's your point? What do you make your point?
My point is because that you're inconsistent and you make no sense.
Okay.
Good point.
All right.
Good on you. Good on
because the same things that happen here in BGS happen in our discussion. So the only difference is you couldn't pull a fucking stupid card out your ass like you are too young.
Well, the thing is, the reason I'm allowing PK to actually say it because he said he didn't get a chance to explain his argument, right?
What argument?
I was trying to find that out. Okay.
Well, you fundamentally disagree with the argument, so I mean, you told me to prove it to you, so I got to go back and like you said, present the evidence. You want me to go through the book and show you where I'm pulling this from, so I have to go ahead and go back through the book and fucking tell you where
because I got to find out her argument and see if she's correct.
No, it ain't from her. It's from one of your boy even references this book.
Who?
So
Who's
I'm
my
actually
boy?
Your boy Briffall. He even references this particular book to try to state some of his claims, but he does it incorrectly. So I mean, this isn't something that's far away. They all pull from each other when they make this argument.
What did he do that was incorrect?
Oh, don't ask this question. He never has an answer.
No, well, you better come up with one. It says incorrect. What reasoning?
If I don't have an answer, man, listen, Snake Man, number one, me and you don't have to have a conversation anymore since you want to be so rude. All right. If I don't have an answer, don't ask me any questions. Number one. Number two, for BGS, if you want to find if you want exactly what societies weren't patriarchal, I can go ahead and link that for you.
What I'm saying is you said there's a book. The book comes from what Briefall actually referenced, right?
I already linked it to you. Remember, I told you. I'll tell you again. Here,
Can I finish my fucking sentence?
Go ahead.
Is it okay?
Yep.
I'm asking you a question. Haven't understood the question. You said he referenced something that was actually incorrect, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. What was incorrect about what he referenced?
I mean, from the way that he described the difference in between the societies themselves, which we talked about earlier. We already hashed that out.
Okay. So what in particular was he incorrect about?
His descriptors for what consisted of a matriarchal society versus a patriarchal society. He didn't do a good job of laying out his arguments for what didn't. He did lay out. He didn't do a good job of doing that. He actually went to contradict his own point.
How did he contradict his own point?
I mean, we talked about it. We listen. You said that earlier. At least insofar as the video is concerned, that a matriarchal society consisted of what was it in particular? Now we gotta pull up the video. Ain't that some shit?
What are the three things that actually identifies a matriarchy or a matriarchal pattern versus a patriarchal pattern? What are the three things that he actually said?
Well, it was not only the
custody of the children. What else?
Mm-hmm. Who the rule? Well, he underlined as well as he said the rule of the mother specifically.
Custody of the children. Custody of the children.
I mean, it's underlined and highlighted. I mean,
Custody of the children. As she said it, custody of the children. What else? How the wealth is, who holds the wealth, and how it's inherited.
It's nothing to do with rulership.
I mean,
Nothing to
but
do with rulership.
that's it's
This is
inherent
your
in the
argument,
word.
BK.
It's inherent in the word itself.
No, it's not.
It is.
But
Even in the
PK,
writing, it is.
I find
This
it
nigga lost.
I find it interesting because I think it's weird that you would think that BGS. So if there was something wrong, you don't think BGS would be able to find that out?
Man, it doesn't look like it apparently because we disagree still.
Uh,
Just because we disagree doesn't mean anything. What are the three things that he said that identifies a matriarchy versus patriarchy?
He doesn't know. He just saying
I
so.
just
I
told
mean, go
him.
ahead. You just told me. That's
I
what
just
you.
told
That's what
you.
you. That's what you lay out.
If you look at the differences, if you look at, say, like a Nigeria or even the Yukon, right? Okay, who gets the children? Okay, the mother's family, right? It's not the father's family, the mother's family. Who inherits the wealth? It's the women. Okay,
So what do these words mean?
and who holds the wealth? It's the
What?
women.
I get it. What do these words mean?
Basically, what he's saying is that when the women get children, when the women hold the wealth,
I didn't ask you
basically
to
it's a
say,
true,
man. We're
it's a
not.
true
We're not
power.
on. We're not talking anymore. Dude. We're done.
In other words, you're trying to break down the root word of rule, right? Mother rule versus
Yes.
father rule. Okay, is there only one kind of way to rule?
Well, no, not really. No,
Can you rule other ways instead of sitting on a throne?
of course.
Okay, there's countless ways, right? So if PK is the president of matriarchal land, right? Okay, but he has to go to the women's council to actually get permission to say this, this, and so. Who's actually the controlling the society? Is it him or the women's council?
Well, it would be the quote unquote woman's council.
Exactly. That's the matriarchy.
But you're still a
He-
king or a president. Good for
or
you.
you're if you go, he actually said it with, as far as he said most of the what they call chiefs or kings are actually representatives in the matriarchy. They're representatives.
So why would you go? Why would you then essentially contradict yourself and say that they were quote
How did
unquote?
how did I
Not
contradict
you,
myself?
not you. Why would you, as in the author,
How did he
go back
contradict
and
himself?
contradict yourself by trying to lay out the claim that something was quote unquote egalitarian and did label it as matriarchal? Why would you do that?
What the hell?
There was no separation in between the definitions themselves. You're trying to make a claim here, right?
What are you talking about? Explain that.
Oh my gosh. So okay, so when you say something is one thing,
Uh-huh.
but you claim it's another thing, do you not see a problem with that?
so
Okay.
I guess
In,
what PK.
in other words, okay, can okay, take like an authoritarian rule, like say like North Korea,
Turkey?
right? No,
Oh,
like
North Korea.
North Korea, right? Authoritarian rule, right? Okay, it's more top down. The guy in charge makes all the rules, blah blah blah, right? Whereas United States is more liberal or egalitarian, right? Where everybody has a say. Okay, different ways to rule, but do they both rule?
That's the question. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Okay,
I didn't hear it. I didn't understand it.
Okay, North Korea, authoritarian rule, right? Top down, right? Okay, versus more egalitarian or democratic rule in the United States or Western Europe, right? Do they both still rule?
Yes.
Okay, it's still rule. But it's a different style of rulership, is it not?
Correct.
But the thing is, who in certain, according to the matriarchy, which is tends toward more egalitarianism, which everybody says it's the exact same thing. They rule differently. They don't rule the same as men do. As far as a hardcore patriarchy, in fact, some more soft patriarchies don't rule the same way as a hardcore patriarchy. But the thing is, who predominates? is the word. How do they separate the things? How do you actually classify and identify a word or a system? Right? You got to do that to make sense of it.
Gotcha. So when you make the claim that there's no power or authority in these stages of society, and then turn around and say that they're quote
No
unquote
power.
matriarchal,
What?
you got a problem, man.
Okay.
You got a
I
problem.
love this nigga.
What
I
the
love this
fuck are you
nigga.
talking about, PK?
Well, I mean, in his own writings, there's a passage in which, on page 181, what does he say? You go back and read it. It
He
says
said
there is
he's
no such power or authority
in
in
the
the early
Chiefs.
stages
In,
of a
in the Ch- in the
right,
Chiefs. In the
right.
Chiefs. In the Chiefs. It's more democratic, right?
So
Yeah,
what does that
basically,
mean?
It's more
he is not an
democratic.
absolute ruler. He's not an
Come
absolute.
on, after me.
But why is that a matriarchy? If matriarchy is defined in that way,
What is the definition of the matriarchy versus patriarchy? What are the three things that he actually says?
I mean, you just laid them out.
In other words, what it has to do with rulership.
And that is the problem, BJS. He always think rulership is equal society. Yeah, hierarchy.
In other words, if you go back to the basics of when a primitive, of what he called a primitive society, which I don't agree with, or earlier society, right? Um, that still exists on the continent, right? They still exist. Those patterns still exist on the continent today. You can actually go look at them, right? They go back 10, 5, 10, 15,000 years. The Twa, the Pygmies, or the Sands people, right? The Bushmen, they go back 50,000 years. They've been doing the exact same thing for 50,000 years. You actually go back and look at them, okay? You actually observe them. The pattern of their society has been there for thousands and thousands of years. You go look at them, right? They can tell you exactly how people did things, or give you a good example how people did things 5, 10, 15, 20,000 years ago. Because those
Hey,
patterns still
PK,
exist.
there's a BDS. Isn't there a preserved island somewhere like close
Yeah,
between the Bermuda
it,
Triangle?
it was the Jawara tribe. Yeah.
Yep. Dark skinned niggas from 10,000
You,
preserved
you,
from
you,
10,000
you,
years ago.
your mic is killing us though right now.
Sorry, my bad. Is it too high? My bad. Sorry.
It's too high.
But okay, is this better? But yeah,
Yeah, it's better.
10,000 years ago they were preserved, bro. They've been preserved. We can't even interact with them. We would kill them off immediately. They're worse than the Native Americans in terms of their immunities.
Yeah.
That's how preserved they are. So
Yeah,
if you're aware, then how do you don't believe what we're saying?
And,
The tribe was 10,000 years old at least.
in other words, if you go, if even in Africa today, the same way I can tell you, right? If you go outside the urban area, especially, right, they still operate on a clan-based family system, right? After a certain age, the boys are raised with the boys, the girls are raised with the girls. So the clan-based system, right? Whether it was a patriarchy or a matriarchy, right? Those things they have in common. How they differentiate the two is who gets custody of the kids, the mother's family or the father's family. Okay, where the inheritance goes. Okay, the majority of the inheritance goes is it through the mother's line or is the father's line? Okay, and then basically who holds the wealth? Okay, so in any society, custody of the kids is wealth, human resources wealth, right? Labor and all that kind of stuff, right? Inheritance, how you pass down that wealth, right? And then the wealth itself. Wealth is always controls the society. Who's in charge doesn't matter. Okay. You can have the president, the king, democracy, whatever it is. Who has the wealth controls the society and how it's distributed. I don't care whether it's the Chinese Communist Party, whether it's the Soviet Union, whether it's North Korea, Japan, wherever, right? The Emirates, okay? Doesn't matter. Who has the wealth? How is it passed down? And basically, who's in charge? Who's in charge of what? That's why custody of infants was so important. Control, ownership of the children under paternal order. That's
Ownership.
like that chick is having problems getting her kids in Ghana. Guess what? Okay, sorry, babe. This is a patriarchy, right? Father's rights first. Okay, you don't have no
There's also,
rights here.
Yeah, that is why I'm confused when I said it's a matriarchy, because I literally asked the heir of my father. My father inherited everything from his grandfather and from his grandfather.
Yeah, that's
So I was
patriarchy.
confused. That's why I was confused which tribe you're talking about.
Yeah, and where there are, I'm sure there might be. I don't know if there's tribes in Nigeria with the same, with this opposite, right, where it's inherited through the mother's line.
Ah, yes, there are some. There are some.
Yeah,
Mostly in the eastern southern region. No,
yeah,
no, in the
yeah.
western southern
And then,
region.
they were saying, if you want to understand it as a system, right, instead of arguing whether the system's right or not right, you want to understand it as a system, as it's described as a pattern. Okay, you have to look at the system and how it's outlined and what the markers are. Okay, and those are consistent with this chick, with the chick, with the guy he referenced, and then and then and then brief fault. But thing is, if you photographed the page of where you got your information from, I will actually go back and read it. Okay, I will actually take time and go back and read it, and then and start cussing you out after I read it, which normally happens. This motherfucker, blah, 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 blah.
Too many different examples of this.
Man, I get tired of, because Amiri tried that shit. BGS, read the Negro Family United States. Motherfucker, I read this shit, I'm gonna beat you up with this goddamn book. I've been beating them up with that book ever since. Did you read the shit? Like what the Monahan report? Okay, what Charles is doing, what the Monahan report said. Monahan said 60 years ago, right, about boys, right? They need their own male institutions, right? They need their own male power. They need to be away from females, okay? So they can actually grow up and be men independently, right? Because the females actually inhibit that. And 60, 70 years later, it's still the same shit, okay?
I
They
guess
say,
people,
go
I
ahead.
guess people just like to see the difference, and it's incredibly crazy because motherfuckers don't understand how deep this feminism shit runs, especially in the black community. They still don't, and they see it every day. You're literally told not to be anything with purpose.
Mm-hmm.
You're told to not have a brain. Your purpose is to serve your mother, serve your sister, serve your girlfriend, serve your wife, and not ask for anything in return. And then maybe, just maybe, some down the line, you might get rewarded with some pussy or some sort of lowbrow admiration, then told get back to work. But, look at your education system. Who's going to school in your society? Who's going to educate? Who's being educated more in your
Yeah,
society?
yeah.
That tells you right there if it's a
The,
matriarchy.
the manosphere and the masculine movement are actually overturning all this shit, man. Overturning all these arguments. They don't have a leg to stand on. That's why we're doing this.
You gotta realize, like, people, the feminists know they're failed. Their plans failed. It backfired on them.
Yeah, because the women won't carry it out.
Yeah, the women they can't fight their biology.
Yeah,
It's no different than watching that crazy ass bitch in front of a congressional hearing
yeah.
trying to say that trans men can be pregnant or trans women. I'm like, you're a fucking PhD in law. What the fuck? You don't know basic biology? But I told you, you quote me on this one, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
You see a bitch with a bull ring, she's full of bullshit. She
Probably
crazy.
so.
She crazier than a bag of ferrets. How do you get that educated to be so stupid?
Because they're indoctrinated that way. Their worldview, and that's what Dr. Johnson has been, when Gigi and Dr. Neil have been telling me. They got the degree, but they're indoctrinated, and you can't get a degree unless you actually are indoctrinated. You have to
Yeah,
follow the religious line.
I'm just
So
looking
so
at
so,
that.
so they will lie. Okay, they'll actually lie. I'm trying to dig this up. They're lying to you. This is actually what it is.
They're lying about more than
It's
that, unfortunately.
oh, they're
That's
they're
part of the problem.
you know
That people believe what they believe so heavily, man, that they're actually believing in lies at this point and don't even realize it.
that's
What the thing is, science does this all the time, right? What's a quark? What's an atom? Uh, how the universe start, gravity, all this kind of stuff. This is constant, right? It's not unusual. Okay.
What it means for
Yeah,
matter to be solid and insolid at
and
the same
You
time.
gotta
and,
back
and,
off
and,
that
people,
mic.
people will always take what's already established, actually question it. That's what they're supposed to do. The thing is, 90% in that paper, 90% of what they've been saying, she agreed with.
Here, I got here. Just here's this thing.
What is it, PK?
I'll
What is
share
it?
my screen if you like.
Go ahead.
Like to see it?
Yes, go
All
ahead.
right.
After what? 2 hours? Yeah, go ahead.
BGS getting frustrated.
I mean, I'm actually frustrated now because it's like,
For what? Nigga, you the one that was speaking.
Oh,
Dude, you gotta back off your mic,
Pookie.
Pookie.
Yeah, Pookie,
Boogie, chill.
Pookie,
chill.
this is the
In,
reason why.
in other words, I ask you for something. You make a claim. I asked you where you got it. Tell me about it. Then you say I got to go read it.
I'm so done at this point. I mean, I'm beaten down. I'm done. I want to quit life at this point.
The thing is,
What the hell?
Oh, hold on a second. Did I come on your show bothering you?
Look, this never should have went this way.
Did I come on your show bothering you?
Nah, we were somewhere else completely.
But did I bring it up?
I figured I'd just go ahead and ask you in the comment and leave the shit there. Then
Did
hop
I
off
did I
and go to sleep.
did
I
I
could
bring
be
it?
on my couch right now having a nap.
Did
I
I bring
want
it
you,
up?
PK. I want you.
Did I bring it up? You could have had it done in like 15 minutes. This is my argument. This is my argument. This is where I got it from. Here's the proof.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to explain it in the best way that I could.
No, that didn't work, did it? They didn't work, did it?
And just give you some resources to go figure it out.
I don't have to figure it out. Why should I figure it
Because it's wrong.
I'm still waiting.
out? No, you say it's wrong.
Because it is.
You say it's wrong.
Because
Where is the resources that you was just talking about? Because
It's
I
on
ain't
the
seen no
screen.
resources. Oh,
What?
this nigga, man.
Pookie.
Where are your citations at, bro? I'm in college. You're not gonna do this shit. Where
Hold
the hell is
on.
this
Okay.
eyewitness?
Let's
Okay.
read. Let's
No,
read together now.
no. Highlight it, nigga.
That's what I'm saying.
I
What the hell?
can't.
Yes, you can highlight it.
No, I can't. I'd have to pull up paint. I'm not doing that. We're just gonna
Nigga,
Point to it. Read it.
nigga,
Read it.
You better
Alright.
right-click that motherfucker.
Read it.
You better hold
Let's
it. You better
start.
point and click.
Pookie, chill. Pookie, chill. He's just trying to explain.
We good now? We got it.
Read
bottle
it.
it up.
Read it.
Deep
I don't want to
breaths.
hear that shit. Read it, man.
Deep breaths, man. All right. So here's the deal. At a less metaphysical level, matriarchy assumed one quite specific form. What does that mean? That implies that matriarchy is a specific thing. It isn't all this amalgamation of bullshit. It's not, never has been.
Read it.
It was generally assumed at the time that human society had developed out of the patriarchal family as it did in the Old Testament. Bacofin, which is also a person that you referenced in the work earlier, which is from the guy that you mentioned.
Read it. Read
all
it.
right, we'll keep reading.
Thank you.
However, of the patriarchal family, drawing his evidence almost exclusively from classical antiquity, succeeded in demonstrating the existence of a form of family organization where the father was not the head of household, in which descent was traced on the female side, not the male one.
Okay.
Semicolon. And he put forward the theory that the paternal family had everywhere been preceded by a family which the mother was the head. That's what he did. The controversy which followed gave a new subject matter to anthropology. That should be raising some question marks.
No, he said basically
Should be raising some question marks.
No, because guess what the mothers is about? He said the same thing.
Yeah. We just gave him examples from the antiquity.
That's okay.
Go ahead, keep reading.
Families of a similar type were discovered in existing societies, and for several decades, the classification of these discoveries took a chronological form, backed in each case by a hypothetical system of evolution, which led up to the family of modern industrial Europe, and thereby enabled the various discoveries to be dated to successive phases in the prehistory of this family.
So it was whom? What does that mean? Okay, now stop. What does that? What does that say to you?
It says that hypothetically,
Mm-hmm.
the classifications of these prehistory civilizations were in fact one form or the other. That's what that means.
Okay. When you say form, okay, when you say you have two forms, right?
hmm
Okay. There's a separating line, right? Where's the line?
Well, we discussed that a bit earlier, right? Where we talked
Where's the
about
line?
in the woman's paper,
Yeah.
right?
Where's the line?
Where she said that the lines are this, and this. But
And
however, there is
hmm
not a good distinction.
so that's science, sir. You get closer and closer and closer to you actually find the closest dividing line. It never goes to zero.
I agree that that can happen, right?
That
But
it does
however,
happen.
let's dig
And it,
further though.
and this is just one guy.
I no, there's more. There's a whole lot more. This is
This
just
is
one article.
this is just one. It's an article. This is just one guy.
hmm
Okay.
One thing I don't understand is what exactly did this text prove what we just didn't say?
You got something else to ask, Snake Man? I know you want to go. Go ahead, man.
No,
No.
no, no,
In
because
other words, what are you trying to disprove about what I've said for the last 2 hours? What is where's it disprove anything that I've said?
I mean, can we continue, or I mean, because there's more here. I mean, do you
Well,
want me to go? We can go. We can go to the good
go
part. We can go to
read because you keep stopping saying this, that, and the other, right? Keep reading, man. Read the whole thing.
All right. So where did I leave off now? Because I got interrupted.
by industrial Europe, where he
Yeah,
describes that.
toward the bottom. Thereby enabled the various discoveries to be dated successively phases prehistory of the family.
Gotcha. Few
Okay.
of these systems survive to present day. Modern anthropology is scrupulous in distinguishing between the two phenomena which Bachofen saw as one. The tracing
Okay.
of descent through women on one hand, and the power or influence of women on the other. And of these, the second is by no means necessarily correlated with the first, besides being a great deal harder to locate objectively. It is no longer believed that the tracing of descent through women was ever universal, or that it is essentially an older phenomenon than that which traced through males. Above all, it is no longer thought that the factors governing social organization are so simple or so stable that the entire history of the species can be reconstructed by inference,
Okay. Oh,
inference in these
okay.
theories, provided
Okay.
not only mortar but bricks.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, PK.
hmm
Okay. If you don't know the role of the father, who the father is, how do you trace the line of the child? What's the first thing is you do know about a child? You know who the what is.
The mother.
So the easy way to trace the line of a child is through who?
You would imply through the mother.
So before the father's role was known, okay, how did they trace the lineage of the child?
You would imply through the mother.
Not implied. It's not
Well, it's
implication.
inductive. It's inductive reasoning. You don't know. Neither do I.
Yes, you do.
It's an assumption.
No, it's not.
It's a hypothesis.
It's not.
It is.
It's
Always
called,
has been.
no, it's not. PK, it's not. If you don't know who the father is, guess what you do know is? It's obvious.
Who the mother is.
The mother. The best way to trace the lineage of a child is through what? The mother. Even through DNA. Mitochondrial DNA is more consistent than what? The other types. You can trace the mothers all the way back 2 million years ago.
If somebody watched her slip
And-
the homie out the box.
So in other words, even today with mitochondrial DNA, they can trace your mitochondrial DNA all the way back hundreds of thousands of years.
hmm
Basically,
Right.
it's a DNA test that the
It's
people
the
doing
but
is through the female.
the father is much harder because the Y chromosome decays, so it's much harder. But if you can isolate it, it's much sharper because it does decay. Mitochondrial DNA does not decay. The thing is, like I said, if if you if you do not know how sex works and how sperm and egg works, which you cannot because you don't have microscopes back then, right? Before that, millions of years before that, how do you determine who what line of the children come from?
Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
That I mean, yes, you would make that assumption.
I give up, PK. I give up. Okay.
You would make that
I,
assumption.
I PK. I give up. I give up,
Okay.
man.
My
Yeah, we're done.
problem, my
We're done.
problem with
No,
the text is
we're done, man. That is, if
uh,
you can't get a simple concept, you want to argue against the most simplest concept that I can actually come up with. We're done. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. You want to disagree to disagree. Fine.
Okay.
We're
All
done.
right. Well, I mean,
We're
like I
done.
okay. So
said, we
We're not,
basically,
I don't even want to talk about it anymore. We're
all
done.
right.
okay.
All right.
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah,
That is as simple as I can make it. Everybody gets it except you. Well, maybe or could be or blah blah blah. You know how sex works. Come on, even today.
hey
Okay.
man, listen, I'm not the type that's gonna
Does
sit here and try to
does
rewrite history. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna
does
have
the
me do it. It's
does
not
the
gonna happen.
does the mother have to have a DNA
You're
test to
not
prove
gonna
that?
get me to
Does
rewrite
the
history. It's
mother
not gonna
have
happen.
does the mother have to come over with DNA test to actually prove that the child is hers?
Listen,
Does the
to
I
find
mother have
understand.
to
I
does the
understand
mother
what you.
have to
I
prove it?
understand what you think.
Does the mother have to prove it?
I get what you think, and I get where
Does
you're
the
coming
mother
from.
have to prove it? Who has to prove it?
Obviously, the father.
Thank you.
you know
With
what
all
is funny is
with all the modern advancements that we have, right?
Hmm.
That we have, okay? It still comes down to where the baby comes out of. That's the mother. That's obvious. I don't care what you do. You can't get around that. We
Oh,
haven't changed sex and how children are born in 2 million years. It's still the same.
I'm not. I get you. I'm not gonna. Like I said, you're not gonna get me to rewrite history. Though.
Okay,
is a,
PK,
hold
okay,
on.
PK,
It's just
PK,
not gonna
PK.
happen.
hold on.
No,
I
PK,
have
we're
a
done.
question.
PK,
I have
no,
a question to PK.
All right.
I can't
You
I
want
can't
me
deal
to
with
close
this
it?
shit.
You want me to close it?
Go
No,
ahead and
no, no.
close it, man.
I have a question
Go
to
ahead, say,
PK.
man.
All right.
Good.
Okay, PK. I saw this article is actually. I mean, I understood what the article was saying. Basically, said someone in the past said that maybe before the patriarchal family structure, there was everywhere matriarchal family structure, and they found out no, it was not only matriarchal, it was patriarchal sometimes too. But what I don't understand is, and that's why I say don't close the text. Does this person ever go outside of Europe, or does he stay in Europe because Europe is not the world?
Bacofin was saying that the matriarchy, or the maternal line, or maternal structure came out of patriarchy. It did not. That's what he was saying. That's what the Briefart was saying. It didn't. That's not how it happened. Okay. What Bacofin said, he went to classical literature and philosophy, to biblical literature and philosophy, and said patriarchy actually existed before matriarchy. It did not. That was wrong. They all say that thing.
what's so
Bacofin used philosophy was absolutely wrong. Something they can actually pull from him was that premise is actually wrong. Patriarchy did not come first. That's proven.
And it is true that no, a society where the lineage is through the mother does not mean that that society automatically have the mother in power or in influential structures. That doesn't. That's true too, but that's a no-brainer. That's why I'm confused. Like, was the text focused on the world, or was it focused on Europe? Because till now it was only Europe.
Because I get that all the time where they says how do you describe a patriot? Well, the Bible's not that old, okay, and even the Torah, the Pentateuch, which is the first 5 books of the Bible, it's not that old, okay. It came out of another system. You go back, look at the symbols and the writings, even including the Chinese. Um, you can actually go back and actually follow this stuff, right? Patriarchies didn't come about until really recently. With they call it agriculture and property, okay? Because you had to actually divide this stuff and actually put a man at the head of it. That's where patriarchy actually came from. Before that, it didn't exist. Patriarchy didn't exist before that.
Okay. I have a question to PJS.
What history is being rewritten?
We're done talking about it, I guess. So I mean, I'm not going to talk about
No,
it.
no. He's talking to me.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what history is being rewritten that he referred to? Because I'm confused.
European history, it looks like.
Yeah, it's European history, basically.
European history. And what way?
In other words, basically, we have what they call patriarchal theory, right? And according to patriarchal theory, and I've heard this before, is that they're saying that all societies were patriarchal, right? And there's no
that's
ever,
on European
right?
Shit. That's on European shit.
European shit, right? The thing is, and what even that's like Briefalt named his book The Mothers. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I just took one small chapter of it, right? To actually refute the argument, right? The thing is, even Briefalt says, even during that chapter, prior to the onset of patriarchy, right? The default was mother right, because that's where it actually traced where the children actually came from, through the mother. Easy. All the other stuff they have to figure out who the father is or whatever that kind of stuff is. They know who the mother is.
Even in Sparta, even in places like Sparta, the women galvanized the men to go to war.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not unheard of.
The funny thing in Sparta is it always claims they had a king, but it actually was ruled by councils that the king had to obey. Because the king had never had. So there were actually two kings. They never had two.
They have. In fact, Briefwald said the same thing, right? During times of war or stress, right? There were hunting parties, wars, stuff like that, where you had to have a man in charge because that's his natural role. They would actually elect somebody or put somebody in that place.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out. BGS, man, it's been real. We still cool, man. We still cool. Ain't no hard feelings. We ain't got no hard feelings. We just don't agree here. It's all
right. You know what I'm saying is, my thing is about where you agree or disagree, right? Show me what the truth is. What you just showed me by Bacofin has already been disproven, even by Briefalt. Briefalt disagrees with that. He said it in his text. Bacofin, I actually have a lot of religious guys saying the exact same thing. Patriarchy is actually all across the board. There's nothing else, right? I say bullshit. The default, go back to religious symbols, right, up to Memphite theology, right? The default was female. Okay, Hathor was the leading symbol of that age, right? The Taurian age, right? The mother bull. All right, go back and look at the symbols, right? That is a matriarchy. Crete, the Minoans symbol was a bull. It was all the symbols were actually female. That's a matriarchy. Runs differently than a patriarchy, even though they're right next to each other. That's how he compared the two between a Greek matriarchy versus the Minoan or Crete matriarchy.
Yeah, man, it's just a big bunch of bullshit. You know, it's awesome bullshit.
So there's a problem.
Okay, PK. All right.
I think it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, PK. But things we have to argue this bullshit, right? And what you're saying is not going to eliminate the argument. It's not.
Well, fuck it. Just say it was all a matriarchy or a patriarchy, and be content with what you
get. Well, then that's fine. That's fine. It has nothing to do with what I'm doing.
I mean,
so this is a problem.
And in other words, I'm trying to dismantle this shit, right? In other words, black women and feminists say this is a patriarchy. They said define it, okay? This is a patriarchy as you define that you need to fight against. Define what it is. All right. So I go back and get the original definition. Okay, this is the original definition of a patriarchy. Is this the same system that you actually talk about?
Nope.
Now what?
And
What
then,
is it?
how the hell can a feminist legitimately say this is a patriarchy when one, majority of women in divorces or custody disputes get the children.
Yes.
Two,
And money.
more of you go to higher education than men. Three, you get safer jobs than the men. Four, you're protected through different laws and shit like that. So I don't see when every time I hear a woman talk about, well, it's a patriarchal rule. I said, oh, you want equality? Then next time we go to war, I want to see 50% of the military female. I want to see 50% of you bitches on the ledges making
Which is what the social contract actually calls for.
Sorry?
But they bastardize the liberal social contract.
And that's what I mean when I say, the funny thing is I always say you come from a liberal mindset when we discuss sometimes, because when someone tells me it is a patriarchy and I see all those rights for women, all the powers, and I don't talk about the top 1%, I talk about the average. I think to myself, how is that a patriarchy? When the woman has the power to divorce you, take half your shit and the children,
Okay.
how's that patriarchy?
See, this is the shit that we're talking about, right? Okay, we just went through all this shit, right? Okay, matriarchy still exists in smaller form, but the thing is, they're not sacred. There's just a way of organizing people. That's all it is. Making big deals out of nothing, right?
Here's the bad part.
Honestly, I mean, Brian, like I get where you're coming from, but it's all bullshit. We're actually discussing bullshit right now. Believe it.
Why? What's bullshit, man?
It's all
Well,
bullshit.
the right to vote, technology, all that stuff is just bullshit.
No, this is bullshit. The idea, these concepts in and of themselves, the matriarchal, patriarchy, egalitarian, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It's not bullshit. It's just old.
Well, there's bullshit and lies littered throughout.
Child support, child custody, all that shit is based on what? It has real world consequences. Based on what?
Based on ideology.
I thought we quit. I thought we quit already. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Okay.
That's why I highlighted his comment.
Gotcha.
Now, if you want to get back in it, that's up to you. I wasn't talking to you.
All right, let me pull up the J-Star article. Let's do it again. Let's have another.
The problem is.
You know what, PK? What frustrates me?
I'm a poke at you.
No. What frustrates me is when I give you the simplest concept, right? The simplest concept. You can't grasp it. That's what frustrates me. It's obvious, but you can't grasp it because you don't want to.
No, it's because I fundamentally disagree with the concept.
You don't want to grasp it.
No, I just disagree with it.
That means you don't want to. It's too simple, okay?
Well, I mean, you believe it's true. I believe it's false. That's all.
And the thing is, you have no reason why.
I do.
No, you don't.
I mean, I do.
What's the reason?
Because it's an assumption.
Get the fuck out of here, PK.
No, the problem is it's the same thing when I was discussing.
Nigga, that's my 9-year-old could come up with a better answer than that. That's stupid.
Like it's
stupid, PK. That's stupid.
It is. It's clear logic.
That's stupid. That's not logic.
It is.
It's stupid.
If you don't know something,
like a little girl.
If you don't know something, why do you?
It's called an experiment, PK.
No, that's called induction.
No,
that's how that works.
No, it's not induction.
Yeah, it is. So how else did you figure it out?
If you don't know, if you
didn't deduce it.
No. Wait a minute.
You didn't figure that out until animal husbandry, right?
It's simple, PK. If you don't know who the baby belongs to, how do you determine who's the parent? It's easy, right? Where did the baby come out?
That part is clear. We're not talking about that part.
So if you don't know how sex works and you can't prove you know how sex works, going back eons. What's the first assumption?
But you wouldn't assume that by virtue of the woman being the mother of a child that the whole society was women led. You wouldn't assume that.
What we're saying is the maternal line determine the line of the child. That's what we actually argue. Listen with both ears, PK.
But you move on to then
No.
state the claim or make the case. You use different pieces of evidence to state the case that by virtue of X, Y, and Z, now it is what? A matriarchy.
What was
he has the argument who's ruling?
PK, what was the argument about the line of the child?
I quit, man. I'm going to bed, man. Fuck you.
Thank you.
Once again, PK.
Take your dumb ass to bed, okay?
I'm going to bed, man.
Take your dumb ass to bed, man.
Hey, man. I'll be that. But you still
Thank
wrong.
you.
But you still wrong.
I know.
No.
God
from you, it doesn't even matter, okay? For me, it don't matter.
It'd be like
we've done this before.
It doesn't matter. But last time I was right though, wasn't I?
That's a eugenics argument.
About what?
PK, remember it's eugenics?
Not that one.
About
you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. About what?
What,
PK?
Yeah, you know.
No, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you know.
Bro,
the only argument I remember was eugenics
PK,
argument.
were you raised by your mother?
I was raised by both of my parents.
Why are you acting like your mother?
I'm not.
You are. That's what a woman.
You're just mad. You want to be right.
No. There you go.
You want to be right.
That's what a woman would say. You sound like a woman right now. Oh, you know what we're talking about. PK, what are we talking about? Oh, you remember. That's what my girlfriend would say. What the fuck are you talking about, PK? Well, you remember. No, I don't, PK. What is it? Well, you know. I just said I didn't know.
Are we still talking shit or are we serious now?
You said I was right about something. I said, what was it, PK? You know. PK, I don't know. What are you talking about?
But there's a second answer. We already discussed it.
Yeah, it is true. We always discussed it. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that
is. You can't be 20, man, because you're exactly right.
I mean, that's actually true. We did actually already discuss it when we were speaking.
You can repeat it.
When we were speaking years ago.
Well,
and this was years ago. About different topics. What have I been wrong about everything I said?
But what, PK?
PK says answer this continent.
Insofar as the breeding farms, was I wrong about that? When
what
I brought
breeding
it up years ago?
What do we say about the breeding farms?
When I said specifically, hey, did you know that black people were bred? You don't remember that?
In slavery.
I agree with you.
Oh, wait a minute. You are the biggest line of bullshit ever.
All right, we're done. Good night.
I've heard.
Hold on. BK, you want to tell me that BGS didn't know?
We're done.
I'm going to tell you, right? I'm going to tell you, right?
I'm going to head out.
Bad.
Thank you. Bye.
This must be some lower video shit.
We're done.
Bye.
Later.
Bye. Go to bed.
That is like, wait a minute. You're going to tell the guy who put out 4 years ago the book that said when black people were bred.
Yeah.
This is some lower millennial shit, okay? That's some
it's liberal. It's liberal. It's pure liberal.
No. Even it's not even liberal, because even a liberal is gonna have to hear the logic at one point and just take the L. You got to take the L. Like, this is the difference between the lower half of the millennials and the upper half. Lower half millennials do not know how to take L's. I think I'm still right. It's no different than D. Durrell doing the shit he was doing.
Yeah.
It's no different. But PGS, do you trust me now that when PK talked about our discussions that he was lying, like he was lying about you, that you never said that in slavery black people were bred, that you never said it's the same shit about me. It's like
I learned that in the 80s.
I'm not even from America, and I know it because our tribe had slaves, and we did the same thing. We bred them.
We bred them, yeah.
It's actually pretty fucking common.
Yeah.
It's common knowledge. It's not like PK just brought this up and we're like, Oh, it's common knowledge for decades. Like, god damn, like
millennia.
no, he's a lower
Thanks,
millennial.
thanks for
You
telling
need
me
to, I
about
think
my
you need to
ancestry.
I think the millennials need to shorten up our time. You know, we need to go from like 80, 82 to just 85 and just call it a day.
But
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 fuck around.
bitches,
Hey,
you know
hey,
what's
hold
funny?
on, hold on.
He couldn't pull off the card of, because when I asked him for citations or evidence, he said, "Nah, I don't do it." He
Nah,
couldn't do it with you. He
that's
couldn't do it with you.
see,
That's why I want PK. That's why I want PK. Don't do
I
that
love you.
bullshit with
I love you,
BGS.
Jeff.
Charles,
I-
that's bullshit. Don't
What?
talk shit about my generation like that. Let
Man,
PK got to hold his own hell,
man,
goddamn.
fuck you.
Well,
Man, fuck you.
PK got to hold his own
the
hell,
the thirty
motherfucker.
percent of millennials that are actually on fire and world beaters, and the other 70%.
Man, fuck your generation. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. Fuck y'all. Y'all want to be right, motherfuckers. The
But
fuck. Actually, could
but
actually have a valid argument. And it's sad because PK, I love him to death, but he does
Mhm.
this when he's proven wrong. He'll be like, "Was I right about this? What, nigga? What?" And I'm
Nigga,
like,
PK stupidity don't have shit to do with my generation, goddamn. Get the fuck out of here,
you
Charles. Now you
lower
sound
half,
like PK
you
with that
lower half
bullshit ass argument,
millennials or
goddamn.
something
Nah,
else,
no,
man.
no, I can't let you ride with that shit.
Y'all lower half
You
millennials.
gotta take that shit back to Baltimore with that bullshit, Charles.
Nah, you better. There's a reason why fucking Louisiana was flooded, okay? New Orleans was flooded because dumb motherfuckers stayed there, okay? That's that dumb shit. Like, goddamn, I'm gonna avoid this.
Louisiana was flooded because it's fucking swampland and one of the strongest hurricanes in the fucking history of the United States hit that motherfucker.
Man,
That's why that motherfucker was
it's the
flooded.
equivalent of R. Kelly pissing on you. And unless, if you don't like it, you're gonna move out the way. Like, so we're gonna look at it like these lower half millennials or something else, man. I just
I
feel.
know Charles ain't talking shit about flooding, nigga.
Uh-huh.
Baltimore looked like New Orleans after it was flooded and the shit wasn't flooded, nigga. So
New
shut up.
Orleans looked like a fucking graveyard. That's what it is. It's basically one of the world's biggest
Nigga,
fucking
Baltimore
graveyards.
looked like a
Shit,
damn ghost town.
not really, because most of the houses and most of the infrastructure is becoming new as shit very quickly. What about Louisiana? Aren't y'all still?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Well, y'all
I
still
don't
got
know about it. I don't know it's
y'all
becoming new.
graveyards get more love
I
than y'all
know, I know, I
infrastructure.
know, I know, though, I know.
PK, if you're gonna send me a link, man, send me the whole PDF, man, instead of one abstract or one page. Okay.
you know that you a bad argument when you have the same level of argumentation as a hotep. Where,
No,
where
that
you
was
pull
that
up.
was worse than Hotel. This dude, I
Uh,
mean, look, I'm not trying to shit on PK them, but
oh,
the
that was
fact that
bad.
you couldn't even admit to, the child coming from a woman and
Yeah.
calling it an assumption.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, that's when you just got to stop even having a discussion with the person.
See,
No, his
that,
problem was he follows the ideology that is basically the ideology of neoliberalism, and of the feminism, that patriarchy equal man rule, basically man on the top, on the highest position in the hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
And he believes that shit because he the same logic when it comes to matriarchy. Because when you listen to the debate, he always went back to, but it's a rule where there's the kings and the queens, and you like, no, it's about the average society. What rights do they have?
Mm-hmm.
Whose charges, like we had kings and queens. Queens doesn't. What are we now? I mean, Peter. We are Peter here because where us it goes to the father. The father's living. That's why it's always so funny when women rule, because it's like, okay, which of the houses is now it's new rulership.
I'm just like, when you start making assumptions like that and saying, well, we're assuming where the child comes from, nigga, please, like that's just bad. Like at some point, just say that you lost the argument and get over with life. Like it's okay. Stop this participation trophy bullshit. Not everybody wins. There has to be a loser. There has to be a winner. There's
I mean, it's like you're gonna challenge BGS. At least have some goddamn highlighting notes about your
He
point from
doesn't.
your sources.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
He
that's
was talking
bullshit
about
to
some
make an
research I was
argument.
taking.
to make an
You
argument
should
and
never
to
come
not have the and to not have the fucking sources ready to show. I mean, that's bullshit to say, oh well, here's some sources,
Oh,
go
I
read it
already
for
do.
yourself.
What do I
You're the
need?
one that's making the claim.
You
Mm-hmm.
So if
should
you're making a claim, it is your responsibility to
you
prove
have
the
the burden of
claim
evidence.
with the actual fucking passages that support your argument. You
Same
don't
thing I
tell
Once
told
someone,
again,
hey,
same,
hey, hey,
same
read
thing
a
I
two
told Red
thousand page
Supreme.
book. It's all in here.
don't forget, PK, BJS is not art. Art let bullshit run free on his channel when he's discussing something. BJS needs facts and logic. Don't confuse the two.
Art doesn't let too much stuff run free, and so it's this. When you can't admit that somebody knows something that you don't, that's bad on your behalf. You know, and it's really lacking because if people want to argue and say human beings throughout prehistory, okay, when you have a group of people who are
Now, Brian, why don't you come up here and argue with me instead of from the
Oh,
chat? Why don't you come up if you
you
want to?
know,
If you want to
I'm
get in on it, come up.
I'm gonna highlight that again, please.
That's a stupid comment that Brian made
Highlight
because
that
that
again,
wasn't
please.
BGS.
Okay, okay. Let
That
me
wasn't
like.
BGS argument. He was BGS. You is correct me if I'm wrong, but you was basically asking, how do we know
Yeah,
that it comes to the matrilineal line? That was
yeah,
the question, and PK
yeah,
kept saying,
yes,
"Well,
yeah,
you assume, motherfucker. How do you assume? You know the child comes out of the woman's vagina,
yes,
so you know it comes through her fucking line. It's
yeah,
that damn simple."
yeah.
well, once again, they confuse matriarchal lineage with matriarchal rule.
Right.
We have two
Yeah.
different discussions.
Yes. Yeah.
Once again, and that's why I say it's a liberal mindset because it comes from the same mind like the feminists have. We said everything was a patriarchy bullshit without any evidence.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And I have a question, BGS, very quickly because. I always say when where I come from that we have a family-based patriarchy. Basically, is that we have a family and they
Yeah.
elect a ruler of the family. And most of the time, it's a male
Yeah.
because
Email. Yeah. Yeah. That's
yeah,
patriarchy. Yeah.
yeah, and but it is possible, and I saw it too in some other examples. I just didn't want to discuss it with PK because he would his brain would explode because of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, is it possible in that kind of patriarchy that the stronger patriarch can take away the child
There's
of an
always
other patriarch?
there's always an exception. There's always an exception to everything. But the thing is, that's not the general rule. There's always
Okay.
an
Okay,
exception.
Here's
okay, like for example, between Caesar and Octavian,
Mm-hmm.
because Octavian was from the Octavian family and Caesar
Yeah.
was from the Julian family,
Mm-hmm.
and only through the mother was Octavian related to Caesar, but Caesar still claimed him for Julia. He
Yeah, he
adopted
claimed
him
it.
and
Yeah,
gave him.
he claimed. Yeah, he adopted him. Yeah. There's
Yeah,
always
this
an
is
exception.
okay because in my tribe this happens very often that the
Mm.
lower patriarch
Yeah.
must give up the children of the to the higher
And
patriarch when they
yeah.
divorce.
here,
Yeah. Yeah.
here's the
They can't happen. Okay. They can't happen. There's always an exception.
here's one thing about it. Before, when mankind were hunter gatherers, and you had groups of people,
Mm-hmm.
you couldn't identify the father.
No.
So you had to identify the child belonged to whom.
The mother. It's obvious.
And then when you have terms of, let's say, the Jewish people are what? Matriarchal.
Matriarchal. Yeah. Even they
One,
say it here.
one reason is because when they were conquered by X amount of people, insert culture here,
Mm-hmm.
and you know what people do, rape, rob, and pillage.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever was born out of that woman's vagina was what? Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is.
Yeah, one of the issues too is most people mistakenly believe that matriarchy is the opposite of patriarchy. So that's also another issue.
Yeah, that Briefall talked about that argument in that chapter. He said one doesn't mean the opposite of the other. Okay, they keep trying to do that. They're trying. Well, it can't be a matriarchy because women don't rule. That's not how it works.
Right. And
There's
it's
more than one way
also
to rule.
it's also a lot of nuances in it too, because if you look at certain, like there's a lot of matriarchal cultures in Africa where
Hmm. They're small, but yeah, they are.
it's matrilineal, right?
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
they assume that that means that the possessions and wealth passes to the women,
Yep.
but a lot of times it actually passes to the woman's sons, or so
It's
for
the oldest
example,
son.
right?
Is-
And so a lot of the matriarchal societies in Africa, the like the daughter would be like the last in line after all of the sons are dead, if they don't have any sons.
Hmm.
But it's actually the sons of the mother that get the inheritance, not the daughters.
And that's why some are confused. Like, okay, the lineage go to the mothers, but you only have kings. Yeah, it's how it is in Africa. I'm
Hmm.
sorry.
Hmm. Yeah, because that comes from Egypt, right? Lineage goes through
Yep.
the mother, but you can't be a pharaoh. It comes through the mother's line.
Right. And even like you said, there's exceptions, because
Hmm.
even in a lot of African societies, people always bring up, oh, they had these queens that rule, like Queen Ty and
Yeah.
uh, can't think of the other one right now that was a really good pharaoh or queen, so to speak, in Egypt.
Cleopatra. There's a few of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
But
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 shit,
they're
you hold on,
exceptions.
wait, before you say this thing, man. But when you look at the line of the rulers, it's like,
Hmm.
okay, yeah, there was like 5 or 6 queens, but how many kings were there? A
Hmm.
hundred, 1,000?
Hmm.
So it's not the rule; it's the exception in
Yeah.
those
Oh,
cases.
in fact, that's what he brought up. He said Queen Victoria, and Queen Mary. Okay, were female, but thing is, guess what? The society still was still patriarchal.
Exactly.
I wanted to bring it up. Like, there was a Habsburg. I think her name was Victoria, who ruled Austria and Holy
Hmm.
Roman Empire.
Hmm.
Her father had no male heir, and he didn't want to give up all the land that the Habsburg claimed, because Habsburg
Okay.
were
Oh, the
very fun,
Habsburgs. Yeah. Yeah.
claimed to another family. So he said, okay. This time, my daughter will inherit all my power after I
Right.
die.
Yeah.
And he made sure that all the retainers, basically all the council members and the vassals, agreed. And then the Habsburg name went through a female.
Yeah.
Normally, if you read European, or if you listen to some of those Western sources, oh, it only were patriarchy, only male inheritance. But in European history, it happens very
There
often
are there
that
are exceptions.
females and yeah, that
Yeah.
females inherit. That's how the Habsburg gained so much land, because they made it mandatory that sometimes the female inherited, so they
Yeah.
married the female into the family again to
Yeah.
get the land.
Yeah. Yeah. But the general system, under
Was
that,
male, I know,
it's
no,
just still male. Yeah.
that's
You go even in even in Russia, it's still male. Okay, even though you had a queen.
yeah, I just want to dispel the myth that the feminist always says that only men ruled. It's like the system was
No,
male
no.
dominated, but it happened very often that the male just say, okay, we take the woman, and then it goes back to the man.
Yeah, yeah. Which the feminists try to point at. Okay, who's on the throne? Doesn't matter. Even though Victorian England, she's on the throne, but still the patriarchy.
Yeah, that's funny. Who's on the throne? It's the
Yeah.
same family
And
like the last 500 years. It doesn't matter if it's a woman, it's
if
the
you listen
same
to
family.
sociologists, they say they try to point this out. You actually go to anthropologists. They say these markers actually identify a patriarchy versus a matriarchy. Okay, custody of the children, wealth, and inheritance. Top three things. Top three things. Those are the markers. When you go back to a former patriarchy like Greece, Etruscan, Greece, Rome, and England, okay, up until the late 19th century, same thing applied, right? Paternal rights, custody of the children, ownership of the children, the wealth, inheritance, all flow through what the male, just like it did in Rome, just like it did in Greece, just like it did in the Etruscan patriarchy. Okay,
That is
and,
something I want to
and
bring up.
same thing with Chinese made this a similar transition. Agriculture actually changed, brought in patriarchy.
And just to give you an example of how hard the Roman patriarchy was, is
Hmm.
nearly the same as in my patriarchy. Just because you descend from the father doesn't mean you inherit shit. The last word, the last word has a patriarch. The same about Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
He had a son with Cleopatra, but it doesn't mean shit to the house of the Julii because Caesar didn't claim him.
And basically if you don't claim them, that's another thing about illegitimacy, right? The thing is, the patriarch has the last word on who gets his shit. It's the same thing with a matriarch. Okay, who gets my shit? Is it the mother? Is it the daughter, which it usually is, or the son? Okay, the matriarch is the one that's actually in charge. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah. So you guys were saying that because for sure we know that a child belongs to a mother, and from that we can infer, well, that at least from that point right there, that's one thing that we can say, hey, this is one of the things that determines what a matriarchy is.
No. Okay, the specific argument at that point was about the line of succession. In other words, lineage. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
how do you determine lineage of the child? Right.
Yeah.
That was the argument, right? If you don't know about anything about the father's role, how do you determine the lineage of the child? What's the easiest way?
Yeah, you're right. Is the mother, because we
That
know
was
the baby comes from the mother for sure.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with anything that you guys are saying. The only thing I was trying to point out is I kind of saw what PK was saying was that.
What was he saying? Explain it to me.
Well, it sounded like what he was saying is that there seems to be a consensus that early societies before civilization were mostly matriarchal. That seems to be a consensus. And what he was saying is that that a lot of that is based on maybe assumptions about those societies because we don't really have any records.
Okay, you don't have records though. So in other words, anything about any society, okay, that went before that you don't have written records, what do you make of? It's an assumption, right?
Yeah.
Assumption, right? Early science, okay. We can't travel to a black hole, okay, or see gravity, okay. We have to make what?
Well, yeah, you can make assumptions and inferences based on what's going around
based on the evidence available, right?
Yeah.
That's the way science works, okay? Unless you have other evidence that you overthrow that.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree. Agreed.
Just
I
saying,
agree.
everything's an assumption. You can say that about life, okay? Are you looking at a wall? Is the wall what you think it is? It's an assumption. How far do we actually want to go with this?
I agree, but when you use things like the black holes or the Big Bang Theory, that's like at the edge of our knowledge, right? So when it comes to like physics or astrophysics or whatever,
okay.
So I think what PK was saying was something similar. The further you go back.
So if we go back 100,000 years with no written records, okay, is that the edge of your knowledge?
It's the edge of our knowledge for history because we have no documents.
Because you have no direct knowledge of it, right? Because you can't travel back there, right?
Yeah, we can use.
So what do you use?
So evidence that is here.
Yeah, there's two things you can use. You can use archaeology.
Okay.
And then you can also use, like you said this before BGS, and I actually used it. You said that you can use tribes, and you didn't like to call them primitive, but tribes today that
indigenous tribes,
who exist today. Can we infer something about early history or early societies based on societies that haven't really changed,
that are still around, right?
Yeah.
In other words, can you detect a pattern according to food that they eat, their symbols, their religion, their family formation, right? Can you make assumptions about what went on in the past if those two things are similar?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So what is the consensus? Is the consensus that, and I think you actually said this, you said they were mostly matriarchal, right?
Yeah.
So are the mostly the indigenous tribes today, are they most matriarchal or patriarchal?
mostly the pre-existing indigenous tribe when they first got here, right before were colonized. Okay, they're matriarchal.
Okay. Okay.
That's proven.
So,
In other words, the Iroquois, if they wanted to make a decision, right, they elected a male a male representative,
Hmm.
counseled him, and sent him out to actually deliver a message. They had a woman's war council. In fact, the man had to move into the woman's tent.
Hmm.
Okay, when he got married. Those kind of things are the same markers that you still would see with the Musu, that you see with the Khan, that you see with the I forget the name of these people in Indonesia, right? Those markers are still there that are
Has there
similar.
has there ever been? And you might have mentioned his name before. That was I couldn't pronounce it. Before was that
Refault,
default?
refault.
Is he the guy that is he the guy that kind of did the comparative analysis? Like, okay, we're going to look at
Yeah,
all these indigenous tribes, and
yeah,
he said, okay, if you see all these patterns in all these indigenous tribes around the world, they're
yeah.
most matriarchal based on the three criteria that you gave.
No, he was saying he's saying there's a schism, right, between the what we call the modern era after agriculture, right, and primitive, right, before that, right. There's a schism. If you take tribes, that are mostly hunter gatherers, okay, that don't have agriculture. They're pretty much all the same. They're pretty much matriarchal or matrilineal leaning, depending on how you want to describe them.
Yes,
The
this
same
is
pattern.
interesting because I was having a discussion on Twitter, not so much about whether early societies were matriarchal, mostly patriarchal, but we were discussing.
There was no patriarchy before agriculture.
Okay, but the discussion that we were having were more, where was it the division of labor similar to how things play out today with indigenous societies and even more advanced societies?
You got
which indigenous? Because the problem we have this argument is that we use words for two different, it's
Oh,
the
hunter and gatherer,
indigenous society.
hunter and
This
gatherer.
not only that, indigenous societies that we just talked about are much older than indigenous societies now.
okay. Let me
You-
let me
you-
break
you-
down
you-
your, let me break down your statement. Okay. When you talk about the labor, what did men do when it came to hunter gathering?
Well, from what I've been reading, it seems like the division of labor for the most part is the consensus is that the men mostly hunted, and they did a little bit of gathering, and that the women did the gathering and the rearing of children.
Hmm.
So here it is, right? How long do you think a hunt would be if all of us, all six of us, was on foot, no vehicles, just with spears, sticks, and stones? How long would
Weeks.
could be days to maybe a couple to maybe a week.
Mhm.
And remember, right? You gotta capture this motherfucker. Do you know how ancient people used to hunt before they even used weapons? There's almost no animal that has the endurance of a human being.
Mhm.
Damn near almost every animal outrun us, but they can't outlast us. We're just built for endurance.
Yeah.
So a lot of times we would run these motherfuckers and they would die of exhaustion if we didn't have the spears. So that long of a distance, we also gotta be what? Strong enough to take this motherfucker back or strong enough to fight this motherfucker. So the women had to stay behind with the children because the men were usually gone.
Hmm.
So you gotta break it down like a crime scene. So if the men are gone, and usually animals don't come to you unless they're trying to hunt you, you got to go out to places wherever the animals are. And most times, those hunter gatherers are going to move wherever the water flows. So a lot of the heavy lifting was just like today. Think about it. Majority of your military is what?
Male.
Yeah, males are expendable.
Yeah.
So
Can you really, as much as they think G.I. Jane is going to come out and kick some ass, to this day, do you see women even trying out for the military in heavy numbers?
Yeah, but the thing is, what was your point, Brian?
I mean, my only point was I was saying I kind of I saw what PK was saying was
Okay,
that yeah,
okay,
that's
what
all.
was it?
But I don't.
What really was he saying? Because I didn't get it.
I thought he was just
Edu-
saying. I thought he was saying that we can make that assumption. We can have a good educated guess, but because we
Okay,
really don't have any records from that time period, it's hard to know. Even with symbols and stuff, like symbols are, um, you know, we can try to compare them and stuff like that, but unless you were alive back then and someone said, "Hey, yeah, that's what this symbol means,"
yeah, but
we're just making a good educated guess.
what's the difference between us and animals? We make educated guesses,
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. Yeah.
and that's
Oh,
what we're
once
actually
again,
talking about. So you can say it's all bullshit, but the thing is,
I don't think it's all bullshit. I disagree with PK on that one. I think these are really interesting conversations. And I think we should have them because
yeah, but the thing is,
I think PK's afraid that the feminists are going to use
yeah, but the thing is,
that maybe the fact that these societies were
if you're gonna have a
yeah.
debate, okay, and you're gonna use evidence, at least be able to tell me what the evidence says.
Hmm. Well, he did. He
no,
brought up the article.
And
this is a problem.
we brought the article, and guess what happened? Okay, the same thing that 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 Briefalt said, that the other chick says, uh, Backerfam was wrong, right? In other words, there were existing societies before patriarchy, right? They all say the same thing. You bring an article that says exactly the same thing that everybody else is saying. You
But
didn't
I
say
thought the
anything
article
different.
that he read that you guys were reading was saying that that we essentially don't really know whether those early societies were mostly matriarchal or not.
No, the article was saying that we can look at the classical antique societies
Yeah,
to form to see the evolution of the society to the European society now. It was not even that's why I always say PK makes a hotep argument.
Maybe I read.
He uses a specific text that talks about a specific society, a specific area, and tries to apply it to all. What is mostly wrong.
and what Backerfam was saying is that that societies were mostly patriarchal, right? According to
Because he got it from
Backerfam.
the Bible. What was
Because
wrong
he got
too?
it from the Bible, he got it from Rome. In fact, he was actually a Roman scholar, right? Backerfam actually was. They just looked him up, right? So he took that angle, right? So he said matriarchies came out of patriarchies, right? So the original format of human beings was actually patriarchal, right? That's Backerfam. Everybody else says the exact opposite. Okay,
Hmm.
so what he pulled up was actually agreed with everybody else. Okay,
Yeah, maybe I need to go read it again because maybe I was getting confused between Baclofen and what was the other guy you said? Because they both have B names and they sound so
Briefalt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Maybe I was getting confused with that.
because he was actually saying that Briefalt was full of shit because he used Baclofen, right?
Hmm.
He was not saying what Baclofen said.
I
He
got
actually
you. Okay.
disagreed with him,
Yeah.
just like
This
the other
is
chick disagreed with him, just like the guy he was actually referencing disagreed with him. Okay, that's what he was actually showing, right?
Hmm.
Because Backofen, let's see, where was it? Where he said Backofen said, uh, I said the modern day and anthropology is scrupulously distinguishing between two phenomena, which Backofen said saw as one. Okay, which is the tracing of lineage and descent and rule influence. Okay, where is it? Okay, it was generally assumed at the time that human society had developed out of a patriarchal family, as it did in the Old Testament. Okay.
Hmm.
Backwin, however, drawing his evidence almost exclusively from classical antiquity, succeeded in demonstrating the existence of a family form organization where the father was not the head of the household, in which the descent was traced on the female side and not the male side. In other words, they're all saying the same thing. Okay.
The funny thing,
but below it says it is no longer believed that the tracing of descent through women was ever universal, or that it is essentially an older phenomenon that which is traced through males. Above all, it is no longer thought that the factors governing social organization are so simple. So I think that's
okay.
sorry,
They're
yeah,
not okay. The thing is, right? Okay, you have to use science, right? Okay.
Mhm.
How did people learn the role of the father?
I don't know, and that's my thing is we can make educated guesses. I really don't know.
Why do they call it animal husbandry?
But I thought animal husbandry came later, right?
It came
earlier.
Later than what? Later than what?
I thought animal husband. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm getting confused because I guess you consider
animal husbandry is what? What does animal husbandry mean?
Is that farming animals?
Yeah, mating animals together, growing animals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, putting a male goat versus a female goat. Okay, animal husbandry. You're actually mating a bull, mating a cow or a goat with another female, right, to produce an offspring. Okay.
So animal husbandry would not consist of with the nomadic lifestyle where you're following the herd.
If you're following the herd, you're not growing animals, are you?
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Didn't animal husbandry come later? Doesn't that associate
it came
with
later than that, right? It came later.
Yeah.
No, civilization didn't exist then.
With animal husbandry?
No, civilization actually came after animal husbandry. So civilization came after agriculture. We actually stand in one place.
Okay, I got you now. Right.
Because it can still be animal husband and still be nomadic.
Well, that's what I was asking.
You can't be nomadic. If you're hunter gatherers, you're hunting, following the herd. You're not growing animals, are you?
So which one is it? Because it sounds like Snake Man is saying that
if you're a pastoralist, which they call nomadic pastoralists, which still exists today, right? You're taking your sheep and animals from one grazing area to another, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like with cowboys with the cows and their
not only cowboys still exist here in Africa. This is a funny thing.
It's still there. Bedouins with their goats and their sheep and their camels go from what? Water source to water source, right? Yeah. They're still nomadic. They don't have one spot, but they actually take their herds from one spot to the other, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying so animal husbandry did exist before agriculture?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
So, but the thing is, animal husbandry is based on what? Knowing that a male and a female getting together produces a baby. Okay. Before that, what do you have? You don't know, do you?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the lady named I think she's from one of the Eastern European countries, Marija Gimbutas?
Okay, what about her?
Well, she had a similar theory. She was like, early civilization saw females as magical.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, she learned that's been in literature way before she was born. But go ahead.
I mean, yeah, you're probably right. And she used the Venus of Willendorf and the little objects that they found with the big bread. That's why when you guys were having that discussion with the dudes that like the fat women, I was like, it actually goes back a long time ago.
It does. In fact, what was the original goddess in primordial man?
I just wanted to say on that is, and once again, that is the Western coming out of you guys, or not the you bitches. Fertility and beauty are two different things.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, what was the original goddess that they can find?
Well, I don't know.
Hathor.
No. The female hippo.
Oh, okay. Was it Egypt?
No, before Egypt.
So it was on the tribes on Sinai. No, it was the tribes on Sinai before Egypt.
Yeah.
Pre-dynastic Egypt.
Area. Basically in that area.
No, it was Egypt, Sudan, a little bit of Ethiopia. Like I said, it's the tribes on Sinai.
So Nile Valley civilization.
Have y'all been looking into the those places they found in Turkey what is it called? Tepe.
What
It's
about it?
supposed to it's supposed to predate like Sumeria, Egypt, and it
How,
supposedly
how,
it
how far
pushed
back did
civilization back even further than some of the earliest
the
civilizations that
earliest
we know of right now.
earliest treasures they can actually find in southern Africa in 190,000 years ago?
Oh, okay, a little
Before
stone.
no, actually a city,
Oh, it's a city.
Y-
Okay,
a
wow.
small city. Yeah,
The problem with
What is
those
it called? What's the city
information.
called?
I don't remember the name of it. It's in my record. I actually saw it like 6 or 7 years ago. I actually discovered it recently.
It's the problem when we have this information discussion is always, and that is something I noticed. You must always find out which time are they talking. Like this articles that BGS brought up again. They are talking about that he took his information from classical antiquity. Classical antiquity is not even the oldest antiquity,
No, it's
early
not.
antiquity. That's why his argument in itself makes no sense, because
But
he said,
I don't think PK was arguing that. He was.
no, I'm not talking about PK. I talk about the source himself. When
Yeah,
he
the
makes
source.
argument,
But the
like,
source
like
was.
when you say, oh, they found more older things than what do you say in Egypt, and yeah, you know that there were older civilizations in Egypt. Egypt is just the most known oldest civilization.
Yeah. I asked him about marriage. He talked about marriage, right? I said, okay, how far back does marriage go back? He said, forever. I said, okay, give me a rough estimate. 4th century BC. Come on, man.
That's nothing.
I said, come on, you can do better than that.
You know what the funny thing is? I could have defeated him. Do you know the Persian Empire?
Mm-hmm.
The first king of the Achaemenids was born out of marriage. So the Persian Empire is older than 400 BC.
Yep.
So why was it married if marriage only starts by 400 BC?
The marriage is actually done in along the Nile for what 20,000 years on record.
That's what I mean. Is you make the argument without putting it into context. Yes, marriage, and don't forget they talked about in this article about Europe. Yes, marriage in Europe would have perhaps started with a patriarchal side of it, with the classical antiquity, because most of the Europeans were German barbarians or Romans, one of the two. But that doesn't mean that saying humanity is older than Rome and German barbarians.
I was just trying
Always
to
the
find out.
context. Always the context.
I was trying to find out what his argument was about.
His argument was when you tell matriarchies, that automatically means that all the higher up position in the hierarchy is placed by women. What must not be. That is a funny thing. That's why I say he's a liberal, because he takes what the feminists are saying, applies it to the world, and then tries to counter it with the same logic.
Mm.
I think he was trying to make the argument that feminists are, how can I say, rewriting history.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what it was too.
I think that's essentially what his argument.
He never proved that though.
Well, I mean, he not only did he not prove it, but he didn't really provide any supporting evidence to it, even attempt to prove it. I mean, he said he had 4 sources, but if he wanted to prove his argument, he should have had screenshots of the exact parts in those sources where they support his actual argument.
And basically, when you actually read his source, it doesn't have anything to do with his argument, for the most part.
No, it doesn't.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go to bed. But
All right.
Nice talking to all you guys. Officer Charles, I really admire what you're doing, and I did actually support your Kickstarter or Patreon, whatever it was, and keep doing it, man. That's what we need.
I appreciate you.
No problem.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Anything else before we wrap it up?
I tried to warn him, BHS, because like we had the same discussion after art
Your powers are weak,
stream.
old man.
So what?
Yeah.
Your powers are weak, old man.
No,
I, I was
he
trying
had
to
to
find.
say
I was trying to find. What's your argument, man? What
he
is it?
had no,
Okay.
because we had the same discussion until now. That's why I use this avatar every time PK is on. I do not know what this old nigga is talking about. I truly don't. I don't understand it. When I'm not a feminist, I grew not up in feminism. When I don't
Yeah.
get it, what he's talking about.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out what he was talking about. What are you
I,
What are you
I,
talking about, man?
he does. It's just his ideology is basically I do not like feminism and everything that could. So, but the problem is he went into the right wing hole because he basically everything that could support women means automatically you support feminism, what is retarded and very small minded.
Okay, BG.
Like, well,
I think I need therapy right now.
Say what?
I think I need therapy right now.
Why is that?
Because I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm so pissed because I get my messages quicker on my regular phone message and text message.
Okay.
So, of course, I had to study and take a test for my, I'm going through instructor school for firearms and stuff.
Right. Uh-huh.
I just now looked at my DMs.
Okay.
And I get a question of what am I doing with a pair of nice, uncensored titties.
Okay. Okay.
But that was at 12.
Okay.
God damn.
So you missed your candygram.
I never. One simply does not miss a candygram. They just schedule it for later.
Okay. So what are you pissed about?
Because I kind of wanted to touch them today.
So you missed your candygram. Got to schedule another one. Huh?
I'm gonna argue like PK. What is missing?
missing when you actually don't have the opportunity.
I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, they look nice. I just looked at my phone and I'm like, I see what you're doing.
You got a big head with a pair of tits, huh?
Those are some pretty areolas. Right,
well, a life of a cop, man.
Man, I'm an incel, man. You know me.
Yeah, I know. Man, one hell of an incel, huh?
One hell of an incel. I'm definitely a Jedi, man. Just an incel.
Now you're a motherfucking Sith, man. That's what you are.
I'm the Sith. I'm a Sith because I say fuck the rule of two. The only time I have the rule of two is when it's two bitches. But anyway. Oh man, I'm just.
You missed the window. That's all that happened.
I gotta. Well, you missed a window. You create another one.
Hey. You're slipping, old man.
Nah. I'm like a fine wine.
No. You're slipping. You'd have caught that 10 years ago.
Nah.
You're slowing up. You're slowing up, old man.
I'm not slowing up.
You're slowing up, old man.
I get better with age.
It's starting to set in. It's starting to set in.
I'm like cognac. I was busy. I had to take that test. I had to send it back.
Yeah. In the old days, you'd have been up 3 days in a row.
Shit, depending on what she can do, she'll have me up 3 days in a row.
Yeah, you ain't lying, man. You gonna need 8 hours of sleep. Stop that shit.
Shit.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Just because I'm sometimes confused, people. When I talk to someone, I don't want to bring up his name, and we had an argument when he said I came out of a matriarchy because I told him that if you marry a woman, and after the marriage, I told him before the marriage you can fuck as many hoes you want. No one gives a fuck. But after the marriage,
okay,
you fuck a hoe, basically a wife that was not agreed upon by the patriarchs.
Okay,
you get into trouble.
Yeah. Okay, it's been that way for a long time.
I know, but does that sound matriarchal?
No,
No.
if you go to Islam, Eastern
Yeah,
Islam,
but
same thing.
yeah, like I said, you maybe you know which one I'm talking about, which I had to argument with, but I was so confused because he got so fucking mad, like my guy. Because we talked about the SYSPN because I talked about why some of the SYSPN, the movement, I believe half of the movement only wants to fuck hoes. When I told you the example, do you know that when you listen to some of them, you see
Yeah,
that they
come on.
always smite the countries where patriarchy rules
Yeah.
when they do SYSPN because they instinctively know there cannot be a fuckboy there or they get punished.
Well, the thing, most of the SYSBM guys the original ones, right? They're all married
Yes, the
to
original ones are good. I
to
talked no,
to non-black women. Okay, all the ones that I met are all married.
and I'm
So
not talking about the
Snake
OGs.
Man. Snake
To what?
Man, that's a name for the guys that just want to fuck hoes. They call themselves mongers.
They call themselves what? Mongers.
Mongers, whoremongers.
Oh, homongers. Okay. All right.
My
Right.
goodness.
You don't have to be SYSBM to do that, though.
So wait a minute.
Well, I'm just saying that's a specific subset of
Okay.
SYSP.
I'm a sue them.
No, because when you listen to them, you can hear it out like. Is the talk always patriarchy? I find me a woman from a better patriarchy. But when you listen to them, how they move with women and what to do to women, is like, my guy, which
You're not a
patriarch
patriarch.
would ever which patriarch would ever give you his daughter?
No.
Because they literally think patriarchy means women are just 100% property, not even human. But I think to myself, you know that every daughter has a father who loves them, even a
Yeah.
patriarch is
Well,
Yeah.
the difference between patriarchs and them is that most patriarchs, well, a lot of patriarchs do still fuck hoes, but they also get married and rule a family. And so,
It
different,
depends on the patriarchal society.
yeah. So there's like in Japanese culture, there's actually a term for Japanese businessmen fucking other women in countries.
Mhm.
It's like the woman doesn't even she doesn't even like worry about that type of shit.
Mhm.
It's like as long as you take care at home. Can't remember the term, but I got that information from a book called The Asian Mind Game. It actually talks about all of the Asian cultures and how they
Yeah, but you argue with Black Mind all the time, right? What does he say about patriarchy in his area? About
Yeah, and
fucking
that's
hoes?
why I even brought up, hey, if you there's
well,
this
the
specific
thing about
person,
Black
go to
Mind
Japan.
is Black Mind is what I would consider a fundamentalist. So
Yeah.
he's like I know for a fact that there's Islam guys that aren't as beholden and strict as he is.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's like on the opposite extreme, I would say, which is not a bad thing, but it's just like most guys aren't going to behave in that strict a manner.
In the gynocracy, you see the same extremes.
Yeah, that's true. That's
In
true.
fact, it's probably even worse than the gynocracy.
Yeah, well, I think that's the point that Snake Man is talking about, is that the guys that he's talking about is from the gynocracy, so they're they claim patriarchy, but they kind of anti-patriarchy because they're not doing the fundamental things of a patriarchy, which is having a family and having an actual heir. So these are guys that typically they don't have children; they're just going to other countries and fun fucking basically.
Oh, they're not patriarchs. I mean,
Thank you,
Right.
thank you.
That-
You described it very
That's
well.
my point.
but the thing is that what I'm trying to do is get clear about a system, right? Because individual people, you can call yourself whatever you want, right? But at the end of the day, you don't have control over your children in this system. I don't care who you are. I'm a patriarch, but when we actually walk out with your kids, can't do nothing about it.
How many
Well,
men?
most of these niggas don't even have children. Because they're the guys that take man.
You cannot be a patriarch without. Okay, let me take this shit down.
Yeah.
All right, because I think a lot of niggas are really fucking this up. Okay, you cannot be a patriarch without children.
Without family, yeah.
You
But
cannot
guys,
hold
if you
on.
say that you're a
And
beta McCoon,
you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
be a patriarch without children.
You
What
can't.
the fuck is the folly of being a king without a kingdom?
Yeah.
It's funny because if you're truly a patriarch, I'm gonna tell you what. For all these niggas who say they conservative and say what and whatever you say, do what I did with my son, and we'll see if you're a patriarch or not. Tell that
Yeah.
motherfucker, go into her house and say, "Give me my kid."
Mm-hmm.
See if you could do that, and we'll see
Yeah.
who's a patriot. See, a
Yeah.
lot of niggas talk a big game, but when man shit has to be done, you ain't doing it.
Yeah. And the thing is, even that the woman has to be willing to give you the kid because she can fight you. And basically, according to the land of the law, she's got first right of refusal over a kid.
Yeah, but I'll say, Snake Man, this most of these guys, it's not like they're going to other countries and like smashing regular women and like messing up the pool. I mean, most of them are dealing with pros anyway. So
I mean, you
I
gotta
understand.
think
Well,
about it.
and I don't have any problem with one way or the other. I think guys, you need to just own it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
oh, they
my
do,
problem.
but
That is my problem.
we had a I think that was you that I had a disagreement with BGS. It's like
okay.
he was basically saying that let's say taking a chick out on a date and paying for sex is basically the same thing, and so that's their argument. No, I'm saying
That was
No,
Cold
no,
Steel.
it's
I
not the
know.
same argument. Yeah, I
I,
wouldn't
no,
agree with
no, I'm
that.
saying that's their argument. So because you said they should own it, but they do. But what they try to do is to make themselves feel better by putting guys that date chicks in the same category. Where it's like, oh well, I'm a trick, but you guys are tricking too because you taking them on dates and blah 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 blah.
Well, buying pros, straight up buying pussy, tricking. That's a different kind of tricking than date tricking. Okay, you can actually display your wealth and lavish her with fancy dinners and all that kind of stuff and get the same process, but they're not the same thing.
So what we used to call that back in the day was soft shoe tricking versus
Soft shoe
hard shoe
tricking, yeah,
tricking.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the future kind of tricking, right?
Yeah. But Snake Man, that's basically the fundamental difference. Like I know a lot of guys from patriarchal cultures that do have like women on the side and stuff. Like especially in your culture, Snake Man. I know a lot of Nigerian guys that have multiple wives, girlfriends, and side chicks. But
Mm-hmm.
the fundamental difference is that they have a family first. So it's not like they're just having sex with a bunch of different women without having a progeny and legacy and families to support.
I know.
Consorts and concubines have been around for a long time.
Yep.
I know what you're talking about because of the generation of my father like to do such shit to anchor themselves into a country they have a family. So yeah, that is something that actually is dying out
Yeah,
because we are too lazy for that shit. When you listen to our fathers, like our generation was so much more productive. We actually had a family. We didn't wait for 30 years to get education, and you know the argument.
yeah. Well, it's different. The environments are different. That's all.
Yeah, and I think that's the same thing with Black American men, specifically my generation. We've waited longer to like have a lot of us waited longer to have children and get married because
Yeah.
the pool is such polluted, and we've seen what a lot of the Gen Xers specifically went through with
Yeah.
child support, and pretty much got
Well,
demolished financially.
they stopped training wives and husbands. Okay, they
Yeah,
dismantled all that. So now you have to wait longer. You have to vet more.
and so you'll actually start seeing, like in my personal case, BJS, you'll start seeing people my age start getting married to foreign women because
Yeah,
it's like we was kind of holding out for some years, and it's like when we finally get what we want, an actual wife, it's like okay, boom.
Because you in your 30s, you're in your 30s, you go to Ghana, right? They say, how come you're not married already?
If we went to
Yeah, that's true.
Because you should be married in your early 20s at the latest in Ghana.
put it to you this way, when I
Go
was
ahead.
in Iraq, I was 21,
Mm.
and motherfucking kids, the kids were like, So how's your wife? I'm not married. Why are you not married?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's a different society. The advanced societies, because it's complex and takes so long to start to gain wealth. Okay, they've delayed marriage and that kind of stuff. So.
I mean, isn't he like I did a short live stream about that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
is it worth the modern man to get married? Of course, you know what my feelings were. Hell no. Like,
Probably not. Yeah.
I said, for me to get married, I'm trying to look at the benefits. Now, one motherfucker could ever answer this question. Where do we
Uh-huh.
get the benefits?
Yeah, that's true. Well, when did your parents get married, Charles? How old were they?
Shit. 21 and 23.
See, that's the thing, because your mother was trained to be a wife and your father was trained to be a husband.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no trying to figure shit out.
No,
Okay.
there's no
Uh,
do their roles, and they do it.
Very shortly, very shortly. PK, I never said you were SYSPM. I said half of the guys who rep SYSPM are only said to fuck hoes.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Well, he's been fucking hoes.
Listen,
He
yeah,
he,
I
he
never
hit him.
said you,
He,
PK.
he hit him with a rock because he fucks hoes. So.
And that is a problem because I said when you listen to them, you hear that they only want to fuck hoes.
Well, no,
That's what I said.
that
Oh,
doesn't mean you're SYSBM just
no,
because you fuck
I,
hoes. Yeah,
you
that's
gotta,
two
I
different
thought
things.
PK was going to bed. Hold on.
No,
He
he's
can't go to bed. He can't go
not.
to bed. He can't go to
He's
bed.
not. You must understand. I'm now his prime enemy because I'm basically like a young BGS to him. And he can use the argument, oh, I'm older than you, nigga, so I must not prove the shit I'm saying.
The thing is, I hate going through 2 hours of the same shit, man. What's your point? Give me your description about your point, and where's your evidence? Boom, boom, boom. Do you have it or you don't? Okay, but you're wrong, BGS. Okay, what am I wrong about?
Where did I lie, PK?
Leave him
I'm
alone. Leave PK alone, man. Don't even read
I'm
it.
just
Don't even
looking.
read it. Don't even read it. Don't even
I'm
read it. Don't
looking at
don't even read it.
that
Oh
because
my
I'm
god.
just like this. When I look at my parents when they got married,
Uh huh.
obviously I'm twice as old basically than when
Yeah.
my parents got married,
Right.
and I never been married. Hell, I never even engaged to a bitch.
Yeah.
I never even proposed to a bitch.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't. I had to tell one chick when she was like, "Would you ever get married?" I said, "If I ever found a wife." I said, "Are you like?" I've asked multiple women face to face. Like I tell you, I need to record some of my conversations. Were you ever were you ever groomed to be a wife? And every chick said no. Even the ones that were married said no.
Right.
And I'm like, do you think? Why did you break up? Well, what? It was cheating. I can understand abuse, but cheating. No, some of y'all bitches need to suck that up because what you really realizing that I've always known, bitches cheat too. So get the fuck out of here. I mean, if you're married for 50, 60 years and nobody stepped out, I call a goddamn liar. And
And you know that's true because you're the guy they cheated with.
some of them, I wouldn't mess with a married woman because shit. Now, if she was separated, that's different. But
How many married women actually hit on you, Charles?
I don't know.
Is it actually worth it? Is it worth it to fuck a married woman that's
It,
now
it,
asking for wisdom?
I don't
Is it
know.
worth
it,
it?
it, it, it depends. It depends on what you want, right?
I would tell you no because you don't want that energy to come back on you.
Yes, that's what
No.
I mean. Can I
Yeah.
fuck a married woman without getting the problem? Like they
You
live
you
in
can.
they
It, it,
live in the
you
same village. They live in the same village.
oh you can't. Oh no, nobody. Thank you for the cash app, Brian. Thank you for the cash app, and I'm not gonna say his name. P. Thank you for the cash app. I don't want to say his whole name. Okay.
PK, you cannot bribe your way in.
No. I don't think that's from PK.
I'm just looking at it because it, it's it reminds me of the hammer argument a little bit. It's like And I don't know if Hammer's still doing live streams because I'm about to talk to him. I'm be like, are you really having your heart set on the artificial womb to save you out of your like nigga join the
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. I said, why don't you just pay for it, man?
like
Get it out of your system.
like I just want to get down to the point. What is your issue with women?
He can't fuck them.
He can.
Sen-
He just doesn't want to improve.
Oh no, the thing is, okay. What I don't understand with this morality with Z's and some millennials, right? Okay. You rather sit on your dick, hold your dick, rather than just take care of the problem, right? Either suck it up and improve, find a chick that you can fuck, or pay for it, right? But no, man, I can't do that. How come?
But wait a minute. A lot of you motherfuckers who are the Z generations, your mothers had you at a fucking extremely young age. You didn't come up in no fucking church home like in the 60s or some shit.
Those are the biggest hoes.
Yeah. You motherfuckers, you motherfuckers are like, it was, I'm just looking at it funny because I had an argument with one of the wrestlers' mothers because one of the wrestlers asked me about sex and I said, hey, I'm not saying you should do it, not saying you shouldn't, but guess what? Protect yourself at all times like a fight. Well, I don't think you should talk to him about, I said, Lee, how old are you? She's 30. She's 31, 32. Her son's 16, 17. You do the math. I said, somebody should have talked to your ass about sex.
Yeah.
Like it's funny because y'all act like y'all have this moral high ground. And what is he, Nigerian? What's his
I
called?
I think he's from Senegal.
Senegal? Get the fuck
out. I think so.
I never.
Who, Hammer?
I think so. I think that's where he said his folks are from.
I'm looking at it like,
why is a Senegalese talking about Western problems? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
I doubt because he's actually his family's from there, but he's actually I think he was born here.
He's Western now.
Oh,
And he actually goes to what is it in DC? Howard, yeah.
Hema, I tell you the same thing I taught my young Nigerian brothers before they went to jail. You cannot break the Western woman into a Senegalese woman. You must take your ass back if you want that shit.
No. His problem is, I'm gonna tell you what his problem is. He doesn't. He's basically. A lot of these incels are just black women with dicks. But then again, a lot of black women. In other words, they're delusional and don't want to compete. If you really wanted women, you would be out there. It's like a sport. You could take BGS with basketball, me with wrestling. Guess what? You don't score if you don't get in the game, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get. He's like a black woman who thinks that she should get a 6-figure nigga while she's 300 pounds. Ugly as the iniquities of mankind.
She's trying to cash in a lottery ticket, man. That's all.
He's trying to pity fuck somebody. Maybe if this girl pity me, I can get what I need to get.
What I don't understand the morality of this. You actually basing your manhood over pussy.
I can explain it. So actually do not want just pussy. If you just want pussy, I would pay for it. Because trust me, they want that the woman, after they fuck them, magically wants to marry them. That's what they actually want. They want to fuck, marry a woman. And I think to myself, if you want to fight a woman who wants to marry you, you must invest the time. They will not magically show up to you. But if you really can do that, go to another country and buy you a woman.
You know what? The guys on Wall Street that don't have time for dating and that kind of stuff, guess what they got an account for? They're hoes. The escorts. Okay? They pay for pussy.
Look, here's the problem, right?
Mm-hmm. Was it Senegal?
I don't know. Here's the problem, right? Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it. He's going to Howard in DC, one of the major black enclaves, along with the Baltimore metropolitan area. You literally from 53 miles away from each other are from two fucking major black cities, chocolate cities, where you're going to find probably the most educated from Baltimore, D.C., and Northern Virginia. You're going to find the most educated black women around, period. So you're telling me you can't find nothing. Then on top of that, I'm like, well, he made the excuse when I went on the show. Well, you look like this and you're built like. No,
Yeah,
be.
that's the so-called incel argument.
Yeah, I said, okay. You don't have any confidence in your abilities, do you, kid? Like, you got to go out there and see. This is what happens with some of these Z's. It's kind of funny because Z's are very extreme. They're either the ones who can't stop fucking or the ones who can't fuck at all.
Yeah, or don't want to fuck at all. They're indifferent.
Yeah. And it's like it's weird because it's such an extreme. It's like, yo, some of you motherfuckers are afraid of rejection.
They are. That's the problem.
God damn, they turned y'all into bitches.
But what I don't get,
they're different. Not even bitches. They're different.
What I don't get is why is it don't, because I have a friend like that. I been in Germany or surrounded by white guys. I have a friend like that doesn't like to go out, but he wants a girlfriend. And I always say, come with me, my friend. Is an old school friend. I will take you where the women are so you can get a girlfriend if you really want to. Because staying at home, sitting on your computer, you don't get any girls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, they don't come to you. My situation is a little bit different because I'm a black guy in Germany, so sometimes girls come to me, what surprises me, but you must go where the women are to get a woman.
You're a little bit different because they call you the elephant man, but anyway. I think that joke might have flew over Snake Man's head, but
no, I understand it. That's why I call myself the Snake Man.
And what you need to take somebody like Hammer down to Brazil for like 6 months. Fuck everything in sight. Hey, here's some money. Go fuck everything in sight. Come back. Pussy's not that special.
You know what?
But the problem is they don't want to spend money, and I don't get it. If you don't have the game, spend the money.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. These niggas think the game is something you're born with. It's not. James Bond had to learn from something. God damn. If you're afraid to get out there and get your toe wet, you never learn to swim.
Yeah.
So eventually, you know how my father taught me how to swim BGS?
Threw you in there, huh?
He threw me, not just throw me in there, he threw me in the deepest part of the pool. Nigga, you better make it back. I'm like, what? Like, keep paddling. There you go. Like, he's more getting me focused to get me mad at him. But I didn't realize I started paddling and swimming towards him. Oh, so this is how the shit works. Okay. I see. Why? And I'm like, there's no way in hell you telling me Hammer's father was a big influence on him.
Well, he's from a different country, so I wouldn't know. So
I wouldn't know either, but he's not showing the traits of it because I'm like, what's so special? Okay, since you guys are such experts, where do I go buy it? I'm sick and tired of y'all talking.
In any corner you can buy. I don't know where you live, so I can't tell you.
Hold on. Did he now ask us how to get a prostitute? You are a human being.
Go find a taxi driver in any city where the hole's at. He'll take you right to him.
You know what, hard buck. You know what,
I can tell you that it's not that hard. In any country that you go to, get a taxi driver. Hey man, I want to buy some pussy. Okay, man, I'll take you right to him because he knows where they are. Am I right?
Yeah, with a hose that people need to be less concerned with fucking and more worried about DNA. Having sex and paying for non-biological children. Get the fuck out of here. See, they always said the freaks come out at night, but anyway.
Okay, Dallas D, what was your argument, baby? What's the argument? You can come up if you want to. What's the argument? You don't even understand the argument that we're having.
Okay.
Did
Okay.
When chicks get into the fray and don't even know the argument, I get, it's kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's one of those situations, BGS. You look at a bitch and be like, bitch.
Dallas D, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay.
I think it might be a troll.
No. In other words, you're not a man. Okay, you don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah. Go back in the kitchen. Anyway.
And Infinite Loser must be a troll.
Take off the
Infinite Loser
shoes.
must be a
Take
troll.
off the shoes and get in the kitchen. All right. You should be pregnant by now. Are you pregnant? No. Go get pregnant.
Are you making that damn sandwich?
Are you making a sandwich? Okay, y'all can jump in at any time if you want to.
Can y'all hear me now?
You got you.
No, nigga.
Okay, something was going on with my mic, I guess.
You good, Jesse? You good?
So yeah, what I was gonna say.
You buttermilk better when you.
I don't think Hammer is necessarily looking just for sex. I think he's looking for a real life, like female slave, based on the video that you responded to, BGS.
What he wants is the easy way out. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what Charles is saying. Okay.
He wants a slave.
Yeah.
He wants a slave. Go to Eastern Europe. There's entire countries who sells their own women to get rid of them. Can slaves
because they can't feed them.
I'm gonna put it to you this way, Jesse. This is what.
I don't care. Concrete Rose came from my camp. Okay, Concrete Rose would not come on here and actually tell me that. Okay, you don't know who she's fucking with.
I'm gonna tell you this one, Jesse.
You come with some bullshit, Dallas D. I'm gonna be rude. That's bullshit, right? I'm gonna be rude. You gotta at least know what we're talking about.
And stop clutching your pearls and make that damn sandwich.
Yeah, make the sandwich. Are you pregnant yet? You should be pregnant by now.
I
know you're pregnant. Anyway,
I'm gonna put it to you this way, Jesse. What age were you when you started talking to girls? Hey, Jesse.
He got a candygram. Hold on, he'll be back. What you doing up anyway, Jesse?
Bastard. Got a candygram. Shit, I need to go tell that candygram.
Wait, whoa. He's trying to get that nut. Hold on, he'll be back.
Don't forget to wipe your forehead. You're sweating. No, it's like you and I talked about years ago. It's an extreme delayed adulthood.
Yeah.
And what happens is you got guys who's 20 and
you got 2 devices, Jesse.
God damn, Jesse's multiplying.
He's trying. He must have something really important to say because he got 2 devices open.
Yeah. Jesse said he's
probably like me, probably one on the phone and one on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he treat
really important.
You know, niggas like y'all treat this like y'all got your hoes. You got
go ahead and jump in if you already got something to say. We're not going to be on too much longer because we're already 4 hours in.
No, I was going to say, as a Howard grad, I was going to jump in. You said he's a Senegalese guy from. Well, I mean,
yeah, I think that's
going to Howard.
Yeah,
there's no.
Well, I mean, to play devil's advocate, not saying the guy's right or wrong, and of course, I've lived all over the African continent.
Yeah,
but when you come from a African country like that, well, if you have that culture. Sometimes those guys, it's not that they're scared, but it's just that if you come from that type of culture, 7 out of 10 times your wife is going to get introduced to you, through the community. They're going to be like, all right, well, this is it. Women are going to be presented to you through the family or through the community.
Okay.
So,
that's true, but the problem is he's not in Senegal.
That's what I'm saying. But just playing devil's advocate in his defense. And what Charles was saying, as far as learning game and learning how to talk to women, look, a lot of African dudes don't really have to learn game. They just like, all right, I'm just going to grow up and become a man, and then the options are going to present themselves. So, just playing the devil's advocate.
But if you grown up here, gotta adapt.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna break that down to a lot of African dudes.
He's just lazy.
African dudes,
He's lazy.
in America are some of the biggest fucking simps ever.
They're hoes, and some of the hoes.
They hoes, but they simps. They throwing out money left and right.
Okay, Dallas D. This is the wrong talk. This is the wrong channel for you. Okay, wrong channel for you.
God damn it, woman.
Charles, I want to say actually, Arabs are the biggest simp. We are on second place.
No, they're the biggest simps overseas. I'm talking about in the United States. Fucking Africans, boy.
God damn.
Oh yeah, they play that beta game real well.
They
My
play
queen,
that beta game.
They play beta game. Yeah.
Trust me, when I need to stop being tame with y'all, and I need to really tell y'all my stories of my life. Okay.
Infinite Loser, do you want to get blocked, sir? Because you guys are trying my patience today.
No, Infinite Loser is a troll because no man can be this stupid and don't know how to get a prostitute.
Okay.
No grown man. He must be really mentally handicapped.
Okay. So Dallas D, go to bed. Okay. Wrong channel for you. Don't try my patience. But anyway, go ahead. Well, the thing is with Hammer, he's been on dates. He's complaining about the artificial woman, that kind of stuff, by actually paying for a surrogate, right? A grown surrogate. He said, okay, man, why don't you just go out and buy it? Okay? Can't get any other way. Get that shit off you. Just go buy it. Go take a trip, go to Brazil, go to Gambia, wherever. Go take a month and go through all the pussy that you can. Okay, get that off your chest.
Hey, BGS.
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead, Victor.
I went to Howard. I lived 10 years in DC. He don't have to go anywhere but in DC to buy some.
I told him that. I said, Jet, if you can't, if that's all you really want, because you're going on dates, if that's what you really want, just go buy it. Get that off of you. Okay, get that off of you. Just do what you need to do, get it off of you, and then go and date. Go find your woman.
Man, when your nuts are about as heavy as the fucking Mount Olympus. I mean,
no. What Hammer must do is take your beta ass, simping, idiotic Western mindset back to Senegal, to the tribe where your parents come from.
Right.
Ask the elder to whoop your ass. Ask the elders to whoop your ass and then indoctrinate you to become a man in their tribe. Yeah. After the baptism, come back. Come back.
Or basically get your wife over there and bring her back.
Yeah, well, no, you don't. No, you don't want to do that.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Do you get a little bit of obsidian vibes from that guy?
Yeah.
How can a Senegalese talk about artificial womb and sex dolls when no, but there are two that for every man in Africa there are two women. I don't get it.
Westernized.
He is.
I'm gonna explain this to you, Steak Man. I don't care. You can take you put a boy over here and convince everything he does is toxic. That motherfucker, when they become 18, 19, 20, is going to believe it. They're going to believe all the fairy tale shit that I bet you he probably has female friends. Probably a lot of them. And he's probably the shoulder they cry on and never became the dick that they ride when they want to get their rocks off or go against their boyfriend.
Charles, I'll say this, Charles. I disagree slightly right there, but I agree with the westernized part. But I bet he has a lot of male friends. To hit to the point with what BGS is saying, as far as where is this shame coming from for paying for it? A lot of the shame comes from the other guys. So what happens is these guys, what they really want is bragging rights, right? They want to say, I got this woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm hitting her or whatever, and they want to talk to their male friends, but they're too ashamed to say that I went out and bought some pussy to their male friends.
Okay, all right, but things you cry about pussy constantly.
Smooth, come up, my brother. Smooth, come up.
I can't. I can't. I can't lock down no chick. I'd rather buy a blow up doll or a sex doll than fuck her. I said
They don't want
that's
to
even
put in
worse.
the
It's even
effort.
worse than buying it.
They don't even want to put in the effort, and it's like anybody who's been in the D.C., Baltimore, Northern Virginia area,
You should better get some pussy.
It's
super
goddamn
easy.
big. I mean, bitches in Baltimore, D.C., and Northern Virginia, and PG. You got Baltimore County, PG. You got. They throwing pussy at you like Captain America.
The thing is, they don't want a 4.
Yeah, that's
they
it.
Are 4.
He doesn't. He doesn't want to
You don't want to start
downgrade.
with the 4. You don't want to start with the 4s.
He ain't start with the 4. He ain't start with the 7s unless he paying.
No, it's 7. Hey, it's 7s at Howard. Shit.
I mean, shit.
Yeah, but
they're
using him for dinner though.
Yeah, they are, and for attention. I mean, you gotta.
I find that hard to believe. What did Hammer ever say? What year he was in there, Howard?
He's still in there.
No.
He didn't say what year, but
he's a senior.
He should be a senior, but you got to think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to give everybody context about the DMV, you got Morgan, you got Coppin, you got Bowie, you got Howard.
Mm-hmm.
You literally,
and everything between.
And I'm not even talking about the white colleges, like a Johns Hopkins, like a
Maryland, Georgetown, American.
Like, I'm not even talking about, I'm just talking black colleges alone. I'm not even bringing up the community colleges.
Community colleges, PG, Montgomery College,
BCCC, CCBC. I'm like, this area is an incredibly, University of Baltimore, good God. This city, these two cities, in between them, are is like college heaven. There is no fucking way you're still a virgin at 20 unless you want to be. These bitches are throwing like fucking, I mean, they throwing pussy at you like Elway throw a football. I mean, god damn.
And another thing is the women up there are complaining about they can't get dick, or they're complaining about guys being on the down low. Like, you guys, shit.
You telling me
the women are frustrated.
You know what, Vector? You telling me you haven't been to Morgan Homecoming?
Right.
Homecoming, Coppin Homecoming. These bitches are like Wonder Woman last on your ass to give you pussy.
Yeah, but you have to get it off the wall to get it though. You can't stand
they on the wall with you.
Yeah, they on. That's the thing, man. He just hit it. They on the wall with you. So you know what, BJS? I don't buy the whole you got to feed them dinner argument, because all you got to give them is McDonald's.
The thing is, he's taking them out. I said, how much you spent taking them out?
All you need is cheap liquor, hard dick, and a place to lay.
Man, look, let me tell you, BJS. When I was at Howard, I was working I spent 2.5 years delivering pizzas for Pizza Hut and another year and a half delivering for Papa John's. Okay. And all I would do was have to bring a pizza home from work, and I was getting some pussy because them bitches was hungry.
They were hungry, yeah.
But he's in university, Hammer. Hammer's in the university. I can tell you one thing. I was in my university for some preparation, and also students already some years in. So there were women, and all of the women were already some years in, had kids. And I thought to myself, God damn!
Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you what it was. Man. By the way, when I went to Coppin State, dating myself here. When I went, it was still Coppin State College. It wasn't even university yet. So fuck y'all niggas. But we were outnumbered. For every one guy was like 5 to 6 females.
That's about right.
Oh my god. The one I didn't finish. Shit.
You didn't have time, yeah.
I was in the Army too. And dick was harder than a jail sentence with a calculus problem. God damn. Like, you couldn't concentrate. It wasn't even fair. It's like, And I'm just like, okay, I understand you want to get your degree, you want to get your studies in, but God damn, don't tell me you can't find shit, my nigga. I will come down to your campus twice your age and pull the bitches you want right in front of you. Yeah, now go do it. Come on, I gotta be you know what? I'm gonna have a new channel to be a coach. Fuck it, I'm throwing my hat in the daddy coach arena.
Might as well.
I need a classic name. Eric Killmonger in Industries.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Eric
what
Killmonger
happens?
Industries.
Hey, Prime VA 757 said he could just go to Adams Morgan on a Friday. You goddamn right.
Yeah.
Well, you can go
what
to
happens?
all you gotta do is go to the Morgan Bridge.
He's trying to take the easy way out. You know, he don't want to try.
I know, but what happens if you we have that mindset? I do not want to speak to women. I cannot speak to women for some reason. I do not want to pay for women, and I want that women come to me and do all the shit I should do.
I think he would. I think.
Well, what should this guy do?
I'm starting to think, Steak Man. Guys like him are the kind of guys who would like tell a female stop if she's unbuttoning your pants.
I don't think he's quite that bad. I don't think he's quite that bad. I don't think
does Hammer consider himself attractive?
I don't know. He's short. He says he's short.
I'll tell you this, man. I'll tell you this. My time at Howard, I got pussy just for going to class and appearing halfway intelligent to some of the less intelligent girls in college. Like, I remember it was a chick in my I had science. I had chemistry for science and engineering, and then we had a lab.
Okay.
And literally just showing up with my fucking graphics calculator and teaching a chick how to use a graphics calculator. She gave me some pussy. Like, it's
wait a minute. Hold on. Before anybody say anything, speaking of pussy, we got Arthur Vidmore in the chat. Oh, yeah. By the way, y'all do know Arthur Vidmore, when he was in his late teens and early 20s to get by, he sold his ass for cough drops.
But that's why I don't even understand. Like, if you go to Howard in DC, you don't even have to go out to get pussy. You can get pussy at the fucking dining facility.
Yeah.
Like,
maybe he wants a rich woman who actually has money.
But this is what I'm saying, man. The women there are some of them are sapient. They are attracted to intelligence, and if you're halfway good looking, you're gonna get some pussy from. I mean, she might be a dorky chick.
Even if you
can still get some pussy.
Oh my God, them dorky chicks are fuck you wrong. But anyway, not that I would know from experience. Sorry, I'm an incel.
What I don't understand is why his father didn't do anything. That's one of the because when an African father really loves his son, he will go to Africa and buy a woman.
Well, yeah.
He wants him to sow his wild oats.
But the thing is, he's still a virgin. So that's what he said.
He wants him to sow his wild oats before he takes the
God.
So the thing is, how do you get out? You got to get off the slide. You know, maybe once he graduates.
You know what? You say he's a virgin.
Yeah, he's a virgin.
Oh, that man wants to be in love.
Okay.
I told you he wants to fuck, marry a wife. He wants to fuck a woman and then get to marriage.
When he graduates, he can go back to Senegal and get a wife.
You know,
he could go now back to Senegal and get 10 wives.
Yes.
I bet you he's not gonna. As soon as he get his first piece of pussy, he's gonna be like, "Fuck that artificial wool." Fuck this. Where have you been all my life?
well, he might be experiencing some of the dilemma that we experience. You know, going back to Senegal and getting a woman might be beneath him. Because a lot of African women, man, once you hit once you're westernized, you hit a certain education level, and then you go back to Africa and you see how. I was actually laughing at BGS's videos about those women in Ghana complaining about how stupid Africans are. But I could concur with that shit. Like when you go over there, some of the stuff that we consider common sense, Africans, they do stuff you be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? So
Because
he
different
might
society.
not want to go back home because he's caught in the middle. He's like, I'm in a culture where I'm supposed to be celebrated, but the women that celebrate me are dumb as a box of rocks.
There are intelligent ones, but once again, he must put in the work. That is the problem. He doesn't want to put into work. That's why I'm confused. He doesn't want the intelligent one because the problem is the stupid ones are the ones that comes to you. The intelligent ones are the ones you must go to them.
Hold on, but I'm not saying just stupid or intelligent, but there's a level of ignorance. Like my ex-wife, I'll marry the king, and now I let her go. But she's not stupid, but it's like when you try to tell her about being black in America, they don't know shit about world history. They don't know shit about money.
Yeah.
They don't know shit about capitalism. So it's not that they're dumb. It's just that they just don't get it.
What is the difference? Hold on. What is the difference between the average woman then?
But he's willing to actually buy a sex doll.
Right.
I mean, guess what? Maybe they both could put a battery in their back.
Hey guys.
Hold on. He wants a sex doll, but talks about intelligence. Okay.
Yeah. Those two things. Go ahead, man.
That's not
because we got about 15 more minutes. Go ahead.
I want to say thank you guys for letting me on the panel. I don't want to hold you, but the question I would like to ask: would you say every guy can have what you call it?
Yeah, have what?
What you call it, where a guy can get a woman.
You talk about the it factor?
Yeah.
No, everybody can't have it.
I mean,
otherwise,
some
it wouldn't
people,
be.
Some people.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be it.
Some people have a naturally charismatic. Some people have to work on it.
Yeah.
Most people.
Well, the reason
some guys can never attain it. That's why they call it. The it factor.
Exactly. Now, I want to talk about those who can never obtain it. Would you say that there are certain people or certain men who try, but they still never obtain it?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Yeah,
there's them all the time. And there's guys who never try.
There's guys that never try. True.
But I want to talk about those who try because, see, I hear you guys tonight, and I hear what you're saying, and I understand you guys are educated. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not educated. I'm the opposite. I threw my life away on crime and drugs and all that old shit.
Okay.
But I said all of that to say this. I will admit I'm not the one who has it. Now, I will try, and I will pay for pussy. I mean, I have no shame in that because to me, we all pay for it in one way or the other.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
but I do want to save money too. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, you
so anyway, I'm not
buy
gonna
buy cheaper pussy.
You want me to?
If you've been on that side of the fence, you know what I'm talking about, man.
It's a scam, or there's a still like we
No.
Nigerians and that's scam.
There's been chicks on YouTube where you get pussy for $5. Okay, it's there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I remember the crack days. I survived the crack days.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah.
You don't want no $5 pussy.
Well, if you want to save money,
story.
You want to save money.
I mean, guess what? It's like shopping at Target and shopping at Dollar Tree.
No, guys, $5 pussy can almost get you killed. Okay, there was. See, like I said, the other side of it, the shooting and the stabbings and all that shit. And
it can. The thing is, that's the risk that you take if you want to be cheap, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to save money, you gotta see the reason why you're paying the more money. It's not for the pussy. It's for her to leave and for your safety.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, I like to make this announcement back to Art of Vidmore. You know, one, Art of Vidmore likes to wear baggy lifestyles. And two, this guy uses tweezers to beat his dick like an LA cop. Okay, back to the story.
Okay. But what were you saying about the it factor, though?
But no, so what I'm saying is this.
Mm-hmm.
I have a brother. Well, I had a brother. Be rest in peace. A lot of people would say that I was smarter than him or whatever.
Okay.
But he could always get the women. I could not. And so, conversation, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have it, some people don't. But like I say, there are men who do try. Yeah. I think, though, it's not what I hate, but to me, I feel that you guys are not understanding. Like the other day, I was watching a Lapeef show, and there was a guy said he tried 3 times, but his heart was broken, so he went gay. Okay. And then the guys knocked him for it, and they were just, he gave up, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is, though, certain people, let's say, you can only take so much rejection, and then you can't take anymore. Does that make sense?
Okay. What do we say? If pussy is what you want, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Give all these range of options, right? Okay. Pussy what you want, can't get it, pay for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't want to do that. From Senegal, go back to where you came from, as you have an arranged marriage. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Okay. Skin a cat. What part didn't we understand?
No, what I'm saying, guys, you guys are, to me, are looking at it from an educated and a financial, hey, I'm educated, I'm financially able, I can go do this.
How are we supposed to look at it?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, what about those who aren't educated and financially able?
He's from Senegal. Go back to where you came from, have an arranged marriage.
Right.
How hard is that?
Right. Do you feel sorry for a guy? I'm going to bring it back to a sports analogy.
Okay.
Do we respect the man who tries and fails? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But we don't respect the man who's afraid to get out there on the field, do we? It's hard to. So, what the problem is with a lot of guys of his generation, not all, but too damn many, is that they were told a lie. They want it easy. They're afraid to get their feet wet. They're afraid of rejection. They've been taught. His generation have been taught, westernized society has taught them to think like girls, and they taught the girls to think like boys. Notice the girls are very sexually explicit now. How do you know? Well, there's like back in the day, there was only like fucking Little Kim. Now you got city girls, you got this chick, you got that chick. You damn near got more fucking rappers that are female than male coming out nowadays. So a lot of this shit has to deal with the bravado of being raised as a male. You got to compete. If we were in a hunter-gatherer society, if you're not the one bringing home the food or trying your best to bring home the food, you're not going to be mating. So you're going to have to compete. It's the same mentality we tell black women for years. How many years, BGS?
No, it's 5 at least.
50.
7. And it's
50.
It's like, you got to think about it. We told these chicks, they said, well, I'm looking for this man. And I remember this. I remember when you were having the BGS for women, and I told a chick, I said, look, if you're not out there trying to be the best woman and the best wife material you can be for a man, you're not going to be picked.
Yeah, the thing is that we're men, right? We're not women. We don't kiss the boo boo. Okay, pick you up at the ground, dust you off, tell you what you did wrong, and go back and actually try it again. Yeah. We're not women. We don't do that. We don't do the poor baby. We know you tried. Okay, blah blah. No, nigga. I tried 3 times. I failed. Go back and do a 4th time, a 5th time until you get it.
If a man gives up on women, if a man gives up on women and goes gay,
I was just about to say that.
He was already gay. He was already gay
anyway. He was already gay anyway. So guess what? You gotta swing at the plate. Your favorite home run hitters got struck out the most. Do you remember his strikeouts, or you remember him sending that motherfucker over the park?
Well, and to add on to that, Charles, if you strike it out in the major leagues, then maybe you got to take your ass back down to the fucking AAA for a minute.
Yeah,
and play there.
But the
Just
thing
like
is,
you said.
but you've been to the plate and you've had some kind of success to the plate. Maybe not didn't have an 8, 9, or 10, but you have 4, 5, and 6s.
You know, I'm gonna say this, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
The mentality of the young. Damn, I could actually say young men. God damn it.
Yeah.
The
old nigga.
Oh, shit.
I've been waiting to say that, but go ahead.
But I still have the high ground, nigga. Shit, I'm an old nigga with the high ground.
With the
as
high
dangerous
ground,
as they get. I'm just like shit. But they have this mentality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you could be in wrestling or boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Would you take a guy who just coming out the amateurs? Would you put him against a world champion? No, he would get killed.
Yeah.
So a lot of these guys don't know how to gradually build themselves up to their confidence. You know what? I'm gonna tell you, like, I had to do it myself because I was not the best guy to talk to women at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So one time I was so bold where I got these 2 girls' friends' numbers.
Yeah, we only got about 2 more minutes, guys. So come on.
One girl was like, "Oh, you just trying to be a player and get both of us." The other chick said, "Fuck that bitch. We just friends to a friend." So you never know till you get it.
Yeah. Last Zulu or what?
Nah, I just wanted to come on and say, yeah, about that. You getting your heart broken 3 times and going gay.
Mm-hmm.
I just heard that shit. I just had to come on and say something about that because I was like, man, I got my heart broken plenty of times, man. I ain't never said, you know what, that penis looking mighty entertaining right now. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It ain't never happened to me.
Ain't never happened.
I got plenty of homeboys. We didn't talk. We didn't have our damn ups and the downs and whatnot. But I ain't never been one of our thoughts. So
no.
When I heard him say that, I was like, we got to go ahead and start nip that in the bud real quick. So
they shut that down. Yeah, shut that down real quick. Yeah. 3 times? No.
I just want to.
I might give you a break, but 3 times, no.
I just want to say also, I'm someone who had my heart broken countless times. So
everybody,
but I think I do feel a lot of times we go too hard on the paint with certain people.
Like
we'll say,
okay.
Well, just like when you say, nigga, dust yourself off.
Yes.
That's what you gotta do.
We're men, okay? We're not females. We're men. If you want the kiss the boo-boo, pat you on the head, go to a woman.
Man, let me ask you this question. How you pronounce your name?
Malash.
Malash. Okay. You have kids?
I got one.
Is it a boy or girl?
Girl.
I'm gonna tell you what. If you had a boy and he fell off, and let's say they were 4 or 5 and they fell off their bike, you gonna go over there and kiss his leg?
No.
But what you gonna do?
Tell him to get back on the bike.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I tell him to stay out the street. Because
so if he falls off the bike, you'll put him back on the bike.
Yeah, get back on, but stay out the street.
Unless you're cruel like me and be like, man, that's some bullshit. You didn't even skin your dick. Get the fuck up. Come on. Like, it hurts. I said, remember this.
What's going too hard in the paint? What's your example going too hard in the paint?
Well, it just seemed like when I seen that when the guys
give me an example.
Well, like I said, Mr. BGS, sir.
Yes.
What I wanted to say was when I seen the show that one night, a few nights ago, whatever, it just seemed like the guys just went. They didn't have no understanding, and I understand not having no.
Give me, in other words, a guy got rejected, heartbroken 3 times, right? So he says, right?
Yeah.
So he went gay, right?
Yeah.
There is no understanding.
There is no understanding, man.
Damn.
Like, I don't even Snake Man laughing. This shit is hilarious, bro.
There is no
Well,
understanding.
no, I'm just saying.
Only
Well,
three
so
times.
One at a time. Why do you think they was supposed to give them understanding when we know better?
It was only 3 times. That is nothing.
Yeah.
If you said 3 million, I'd be like, all right, maybe.
Yeah.
3 million.
You don't have it. You don't have it. Okay. But
If you
3
had 3
times.
million, if you got your heart broke 3 million times, I'd be like, hey man, maybe it ain't for you.
Maybe it ain't for you. Yeah, maybe. 3 million times. Yeah, it ain't for you. You gave it the best shot.
I mean, with the 3 million times, somebody gave you pussy by then, though. At least.
Yeah.
If you go 3 million times,
the long term
didn't turn out.
Smitty, if you go 3 million times and don't get no pussy, go gay, man. Yeah, forget it. You're done. You know.
This nigga just went up to the plate. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, ball.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit, Charles. Old nigga, you ain't shit. Well, the thing is, what should they have said to this guy? What should they have said?
Now, to be honest, I would have asked him, "Did you really try?"
I would ask him.
That's my question. Did he really try?
But he's already gay.
Yeah, I would ask him, "Do you like women?"
We still talking about the gay nigga? What?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. No, we ain't talking.
No. What he's saying is this guy. He got on the Lapie show. He said he tried. He got rejected 3 times, and he went gay.
I told you. Maybe he should have just got wrong. He didn't swing. He didn't swing 4 times, and he got 4 balls.
If you don't swing no matter what, fellas, go for your shot.
So how much sympathy are you supposed to give a guy like that? It's in you. To go gay is actually in you. If you say you just sit on your dick, like at least Hammer sits on his dick. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. At least you can respect.
Yeah, I got respect for Hammer on that.
At least you can respect Hammer for that. God damn. But to just go out and say, you know what? My heart was broken 3 times. You know. Instead of playing with these donut holes, I went to bananas.
Mm-hmm.
Man, how old was this guy? Because when I remember back, my heart was broken. I was 13 years old the first time.
Oh, goddamn 13. Snake Man. No wonder you sound so old.
Hey, back in the day, right? Snake Man sound like a nigga named Roy. Roy. Like, goddamn. Like, his name, like my grandfather's name, Roosevelt.
Well, juice, that's the way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to actually find women that are already pre-selected for you. That's your best hit rate.
Yeah. I mean, my thing with Hammer, I think he just hates being laughed at, and that's just the only thing. I can understand that from a certain point.
Don't tell nobody.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, but if he's a foodie call, that's gonna get around on campus. This is that nigga with the funny voice. Hey, get that nigga with the funny voice. There you go.
Get on the train, go to Baltimore.
Smitty.
Yeah.
It's like he gotta learn the theory of the big bitch. Yeah, they're like mopeds. They're fun to ride, but don't let your friends catch you over.
I think it's more clout than it is anything else.
Yeah, but
he's looking for a showpiece.
But honestly, don't they black women? He's not going to mix well with them the way he thinks and the way he acts.
He's going to Howard. How's he gonna find a white girl?
He's surrounded.
I ain't saying find a white girl, but you're also in DC though. Should leave off campus.
The problem is, I bet because he grew up in a Senegalese household, that his Senegalese parents have Senegalese friends in America, like my parents have Nigerian friends in Germany. So I don't get it how.
He got over here from a lottery system. I remember he said he came over from a lottery system.
I bet you that nigga's for.
Okay.
Yeah, he was born in Senegal. You still hear the accent, but I think they got over from a lottery system and everything.
But here's the problem, right? It's disgusting me. Like, god damn, I feel like a snob right now.
You are a snob, but go ahead.
But you're our favorite snob, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But it's one thing my boy Ali said. He said, these problems are not our problems. Because he said, me and my dears, we were slaying bitches like dragons or fucking Disney movies. Like, I mean, you're going to get rejected. You're not, sometimes you just got to feed the need. Like, everybody took one that, I'll tell you, my boy, even though he got engaged, and it's like, yo, he said he brought home this girl. In his words, he told it even funnier. He said, yo, she was about 5'9" and every bit of 4. And I was like, God damn, how you fuck Big Van Vader, yo? And we got laughing. But he said, hey, I was looking through the Holodex.
Oh, but Charles, what you don't understand, I got contact shame because it's the only African I know that doesn't get pussy are dead Africans.
Okay.
Well, you guys just
Damn.
well,
That's true.
Wait, no, that's not true. There's a few Africans that don't get pussy. Hold up. Wait a minute, Steak Man. Y'all do not be killing.
Nigga, you were getting pussy in the fucking kindergarten by your teacher. You old sounded about.
I said I meant grown Africans. Any grown African I know that doesn't get pussy is dead. Like
well, hold on. But you guys just said something important though. Who was that said that he came over in the lottery system?
I did.
Yeah.
I listened to
depending on what age he came over.
Okay.
Now we can try kind of understand why he doesn't have it in him. Like you guys were saying, okay, you're in America and you got to do, when in Rome, do how Romans do. Mm-hmm. But if he grew up in Senegal and then came over here, now I kind of get it. Like why he's having problems.
His parents came over on the lottery. It wasn't just him.
Oh, but not him. He was born.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his whole family.
And the other thing I wanted to say is white girls are on the table. He goes to Howard, but white girls are on the table.
You don't have to do white girls.
I'm gonna tell you what. This makes me funny when I hear guys just say white girls. You're in college. You're in a HBCU.
What? So that's no. But hold on, Charles. Hold on. What I'm saying is he's in DC. First and foremost,
exactly.
Howard has a bunch of white students. First and foremost,
that's it.
Howard has a lot of white students, particularly at the dental school, because Howard Dental is one of the best dental schools in the country. And the dental school is connected right there to the hospital. But secondly,
I got a problem with
hold on.
But secondly, you got American University, you got Georgetown, you got Maryland, you got so many white girls around DC. It don't fucking make sense.
It's not about a white girl thing, man.
What's it about then?
It's any girl. Like, he doesn't want to compete. He doesn't want to stick his neck out in the chopping block. He doesn't like rejection. He doesn't like failure. So that's what it is. It's not.
He might not be attractive, bro.
He might not. Okay.
That might.
But ugly niggas though, they got to add up to something.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, he's in a conundrum. He wants to prove himself through pussy.
Yeah.
And now he's arguing about waiting until they have sex dolls or sex.
I have the power.
He gonna order a sex doll with Kung Fu grip.
Look, as a Howard student, man, as a Howard student, you don't even have to be handsome because you got so many people from the Caribbean Association, like those Trinidadians and Jamaicans. The motherfuckers ain't pretty in the face, but if you got at least a little bit of muscles and six pack on you, they gonna give you some pussy.
I mean, they
get a butterface.
They're gonna fuck you anyway. I mean,
the West Indian women, they throwing it away.
The thing is, he doesn't want to try.
He wants it to be easy. He thinks
he wants it to be easy.
He wants it to be like he's like the women when they earn their degree or get good grades. I should get a man. No, it doesn't work that way. See, first and foremost, you're going to an HBCU. Your minor isn't fucking.
Right.
So it doesn't compute, and it's like, yo. I need to put up a live stream where I could just talk one-on-one with him and say, look, what's the problem, dude? Like, Well, I'm short. I'm this. I said you can't talk about you being short because I've seen short niggas slay bitches. You can't say that you. I'm like, this is the reason why I think a lot of dudes need to go to the military and get some hair on their nuts. Because
I think it's this though. I just don't think culturally he don't connect with American black people as easy as he thought he would. That's why I say date somebody. You can date an Indian girl fresh off the boat from India. You can relax. That's what I'm saying. She don't have to be black or even African. Date somebody that can understand you from where you come from.
But
That's where I get it.
He's going to Howard. He's going to Howard. You got Africans, you got Caribbeans, you got black women from all over the world at my alma mater. That doesn't make sense.
To be African American. They all confirm to be African American.
We're going into closing thoughts, guys. We're at 5 hours. Okay. But go ahead, finish your thought.
I was going. Well, I guess it'll be going my closing thought. My thing is Hammer. He's smart, so he is valued. Somebody will pick him, but you just want to make sure he get picked for the right reason. He won't be taken advantage of. That's what I'm saying.
Big man says the right thing. Okay, if you want to get picked, you want to be valued, you want to get a good wife or mate. Snake man is right. Go home, have your parents find you a wife, okay, or two, and be happy. Do it the right way. Instead of trying to mess with these city girls.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. Yeah.
Should I get? But he is.
He's already. He's already attached to the culture, man. Go home and get one, okay?
Oh man, I'm just gonna say this.
They have a buy one half one off in synagogue.
If he goes home and starts a business with his degree, he can actually go home and he actually get 2 wives and have a family if that's what he wants.
My guys, I just want to tell you how easy it was. When I went back to Nigeria to do some business with my father tried to marry me to 3 women. I had to repel. I literally had to be like a fucking swordsman, countering and dodging all that.
Hey, Snake Man.
I rebuke you in the name of Long Dick Jesus.
Yo, Snake Man. Keep it a buck. I know Nigerians were roasting you when you came back with that thick ass German accent. I know they were roasting you.
No, because hold on. Because I'm the head patriarch, or there's the heir of the head patriarch. Maybe behind my back, I always suspect. Okay, but not in front of me.
I'm sure you
Hitler, motherfucker.
No, but Snake Man, I'm sure you can code switch when you go home.
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. Here in Germany, I'm low powered. When I'm in Nigeria, I'm like a dictator.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang out with. Snake Man.
HNIC, head Nigerian in charge. Huh?
Head Nigerian in charge.
I was just curious because I hear people from the UK when they go back to Nigeria, they be getting it. They call them white men and everything. But okay, you're a high ranking one.
Yeah, Abruni.
Yeah, like I said, behind my back, I suspect it all the time, but don't do it in front because I'm the nigga with the money.
I heard that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with Snake Man when he goes back to Nigeria. I got this shit.
See this shit. He's 20, 21. God damn.
I'll be like, God damn. How does everybody else sound like the Lion King, but this nigga sound like an extra from Schindler's List?
Yeah, like Mustafa, huh? Anyway, closing thoughts, y'all. Go to sleep.
I will just close it with this. When in doubt, just beat it. I'm out.
The hell with you, old Negro. Go ahead. Who's next?
I'll go. I missed most of the stream because I heard you talking to PK and I passed out sleep. Then I woke up and you were still talking about it. Yeah. So now with the Hammer thing, just honestly, it's not that hard. Find a nerdy girl because I will say there's still nerdy girls that actually are just nerdy, just want to hang out with you, Hammer, if he's listening. It's not that hard. She don't have to be black. Matter of fact, I don't think you should date an American black woman. Because you just ain't gonna be compatible. But find what makes you happy in that sense. And if you gotta go all the way back home to do it, shit, that's a smart move to do because she'll understand you the best.
Yeah.
Okay. This
is man's right.
Nigga, go to BlurCon. That's what he needs. Go to BlurCon. You'll fit right at home. This nigga will be fucking tricking. He'll be like bringing 2 bitches. He'll be the man over there. Now that's my last one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was a very interesting piece. It was a very interesting stream. PK, I warned you what would happen if you bring up the topic with BTS. But hey, must not listen to the Nigerian nigga. We know I'm stupid. I'm young and stupid. I don't know what I'm telling you. But don't be mad, PK. Just relax, chill out, go over that hill, and everything is okay. And if you want to not to longer talk to me, hey, that's good. At least I know now if someone who has the same ideology or the same thinking pattern like me talks to you and you cannot use the bullshit card, oh, you're too young and I must not pull up the receipts, you lose. And then like always, BJ is a scourge of the ignorant and the executioner of the stupid. Never change. Change BTS and have a good day.
All right, appreciate you. Who else? Anybody else? Last closing thoughts? I guess not.
Pookie's quiet. Wow.
He's probably asleep. I see you knee deep in some pussy. One of the two.
Yeah, mostly knee deep in his fucking left hand.
No, he's a Pookie for real. No, he's a Pookie for real.
One thing I want to see is a debate between Pookie and Smooth. That's
I think the world's not ready for that shit.
Oh hell no!
My God, like they smite the mightiest of white women.
Oh man, you got to have a referee, man.
If you see Pookie with a black chick, he's holding her ass for the FBI. God damn.
Pookie still dates black chicks. Don't believe him. You can still tell he's smashing those ratchet hoes. He loves those ratchet hoes. I can tell.
Yeah, he does. Anyhow, y'all, I'm getting ready to press the button. So I'll see you guys all next time. Thanks for the cash apps. I appreciate you. Love you all.
All right, deuces.
And next, if you ask you to debate, bring receipts, okay? None of this pulling it out of my ass.
But BTS, I read the books. That must be enough.
They should have never gave you Ashy Blokes YouTube.
No, you ain't lying. You're not lying. All right, folks. Till next time. Peace out.